May 16 Finance Committee hearing. We'll start by reading the open meeting law, which is as follows. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or visual recording of this public meeting or may transmit this meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmission are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. And with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Council King.
Present.
Council Palmer.
Present.
Council Finn.
Present.
Council Harris.
Present.
Council Hughes. Present. Council Forrest. Council Leeang. Present. Council Palmucci.
Present.
Chairman Kroll.
Present.
8 members.
Okay, indeed, we do have a quorum. This is kind of a refresher to everybody. I know this is somewhat of our first budget season. We'll go through sequentially each department head. We'll invite them to the microphone to walk us through their particular budget. Please, by all means, this is interactive as humanly possible. There's no such thing as a silly question, so let's take the time and ask them. And just as a friendly reminder, we cannot add to the existing budget. We can only make cuts. So therefore, I would, with the consent of the body, like to invite the purchasing director, Catherine Logan, who has a prior commitment to come forward and walk us through her budget. Good evening, Ms. Sullivan. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. So what are yours?
Oh, hi, good evening. I'm Catherine, I'm the purchasing agent, and I am here to present the purchasing department's budget. It's essentially level funded, so.
Move approval.
Move approval. Any discussion? Council Finn?
Again, I said this privately, so I should probably say it publicly, Mr. Chairman, but I want to congratulate Ms. Holden because, again, in terms of her budget, every year it's pretty, it is what it is. It's very tight. Again, always spends what they say they're going to spend, and always gives a good description of that. So I'm very grateful for the work that she does.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Council. Any further discussion on the motion to move? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Ms. Sullivan. Next on the agenda is, the assessor, Colleen Healy. Information can be found in section 2, page 12, section 368. Welcome, Ms. Healy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilor. I am here with my fellow colleagues, Marion Pantuccio, John Rowland, and the staff in the Assessor's Office. I have not had the chance to personally meet each of you, but hope to as we begin the new fiscal year. Though I am new to the position as the chairperson of the Board of Assessors, I have quickly recognized areas of the department that call for modernization and have begun to put equality into place. Complying with the laws set forth in chapters 59 of the Massachusetts General Laws, I am determined to lead the department with 3 objectives. Number 1, to improve customer service and satisfaction of fair taxation with the public, taking the time to educate each citizen on the state mandated laws for assessed valuation. Number 2, I want to streamline procedures by furthering our use of technology. The City of Quincy needs to stay current for accurate and timely taxation. I have enrolled the Assessors Department in a Technical Assistance Bureau program. This is offered by the Department of Revenue, providing cities and towns the opportunities to improve their financial management operations. Their management team brings real-world experience and technological advice to every assignment. They also collaborate with their colleagues within the Division of Local Services and other state agencies to provide comprehensive guidance and self-service tools. This is free consulting that will improve the department's operations. Number 3, maximize productivity in all aspects of the department. This involves building teamwork and creative thinking to improve workflow and eliminate waste. These 3 objectives are essential to operating a successful department. This is an exciting time for the city as we're not only growing in population, but also growing in parcel count with new developments underway. As you know, the Assessors Department generates 75% of the total revenue from the valuation of 27,000 parcels of real estate, including residential, commercial, industrial, utilities, and personal property. The department also administers over 74,000 bills for motor vehicle excise, along with road excise and all property tax exemptions. The assessor's office is constantly in discussion with the public, working daily with the inquiries of taxpayers, planners, developers, builders, and real estate professionals. This department is responsible for preparing cases for hearings and defending property values before the Massachusetts Appellate Tax Board. Preparing for cases can involve hiring an appraiser to perform an outside appraisal on the subject property, in addition to the countless hours spent in preparation for the hearing. The assessors each year schedule the evaluation process to comply with the laws of the Commonwealth and to achieve a steady tax base for future fiscal planning. I respectfully request to each of you, when reading through the Assessors Department budget, to consider the needs of this department to fulfill its major responsibilities. Any additional money requested is for the sole purpose of integrating new ideas and technology to further improve the operation and revenue streams. Before you tonight is the Assessors Department fiscal year 2017 budget. I would like to go over a few areas of change and will then welcome questions.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the budget for purposes of discussion.
Motion to move approval. You want to cover anything else, Ms. Haley? or-
If you have any questions, no problem.
Any questions from Ms. Haley? Council Liang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is in respect to the new position for the methodologist and appraiser. I read through the job description that was sent over to us, and I didn't have the appraiser's position to compare it to, so I was wondering if you could just elaborate on the difference
Sure.
between that position and the appraiser's position.
Sure. So the methodologist appraiser, this job description is provided to the council. The position is crucial to the assessment process as they are out in the field gathering the data needed to value the 27 parcels of real estate. Instead of hiring seasonal contractors as done in the past, we will now have one full-time person, increasing the level of customer service to the citizens. So when they call, they're going to be dealing with the same person. It's also inspecting their property, as who they're talking to face-to-face in the office.
Okay, so before it was used for seasonal?
Correct.
So there
Yes,
was-
it was under the contractual, correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have is if you can just describe for us a little bit what the software does, because I know that you said there's a required software update.
Sure, yes, so the line item of required reval appraisal software, this line item is here as we're budgeting for a percentage of the total cost of the revaluation software, which is for FY18, but it's going to be budgeted in FY17 because the work will start to take place for preparation in fiscal year 17. This is Provision Government Solutions for Real Estate and Real Estate Research Consultant, which is also called RRC. You hear that in my further discussions, which is for personal property. And mandated by law, every 3 years a revaluation is required. Currently, there is a bill to change this requirement from every 3 to 5 years. The Department of Revenue has already confirmed that the city will be scheduled for FY18.
Thank you. That's it.
Any further questions for Ms. Haley? Council Hughes?
Yeah, thank you. No, it's more just a comment. Thank you very much
For coming up this evening. I know you're new, I know you're new to the position, so I just wanted to say welcome, and it was very informative and well thought out, well put together. Is there any other changes in this budget that you think we should take note of, or anything that you wanted to? I mean, you talked about the changing. I think the biggest bump here is the software for FY18, so it seems that you've hit everything, but just wanted to give you an opportunity, because I think you were going to finish up with something, but
One of the areas that is in the contractual line items, which I think is something that should be shared, is we need to hire contractually a specialist to fairly assess the commercial rooftop antennas with cell towers. The DOR has great interest in the complexity of the taxation process. So the specialist will be evaluating the lease agreements, the fluctuating income to the property owner, and the lease agreements can generate accounts through tax to the city. And as the city of Quincy is ideally located for cell tower transmissions because of its proximity to the city and a highway, we need to stay out of this.
I know we get a lot of requests for cell towers.
Yes.
All All right, well, thank you very much. Happy to support this.
Mr. Chairman.
Council Cannon and Council Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colin, thanks for being here today. I just wanted to give you a chance to say anything else that you might have to say, because this is a huge portion of our budget where we actually get revenue in. And I know that you're trying to create efficiencies where we could probably increase that portion. So in terms of talking about taking advantage of cell phone towers and leasing, et cetera, what other ways are you aiming to bring in increased amounts of revenue?
Okay, well, another area that I am looking into is the new data collection software. We're actually working closely with a company as they deploy their planning software for collecting data out in the field. So every year, the city visits roughly 3,000 properties for cyclical inspections, which is mandated by law. An average person will do around 17 residential properties per day. This software will reduce our data collection time by 50%, allowing us to do, up to 50 residential properties per day.
Great, okay.
This is an area that we're definitely going to be able to, collect data, right, and, and in return, just its
To
evaluation.
do more
Correct.
and spend less.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. No, just want to stress that this is a very important part of the budget. Ms. Healy is taking, very important measures to make sure that we can improve this department. So I second Council Calhoun and Ms. Wait for
Thanks, Council. Council Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, welcome. Glad you're on the job, tackling it with enthusiasm. Just one of the things that you had said in your presentation that just caught my attention, you said the reevaluation, Quincy, is in FY18?
Correct.
Okay, so I thought, I don't know why, and perhaps mistakenly, thought that it was FY17 that was a reeval year.
No, FY17 is just an interim year adjustment. FY18 is a scheduled revaluation.
Okay, and so if you can, what's the difference between interim and
Okay.
schedule?
So an interim adjustment, the revaluation is more extensive. There are different reports submitted to the state.
Is a reeval is when they send people knocking around,
Correct,
doors,
right.
they come into your house, look around, all that. So an interim isn't that extensive, is that the?
Well, the revaluation, what the Department of Revenue does is they actually send out a spokesperson to the city. So what they'll do is they'll come into the assessor's office, they'll talk with us, they want to see the different neighborhood curves. They will actually physically get in the car, drive to properties. They'll look at, their water views that we have. They'll actually drive to the property and look at what the view is in comparison with, the surrounding properties. Just during the reval, it's more intense, it's more extensive. Whereas the interim adjustments, we're running our sales report and we're adjusting based on, the recent sales.
Okay, and the reason why I think it's important to know, for me anyways, when there's a reeval year, is because the taxes change. So I've been on the council, I think I'm heading into my 7th year. Councilor Forrest and I have been here over the course of one reeval. So we voted for a certain budget, we approved a certain tax rate, and then that particular year when we did the reeval, I remember getting phone calls where people telling me my taxes went up by, X amount, X, and I was like, no, I only voted for, Y amount. And then when I was figuring out why people's tax bills went up, it was because it was a reeval year, and essentially the whole city went up. So what the value of your house, that when this council votes on a tax rate, we're taxing you at a certain percent per thousand, or a certain dollar per $1,000 of value in the house. So, and we anticipate when the administration presents to us that, the average tax bill is going up by, $100, $150, that's roughly the amount of impact people will feel in their wallets. But in a reeval year, it's all bets are off. If property values go up, that $150 isn't really the benchmark anymore, isn't the waterline of what the tax increase will be, or if they go down, it would be less. But I think it's important to know. So FY18 is the really intense reeval.
Keep in mind though, FY15 was with our last reval, that would have been reflective of calendar year 2012 going into 13. So not only was it a revaluation year, but it also was reflective of when the market spiked. If you look back, you pull up sales from 2012 and just even compare 2013 to 14, you're going to see, how the market, changed drastically in those years as well.
So 18 will look at the reeval.
From 2 years, FY18 will be the revaluation year. You're going to be looking back from calendar year 2016 sales. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you answering those
You're welcome.
questions.
I'll second. There's a motion, will pass. Is there any, Council DeBona?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation, Neil. I'm just looking basically at the residential to the commercial base percentages that we have. I mean, I have 2016, and correct me if I'm wrong. At the residential side, we're at 71.76%, and on the commercial side, we're at 23%. Those are for 2016. Do you have a projection for 2017? The reason why I ask is I'm looking to see when that commercial is that going to come up in percentage-wise.
so right now, we've sent our income expense forms. That should be, the deadline will be the end of this month. And after that, we'll be reviewing and analyzing the data. So I wouldn't want to give you an answer to that just yet. We can check back in with you about a month or so. We'll have the data back, with reflective of the commercial. So.
Okay. On top of that, just to piggyback a little bit, who's doing the values of, for instance, the downtown development, west of Chestnut? Who would be the person doing that assessment?
It would be the board of assessors alongside with our vendor, Vision Building Solutions.
Do you know when that'll be reassessed, by the way? Just because, you got some units that are already being, people have already moved in.
Development, we have adopted housing law, which allows us to assess the percent complete as of July 1. Because that was new construction, that started after January 1, we are allowed to capture the growth, percent complete for July 1. So they will be coming up with actual.
The only reason why I ask is because a lot of the viewers just they've been asking me a lot of questions about, okay, when are we going to start getting some revenue from this downtown development? When are we going to get it on the other parts of the city for the commercial base? And a big driving force is to offset with this commercial base, offset the residential. It's like Councilor Palmucci said, we revalue these houses again, and taxes are going to go up.
Right.
Quincy's booming right now, so.
And this is where I strongly suggest familiarizing the public with the laws that we have to comply, the dates we have to comply with. It's one of the things that we stress.
Sure.
Whether I take 15 minutes or sometimes it takes an hour to talk with somebody and thoroughly explain, so at least when they leave, they do understand that these are the laws,
Sure.
when we have to follow.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Any further discussion or comments, questions from Ms. Haley? All right, Colleen, thanks again for, I'm sorry. I just want to say before we go on the motion, Jane keeps us all in check here. She's wonderful. And I'd just like to point out she's done a heck of a job keeping us organized with the literature in front of us. But thank you for your service as the chairwoman. I know that you've hit the ground running. I can tell that you're an analytic. You take a lot of pride in what you do and keep doing what you're doing. So with that, we have a motion on the floor to pass the budget for the assessor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Good evening. Have a good night, Ms. Haley.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, next item on the agenda is Mr. J. Duke with Inspectional Services. Jay's information can be found on section 2, page 36, section 3, page 89. Welcome, Mr. Duke. Somebody I talked to several times a week. Nice to see you.
Thank you,
The
Quincy.
floor is yours.
Good evening, my name is Jay Duker. I'm the Director of Inspectional Services. Inspectional Services is comprised of 7 departments: building, weights and measures, wiring, plumbing and gas, conservation, and zoning board. We ensure that all buildings are safe to occupy throughout the city. We perform yearly inspections on restaurants, schools, lodging houses. We ensure those places are safe, and we issue certificates of inspection for those facilities. I'll be glad to answer any questions regarding my budget.
Questions for Mr. Duke or Council Palmucci?
Jay, if I could, can you discuss, I think you have one new position, right? One new position and a change of a position, is that right?
Yes,
All right, so the one new position is the compliance officer.
correct.
Can you just discuss what that, oh, I'm sorry, am I looking at the wrong one?
It's a building inspector.
Oh, I'm sorry, the building inspector, right. Can you just speak to what that job entails, what the need is?
Yeah,
why
building
it's- why it's
inspector, we've have another position for building inspector. Right now, we have 4 building inspectors. Back in early 2000, when I first came here, we had 5. In '08, we had 5. Back then, we issued approximately 1,800 permits. Last year, we issued just under 3,000 permits. We have a lot of large jobs. It's really, we've been kind of sharing the load with the people we have and learned to become efficient, but truly, this is an appropriate time to add another inspector on.
And so there'll just be essentially like a line inspector, no targeted duties, but they just, you go into the workflow of all the other inspectors, essentially just to take some of the load off the current team?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have data as to the number of inspections that you've done over the course of a fiscal year, or the number of tickets that are written over the course of a year? Do you have any type of data points that, I'm sure you don't have them now, but that you can provide with us, provide to
I have
us,
them.
perhaps after? No, you don't. Do you really?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, sure. Dazzle me.
So
Dazzle me with
basically,
numbers.
inspectors will do approximately 3,000 inspections during the course of a year. If you figure it out and you divide by the number of inspections by 3,000 permits, it roughly figures out to about 15 inspections per day per inspector, based on a year work day of 200 some odd days. Some inspections, some projects only need a couple of inspections. Some need as many as 10 or 20. So a balance is about 4 to 5 inspections if you figure it out and do the math on an average. A lot of what we do is answer complaints. We answer about 1,700 complaints per year, which is over 30 per week.
That's including all the counselor complaints? Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's some complaints that counselors aren't even aware of that we answer and resolve. But yeah, we try to handle all complaints, and we do handle most complaints in the first couple of days. Over 98% of them get resolved very quickly. The other 2%, roughly go into the court system, and we have to deal with for various reasons.
All right, so there's, so 1,700 complaints for the department, right? For all
Yes.
inspectors, roughly.
And that includes the code enforcement officer is in that.
Is that Kenny Burr's position?
That's Ken Burr.
Okay. And what's the difference between code enforcement and inspectors, other inspectors?
Code enforcement generally deals with trash complaints, vehicles, blighted properties, noise complaints. The building inspectors deal with unsafe maintenance, dangerous buildings, blighted properties as well, signs, illegal signs, and sort of more code and zoning issues.
Okay.
But there are various times when we share those duties across the board when, just because of our resources are wrong.
Right. Now, you said a number earlier in terms of, I think you cited the building permit number.
Yes.
Like last year to this year, I think you said.
I did a basic run from May, actually this day, a year back. I didn't do it by fiscal year, I just did it
Sure,
1 year.
sure. And then, if you were to look at the year prior, I mean, are we at a, obviously we're heading up from last year to this year, but I would imagine, I mean, from what I see, from the things that come across my desk, where every year it's been more and more and more. So I guess what my question is, we're going to add a position, and then at some point, the market will level off, or the city's desirability, or will be fully built out at the rate we're going, but saturated in development. But at some point, it'll level out or decrease. What will you do with the extra inspector at that point? I mean, will there be work for him to do? Say, my experience up here, once we add something, once we add a position to the city government, it's very rare that it then goes away at any point. There's always, so I understand we may have a momentary need over this past year or two, or maybe heading into next year for a new position. But I'm wondering, kind of thinking out loud, would it be better to contract something out for this short period of time? or would there be a use for this position over the long term? You know, obviously the real estate market goes up and down, and the development market as well.
Well, certainly we can address that when the time comes, but I would ask you to consider that. I think we're back, even if the real estate market goes the other direction, we're back to where we should have been in '08. That was normalcy, as far as I'm concerned.
With the staffing level?
What's that?
With the staffing level.
With the staffing, okay. Generally, in the inspector world, 10 or 12 inspections a day is about tops. We've been doing that and more, and we've been just sharing the load since '10.
Yeah, and let me just throw that out there. I mean, I think I say this every year, but your department is, I think, one of the hardest working departments we have. Like, we can see that there's an overburden of the amount of work that you guys have to do. Like, even when I talk to you, it's, you get that sense, and I know that you and your folks are tackling that as best you can. And that's why, I believe it was 2 years ago at this point, 3 years ago, that we supported that technological upgrade of, what, 100,000 at least to help offset some of that burden. Can you give us an update on how that's played? Am I still on the thunder, Councilor? All right, I'll defer to Councilor. You've answered my questions. I'll let Councilor.
Council, you're going to yield?
Yeah, I yield to my colleague from Laura.
Do you want the floor back? So Jay, I have to echo Council Palucci. I think it's budget time. You and I are kind of in lockstep. You do a terrific job. You're someone that I talk to multiple times, every single week, consistently. If you don't know your answer, you're right back to it. But whatever project I seem to be asking about, you know exactly the address, and it's amazing citywide. So I very much appreciate that, and not you and your department know how much. I agree, the efforts that you're putting in day day out.
Thank you.
I'm glad you don't have specific data here, because I'm thinking the 1,700 complaints. Ward 1 is constantly calling in a lot of issues into your department. And I think we, unfortunately, particularly when you say the 98% responsive, I agree with that. I've seen calls come in, immediate response, except of course for the blighted issue. And I know we have a few properties in the court system. I know 45 Shannon Street, we're finally seeing progress for demolition, and some others really long abandoned unsafe structures are a struggle for you and your department, how much time it takes for it. But I appreciate the effort. I guess I want to talk about, we'll just go right into the software. So we launched this new software. I got to use it for my own home permit, load in, whether it's the builder or the homeowner gets to put in the information, apply online, the department gets right back to them. So I know that part of what you were doing was loading up a lot of back data so that we had it in the system versus in filing cabinets in 55 C Street. Where are we on that project?
We're doing famously, as Joe Shea would say.
Famously.
We launched it last year, March 17th, so we're a little over a year. It's been working really well. We're getting data put in online. We have somebody dedicated to archiving stuff that we already have in cabinets. We are creating no new paper, so everything is going on view permit. We have the ability right now to put view permit online where folks can go and actually look at the permit and files. It's just that we don't have enough data yet to offer that. So that's going along very well. The other piece that we've already paid in the software, it also has a DPW module. It has a health department module. The assessors, we gave one license to the assessors now. They can run their own reports rather than we have to file paper reports with them every week. So that's going to be launched probably within the next month. Those folks will be on the system as well.
So, and I appreciate that right now the user is able to log in and get access to their information, but this is really an effort for transparency in government that, you often get calls from the neighbor who, does so-and-so have a permit, the queue's not in the window, and that policy that the queue must be displayed for the public to see has been taken out of the state building code. So that's no longer the policy at the state level. A lot of homeowners opt to still do that, but going forward, you'll be able to log into the city website, put in an address, and see what the permit and what the plans are. Because not everything comes forward to the Board of Appeals, some of the straight permits. Where would you say the timeline is until we get to that point?
I would say probably 2 years total. We can probably put the online version on where folks can go on and view that. It just may not be fully loaded, but certainly right now we're online where people can check a permit.
Just to see if a permit was issued, what's happening in the neighbor's property. And I think what's interesting is that the software that you've chosen has the module of the health department. I know oftentimes, particularly in abandoned life properties, if there's something that we're not able to get traction through your department, if you're surely, the direct move going in and out, the health department is, and I really see opportunity for better collaboration between the departments. I feel sometimes the citizens are frustrated when it's like involved in who's court, right? So if it's, well, the inspectional services can issue a code violation, but the health department can actually get in and make progress from a different angle. And I feel that that would be something there's room for improvement on, just maybe because of how the requests come in, right? And you get a lot of times you don't get the whole picture. Oh, there's rodents into the property, except for now, that's a hot topic. I wish we had room in this budget for an additional code enforcement officer. I feel like sometimes it probably monopolize Canberra with just the blight complaints alone. I know that we're not looking necessarily for the money fines, we're looking for the compliance, but we have properties that are decades old that we haven't seen compliance, and I think that those money tickets are the only option, right? So you look particularly downtown, Tasso's Pizza, or some of the ones we've been talking to for years, right? So 45 Spring had a really difficult homeowner situation, getting screwed by a contractor that everyone was sympathetic to, but then the property gets bought. Well, the person now paid money for an abandoned property in those conditions, they knew they were buying it. And here we are 2 years later from that sale, and there's no traction and minimal fines levied, and they shouldn't have the same protection as a contractor. So I really wish that additional position was code enforcement. Was there any request to the mayor's office for that fulfillment?
We felt at this point, at least one building inspector would definitely help because we do share the load, that just at least one would be beneficial.
Because the duties of the building inspector are broader than that of the code enforcement officer.
There's some overlapping pieces that either code official, code enforcement officer, or the building inspector can both cite.
And then, the other hot topic for me in your department, I will say you've done a great job pinch hitting, is that we haven't afforded an independent conservation officer for a few years now. That was something that, due to budget cuts a couple of years ago, we had to eliminate. And particularly with the FEMA flood maps, and I know just how much time that I've had to put into it, and you as our floodplain manager, was there any discussion about funding the conservation officer position?
I think we've been doing a pretty good job for those folks that are applying for conservation permits. We've been dealing with it. We, as you know, work closely with the DEP. Those permits get sent automatically, and we've been handling it internally.
I will say you have, and I have to say you've done a tremendous job. One of the things people I think don't realize is why we're so stringent on these conservation issues is that these all get audited by FEMA, and the reason we have a community rating system and FEMA flood insurance discount through the NFIP that we do is because of the diligence of your department. So I just look at it as you have, like Council Public said, you have a lot happening. You're all working very hard. I think that right now the prevalence, particularly of the floodplain management issues, I would like to see, when we're talking about staff in the department, I just feel that those are two areas that could use additional help just because of the volume. But thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Forrest. Council Harris.
Thank you. Hi, Jay. Good to see you again. In my 6 weeks on, I can't thank you enough what you've done for my board, especially out in Marina Bay just recently, and over and coming to the meeting last week. That was tremendous. I want to touch on Council Palucci's concern about the person and if there was a slowdown in growth. Heaven forbid that happens. But if there was a slowdown in growth, we would be, through attrition probably, we'd be able to probably take that out of the budget years from now. Am I correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
But again, thank you so much. You've been a big help, and I'll probably be calling you in the next couple of days as
Feel
well.
free to call.
Thanks, Jim.
Councilor Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
going to echo my colleagues' sentiments here. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I do want to thank you, new department, for all of your help. Although I've only been on the council since January, I've had the help of the department on both the commercial and now the residential side. And your reach and really your help directly, throughout the entire city is really incredible for me. That being said, listening to Councilor Pavlucci talking about the positions and what we can eliminate and really what we need right now as we continue to grow throughout the city. I'm just looking through the items here and comparing it to the actuals of what we spent last year. And on the clerk typist, it says here that only 26% of what was appropriated last year in the budget was spent, but there's a 10% increase this year to 38,000 from 34,000. And so if we only spent 26% of what was budgeted last year, it does mention here that there are 2% salary increases, adjustments for all city employees, which is fine, but that only brings us to 35,000. But on here, you're proposing 38,000. So if you could just help me understand why there's about a 10% increase versus the 2%, even though we've only spent 26% of the budget, it helped me understand why
Sure.
it's that.
We have a very small budget comparable to other department budgets. I'm very careful throughout the year. There are some things that I need that historically, if you look at my past budget, I've spent just about every dollar for the most part historically going back. I just haven't spent, usually when I'll wait until May, early June to see that I have enough money to buy the things that I need to buy. One of the items that I would like to purchase this year are the tablets that go along with the view permit system, which work with, it lets the inspector do the inspections in the field, real time, and enter data, complaints, tracking, and get real-time data on permits from the field. That's part of the spending that I intend to spend over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, and can that come from the clerk typist line though?
Some of it's going to come from contractual. The tablets, each one of them is like $400 per year for to enable it to have the data link. The tablets themselves are about $500 with the special case that comes with it. And I haven't I priced it, but we haven't really locked into a contract. I'm working with Chuck Phelan through the IT department on that.
Okay.
The other items, we have a car allowance, vehicle expense repair. Those issues, some of the vehicles need tires, some of them need oil changes. A lot of the work gets done by the DPW all year. Some of the big ticket items like tires and that, I usually wait and see what I have left in the budget before I'll, obviously we need tires, we need them. But if I have the money in this year's budget, I will purchase those. If not, then I will use next year's budget money to do that. But generally, historically, I wait until the middle of May to really focus on these last items that I need to purchase.
Okay, so again, just to clarify, for those outstanding items, you can pull from the clerk typist line, or you cannot?
I'm sorry.
I'm referring to the clerk typist line. You're saying that anything that's left over at the end of the year, you can take a look at and appropriate it toward other expenses that you have. I'm just trying to understand, can you actually pull from the clerk typist line item where there are funds left over for those items that you need?
Council, excuse me, point of information, sorry to interrupt, the auditor has some information, probably shed some light on that, so, Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Councilor. In that particular clerk typist line, the reason why you're seeing only 26% expended is that position was just filled in the middle of February. So therefore, for 7.5 months in the fiscal year, that position was unfilled. So beginning in the next fiscal year, that position will be filled for the whole 52 weeks.
That actually answers my question, so thanks.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Council? You all set?
No, thank you.
Council Hughes?
Motion to approve.
Council Hughes, did you have something on that? I don't know.
Just that Jay is the best inspectional services director, We don't need to belabor that point any longer. But if other people have questions, I just make a motion to accept my
I
budget.
appreciate that. This motion, I am going to just recycle because I talked to you at least 2 or 3 times a
Yes.
week. Unfortunately, but fortunately, you're the right guy for the job. It's amazing that how much your department touches constituents' lives, from, I heard light to building permits and really everything in between. And I know that the folks that you're interacting with, and sometimes the environments that you operate in, are not the most inviting. And I just want to point out that, again, I think you're the right guy for the job. I don't know what you do offline, if you're like hiking mountains, kind of turn off that energy, or meditating or whatever, but you have a very good, even keel. Like I said, I know some of these situations that you had to deal with the board too, and I'm grateful to have an advocate in you and in your department. So with that, there's a motion to move passage on inspection services. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my staff for the hard work that they do in supporting me in my mission. Thank you, Council.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Okay, folks, next item on the agenda is public buildings. So, you want to start? Okay. Let's recognize the mayor's representative, Chris Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, and with the committee's approval, I'd like to speak a little bit about the top-level organizational changes that you'll see in the budget, and then hand it over to Mr. Coniff to talk about the bulk of the public buildings budget this year. The organizational changes the mayor is proposing in the FY 2017 budget represent the gradual progression from its beginning in 2008 to its status today as a department with the same level of importance and relevance to the public as the DPW. This transformation has really made a huge difference in the condition of our school buildings, our libraries, our firehouses, and the 50 or so public buildings we have under its purview. It was basically a group of custodians and a small office staff. In 2008, has grown to a department of professional tradesmen, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, that will have completed by this year's end 3,500 work orders. And that does not include a number of the capital projects that they're specifically in charge of and monitor on a daily basis. From new Quincy High School, new Central Middle School, the Senior Center, Old City Hall, and coming up in the very near term, a number of projects, including new Sterling Middle School. The director of the department has done a tremendous job in guiding this department essentially from its inception to today. He's a structural engineer by trade and an incredibly talented one at that. His ability to identify, assess, and manage issues within our existing buildings has been invaluable, as is his ability to do the same with the contractors working on many of our large-scale projects. In fact, when we first came into office in 2008, one of the first things that was done was value engineering the Quincy High School project. That process saved several $1 million and helped us get that project in on time and under budget. The director of the department was responsible for doing much the same with Central Middle School and any of the large-scale vertical projects the department is responsible for. Excuse me. As the department's workload has grown, so have the administrative requirements. There's simply not enough hours in the day for any human being to handle both the engineering requirements and the administrative end of this department. In this budget, the mayor has proposed a reorganization to allow the director of public buildings to continue the work in which he is so valuable in as the new director of engineering. So essentially, we're going to keep the director of public buildings as the new director of engineering, and the director of public buildings will receive an upgrade to a commissioner's position. And that, again, goes back to something the mayor said repeatedly, is that we're trying to get this to the department to a place where it's on an equal level, equal footing with the Department of Public Works. This increase in the department head salary will raise the Commissioner of Public Buildings salary to that equal to the Department of Public Works. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Coniff to update the council on the remainder of the budget.
Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Kroll and members of the City Finance Council. Pleased to speak to you tonight about our request for fiscal year 2017, and also because we have some new councilors to elaborate a little bit on public buildings and what we do and what we're about. So as Chris said, we are charged with over 50 civic buildings, 21 of which are school buildings, and this is about 2 million square feet of space that we operate, maintain, and renovate to better meet the needs of students and city employees and visitors. The mission of the Public Buildings Department is to maintain and improve Quincy's civic buildings such that they are safe, functional, accessible, and inviting for all. These historic heritage and civic pride. So, thus we seek to support and further the mission goals of the Quincy Public Schools to foster excellence in education, and the missions of all the other city departments as they provide critical life safety, cultural, and administrative services to Quincy residents. And as Chris again mentioned, we started with an office staff of 3 and a custodial force of 9 in 2008. We've now grown to a total of 40 staff, and this includes a successful transition of the maintenance department, formerly with the public schools, into our department. Currently, public buildings consists of 20 tradesmen skilled in routine maintenance, emergency repairs, special building projects. We have licensed electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and a number of skilled journeymen. 3,500 work orders are projected to be completed this fiscal year. We also have a fine staff of 8 custodians that serve at City Hall, the police station, DPW, and the Kennedy Senior Center. Public Buildings has 9 other professionals engaged in management, building inspection, energy initiatives, and administrative and supervisory tasks. Collectively, the professionals in this group have over 150 years of direct experience in the trades. We've made great strides in integrating our technical professional staff with the expertise of the maintenance personnel. It's a mutual respect relationship, and the merger has been very workable. We've increased the reliability of our repairs. We've been able to undertake a lot of jobs in-house that were formerly let to outside contractors. This year we experienced a relatively trouble-free winter with a lot of the mechanical systems in our buildings, in spite of a very record-breaking cold this winter. And we attribute this largely to personnel skilled in mechanical systems, energy controls, control systems, and some of the digital programming. We've made great strides in our Green Communities commitment. This is a state-administered program whereby the city has agreed to reduce our energy consumption over a 5-year period by 20%. Right now, we remain favorably placed to get additional grants for energy-related projects. We've put a number of initiatives in place over the past few years. You'll see later on, I'll explain a little more. We've also helped administer a number of what I would call highly beneficial projects through either rebates, utility incentives, and grants, some coming from NGRID, and some coming through Green Communities. All these projects are sort of outside the budget that we're anticipating tonight. Primarily, this work is carried on by our energy manager and our energy tech. The total value of these projects in the past 3 years is $1.4 million. We have an account with municipal finance that has a balance of over $350,000 right now. So a lot of this money is also, like I say, not in the budget, but it is administered by our department. It, in some cases, it doesn't even cross the city finance package because the arrangement is, especially in the schools, some of this work is done by outside contractors in our schools. So we oversee the installation. We're aware of all the engineering that goes into it. We coordinate the installation. NGRID actually pays the contractors directly. So it's, like I say, over $1 million worth of benefits have gone in, and really at the work of a couple of people in our department. So, right now, Public Buildings provides a lot of direction in terms of design review and construction oversight on many of the capital improvement projects. And the budget will be presented, or the program, later this year, but we were involved in the past, we will be this year, going forward. But right now, we're actively engaged in a number of projects. Probably the most exciting one, obviously, is the new Sterling Middle School. Right now, we're reviewing the schematic design, and we'll be talking with the architects in the next few weeks. We have two big school projects under our belt: Quincy High and Central Middle School. Both of those came in under budget. Quincy High opened on time. Central was slightly late, but I would say our staff is well positioned to improve on that record. Right now, working with the MSBA, the School Building Authority, we have a window and roof replacement project scheduled for Beechwood Knoll that's under design review. And we have a roof replacement at Marymount School, and we expect to award the contract in the next couple of days. Bids are in, we're evaluating. Going forward, if I may, we have some type of restoration work scheduled for virtually all the 8 fire stations in the city. Some of it more critical than others. Several have floor repairs that we'd like to accomplish in the near future. Recently, we just finished the completion of a brand new heating system at Bernazzani School. Right now, Public Buildings is working with the Massachusetts State School Building Authority, a number of architects and contractors. Last summer, we placed about $8 million worth of doors and windows on 5 different schools. So once again, most of that money was reimbursed through the MSBA program. On our end, it's a big time commitment. Director of Plant Facilities, Mr. McDonald behind me, spent a large part of last summer coordinating that program. Obviously, we were involved with the renovation of Coddington Hall, which is an architectural gem that really well meets the needs of the school department as a primary tenant and some others. The renovation of City Hall. Look around. This is a civic building for the ages, quite a gem. So, as again, each of these projects requires a really diligent effort, professional oversight, and a considerable time effort on our part outside the budget we're talking about tonight. The mayor has been really supportive in helping us access matching funds for MSBA work, community preservation funding, and energy incentive programs. So that's one of the things I would like to emphasize is that in addition to the budget tonight, that we do spend a large effort on projects funded outside of the budget. We have a great working relationship with the School Building Authority, and we get significant reimbursements. And as I say, we do expect to be heavily involved in the capital improvement plan. We've been working with the mayor and the school department, as well as drawing on our knowledge base of the various buildings in the city. We have kind of a risk management type approach to evaluating the project, so we select the most worthy for inclusion in the program. We are currently working with an energy broker to buy natural gas and electricity at the best possible time. We buy futures, and we're looking to buy very shortly because time is right. The department has requested new positions, and as I say, part of our budget, but also our work efforts far exceed what's sort of comes across as the city budget. So this year, the budget we see $5,537,892. The budget, just a quick breakdown. The budget, 56% of this budget is salary and personal services. We do have the request for 2 additional tradespeople, an additional custodian, the upgrade of position commissioner, director of engineering, and an upgrade to an administrative assistant. Out of our $5 million budget, 22% is for building maintenance and repairs, and that covers sort of contracted services, emergency work, and long-term maintenance plan. 17% of the budget goes towards energy, and that is primarily for city buildings, does not include the school department, which pays their own bills. But on this year, you'll see that line item is down $150,000. So that's significant, and that's a number of factors. One, I think the energy efficiency projects that we have are starting to pay off. We are working with a broker to place ourselves in the best position to get good rates. We also had, this year, relatively easy winter except for like cold snap, so that is global climate change is not something we control. And the other 5% is custodial supplies. I think there are small increases in a couple of those line items having to do with contracted and supplies. Primarily, all of our outside vendors have gone up. I think our increases modest, under 5% on those line items. I think I want to emphasize, the two tradespeople that we'd like to add to the maintenance staff are people who would have a mechanical HVAC type background. Two things. We are looking to implement sort of a planned maintenance program where you map out the entire year, and these people would be in charge of, on a scheduled basis, taking care of every mechanical item in the city. At one time, Honeywell, the energy program for the city, had a list of every unit, every little fan, air conditioner, whatever in the city. And there is, they require maintenance. Right now, it's a combination of some planned maintenance when we have time and putting out fires. So I think the program is to have a couple of tradespeople who would be able to handle that duty in addition to being available for routine work, emergencies. Background, one position would probably be someone who is out of school recently and is more familiar with some of the high-tech equipment that's coming online and will be going in place at Quincy High and Central, here and at Coddington and Sterling in the future. A lot of changes in terms of computer controls and the programming. The other person would be someone who's got really some long time experience on really delving into the machines and being able. We have, a fairly aging infrastructure, and some of our average age of buildings is 62 or 3 years old. So you need someone with some good experience and hands-on. When I first started, City Hall at the time had 4 full-time custodians. Right now we're down to 2.5 custodians. We have a part-time gentleman. We would like to increase, add a position here primarily to maintain this beautiful building. And we are asking for an upgrade. Currently it's the bookkeeper in the maintenance department to administrative assistant based on the whole line consists of a step raise, some expectations of duties in the future, and experience. So as always, we seek to provide superior value to the city in everything we do. And thank you very much for your attention. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Connaughton, just wanted to point out also that Walter McDonald is here in the audience. Walter, welcome. We're going to go over to Council Finn. Council Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Connaughton, again. What you're reporting, it sounds as though you and your team have kind of been pretty effective in terms of return on investment, in terms of what your work and the attention that you paid has paid off in certain ways based on the presentation that you have this evening, which again, I would have to admit, leads me to wonder specifically about the proposed, for lack of a better term, reorganization at this point in terms of positions. And I need to clarify this, and it's probably best through you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Walker. But if we look at the budget itself on page 29, and it refers again to Director of Engineering. It shows for 2000, that is 0512089. And that shows that that's been zero for 2015 to 2016. And it gives an account number 512098, which is this Commissioner of Public Buildings, and reflects that in 2015 and 2016, we actually spent $101,000 in 2015, and roughly the same amount in 2016. That's a mistake, isn't it? Correct. Okay, so
That is, there is a technical issue with the book and the lines. The intent here is to show the Director of Engineering being a new job. I think what happened was between translating the planning documents into Munis and translating Munis back into something we could all see, it was the Director of Public Buildings. That job ended up being zeroed out within the specific Munis code. What should be reflected here is the Commissioner of Public Buildings should be the Director of Public Buildings with an upgrade to that 118. And the Director of Engineering is the purely new job.
Yeah, but this is the difficulty I have with proposing positions like this through the specific budget process. Aside from the fact about whether or not this new, because I see it as a new position. I don't see it as an old position. I see, essentially, we have, if we go back to fiscal year 15 under a line item in Munis 512,089, which is the same. We see that that was expended at 99,000 FY13, 99,000 FY14, 101 in FY15, and then again budgeted again, as far as I can tell, even though it's not reflected here, again in FY16. I do remember at some point there being a Director of Public Buildings, but I'm not exactly sure when that changed or how that process changed. Perhaps you for the audit, do you have any idea, Madam Auditor, when that switched? Because again, there's nothing in Munis that indicates anything related to a so-called Director of Public Buildings.
I believe that there was always a director position. It might have been called Director of Public Building Construction. And it has always been charged to the 512089 account.
But as you have it over these past few years, it has pretty much been Director of Engineering, correct?
I would have to get a confirmation, but I'm thinking that maybe that title has been updated in the Munis system, and that's why it's being shown that way. I don't know when the change took place.
This is all well and good, but we actually have a person before us who is kind of, in my mind, then the person that I identified with the head of this specific department. And what we have is an upgrading a commission up to another position of Commissioner of Public Buildings. And at this particular point in time, given the fiscal realities that we faced, at a time when we should be really talking about the types of efficiencies and consolidations and different things, and again, gaining external resources, which Mr. Cuniff and his team clearly have done, I can't for the life of me figure why that has to be represented as the new position. And when, in fact, what you're proposing is to bring in a new Commissioner of so-called public buildings to the tune of $118,000. And this is the stuff that, again, people don't understand. And they just don't understand this. I mean, we've just listed the efficiencies that have occurred, the accomplishments that have occurred. You know, that old saying pops into my mind, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And yet, what we're doing is we're popping in, you know, aside from very legitimate on-the-ground services that they've been integrated into their budget, you're now putting into this whole mix a new position. It's not an old position that you're upgrading in my mind. You're basically, have this line item that was funded over the years. That 101, just so all my colleagues know, that should be under 512089. And 512098 has never been built. Nothing has ever been built under that. That should be 00. So in effect, that is actually the new position. And personally, with everything that, in my mind, everything we know about our financial situation and the things that we're fitting, that at this particular point in time, that's pretty tough to legitimate in my mind. So I'm going to propose that we cut $118,473 from the budget. Obviously, that would be a cut from the personal service line item. And, you know, again, people want to come back with a plan about why and the efficacies of this and the like, that's fine. But right now, I just can't justify it in my conscience and mind in terms of approving such an increase.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to cut from item number 512098, $118,473. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I just have one question for you, Gary.
Sure.
There's no doubt in my mind that you and Walter primarily do I deal with, and you both outstanding professionals. You know, when Council Finn starts to talk through the the commissioner position, what I always try to do is materialize that into the return on investment for the taxpayer, which I know we all do. Can you just kind of maybe walk me through what is the value to the taxpayer in terms of creating this position?
If I may defer to Mr. Walker to answer that question.
Good, Councilor.
Oh, yeah. No, my pleasure. I'm just trying to walk through, obviously, the Council Finn's point of the creation of a new position. Can you just...
It certainly is the creation of a new position. I think the differences that we're speaking of here is where that new position lies. It's from a policy perspective, and I think Councilor Finn's point could well be accepted as well. I think from our perspective, arguing for it is that the Director of Engineering is the new position, and the Commissioner of Public Buildings is receiving an upgrade to Commissioner's level, where it was at the 101.77 before. It was the mayor's intention to get that to a level with the DPW Commissioner. Again, there's nothing valid about what, from our perspective, what Councilor Finn's point was. It's just a difference of where we're making the case.
I mean, I understand, to his point, you carry the line down, the 101 down to the Director of Engineering. I understand that conceptually, but in terms of the creation of the new position, what's the value to the taxpayer?
The total creation of it, are you talking money or value?
Yeah, just value in them.
Value is, as I mentioned in my opening, Councilor, the department has grown to an extent of importance and effectiveness that there becomes the need to supplant the engineering requirements for the job, which we discussed relative to existing buildings, going into existing buildings, finding the structural deficiencies, identifying what projects need to be completed in those buildings. To Part B, the capital programs, keeping an eye on general contractors, the engineers, the architects of Central Middle School, of Sterling Middle School. These are purely engineering functions. They're not administrative functions. The department, because of the consolidation with the school department maintenance staff and with the growth that this body has improved over the course of years, every year we've added a couple positions. We added an energy manager a couple of years ago. We've added energy technicians. We've added director of maintenance. We've added maintenance people to the staff. It becomes a large-scale administrative job that comes along with this. An administrative job that the mayor believes is on par with the Commissioner of Public Works.
Councilor Finn?
Just to be clear, in terms of new versus old positions, there's no one presently that you are in this department per se that you're upgrading to this particular position, correct? Or a Commissioner of Public Buildings. And I'm just going to be on the record and say it, based on the presentation that we heard this evening, much of the fear and concern, perhaps, of the growth related to this agency, or this department is perhaps misplaced. And so the question is that in terms of the return on investment for that 118,000, unless you're really talking about upgrading what we presently have in relation to this in some way and making that clear, I don't get it. I just simply don't think, under the circumstances, this is the right time or justifiable expense. It's really significant. Mr. Walker again talks about the different positions, and generally I've supported that consolidation over the years because I thought that there would be certain efficiencies built into that. But I can't accept that this essentially take away the people who have been doing this and supplant them now, in my mind, seemingly arbitrarily, with a new commissioner at this point. And that's the basic difference, and I just don't believe our budget issues that we have and different things. We have $3 million additional dollars in snow and ice expenses, and we're going to be talking about creating positions of six-figure positions that I seriously question whether or not those are necessary. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't know where everyone else stands with it, but I do believe it's not called for.
Councilor Vaughn on the motion.
I just want to talk a little bit about the motion, just for clarification here. What are we trying? What are we specifically trying? Is it that line item, or we for the whole motion?
The motion is to cut the commissioner of public buildings.
That line item,
Correct.
not the exact public buildings, the total revenue, total budget.
No, sir. We're just speaking specifically about.
Okay, I just want clarification. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Forrest?
Just to follow up on Councilor Vaughn, I thought you cut the 118,000, it's up to the department head, right? Would it be cutting the total budget? They could reshuffle amongst that. Right? I think Councilor Vaughn's correct. The 118 is going to 118 is cutting from the total budget number when we cut budgets in the hearing committee. So I want to affirm our.
Councilor Zinn?
What we're doing is that we're cutting from the personal service line item. So you're active. We're cutting I'm proposing we cut $118,473 from the personal service line. When we cut, I'm cutting that, I could propose also that we cut the position itself, since I understand it's the mayor's views this as an order establishing these positions, and we could vote to cut the position of public buildings, because we can't cut this, and quite honestly, the mayor is only subject to stay within that personal service line. So he could do any number of things and add that position back. And I'm more than happy to make a motion for the time being to cut the position of Commissioner of Public Buildings. Happy to reinstate the Director of Public Buildings until we have a clearer, or accept that. But to leave the basic way it is now is acceptable to me. Now, if the mayor chooses to do something else with that personnel service line, and he's within his ability to do that, he can't cut out a single amount. You can, however, cut the position itself.
Councilor Vaughn, are you all set?
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, I personally think that this department is very, very important going into this next phase of what's going on, being in the schools part with you in the last 2 years, with all the different schools that are going on, Quincy High, Sterling, Central Middle School as well, balancing it off with the doors and the window replacements throughout the whole city with all the other elementaries and middles, and how important that is. 8 fire stations you're talking about. We're going into a different phase with the capital improvement plan. It looks like there's going to be a lot more going on. With that said, I was willing to split the difference with you. If I could make a motion for an amendment, $59,000 to be cut from that personal service. item. If I could make that in an amendment of a motion.
Cut the 118 by 59,000.
Exactly.
I want to split the difference. Council Finn wants to cut $118,000. I'm willing to split the difference at $59,000. So minus that, can I do that? Can I make that in the form of amendment of a motion?
Please accept that amendment, Council Finn.
No, I mean, it doesn't get to the intent of what I'm trying to achieve, to essentially lock this, what I consider to be the true position, which is this Commissioner of Public Buildings. And 59 basically leaves both the mayor and I frustrated in terms of what he's trying to achieve. So, again, my motion is basically to address what's creating that position and perhaps provide a later motion that we cut the position itself as well.
The motion stands on the floor. Councilor Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to clarify for myself, and I guess I have a conversation with fellow councilors with the conversation that's been going on. And so, through you to Councilor Finnegan, just to clarify what the matter that's on the table here, is that there is essentially one position. We can call it the director, we can call it the head, overseer, whatever you may, of this department. And we're now splitting those responsibilities into two. So now there is the commissioner, who is essentially, the responsibility is going to be the overseer of the whole department, and that still leaves a need which the director of engineering will come in to fulfill. I mean, I don't know if the mayor's representative can answer that, but it's like that's the issue that's here right now. And I think, for me anyways, I'd like to know, I mean, reading through the description here, I'd like to know what is it that the commissioner would be doing that he couldn't also work into as a position of director of engineering. I mean, I'm just trying to understand also why those positions need to be separated, and the amount of work that those two positions would require, that both of them would be six-figure salaries and be two separate positions. Does that question make sense?
Sure. I do think that your explanation makes sense, Councilor. The difference between the two positions, again, one is a department head level commissioner's position at the level of the Department of Public Works, at the level of the city solicitor, at the level of the higher tier department heads. That's what the 118 request is for, and that's a request based on belief that this department has grown in its abilities and its function and its importance to the level of the DPW. The director of engineering position is strictly a structural engineer's position. It's our belief that you cannot do both. We cannot have a full-time structural engineer who is doing nothing but engineering and directing the engineering around the city on all of these projects that we're working on, in addition to running the day-to-day functions of the department. That is the intent of this addition to the budget. That's the goal behind it, is to have someone who's in charge of the department and someone who's in charge of engineering. Both of those positions right now are the same thing. And as this department continues to grow in its importance, it's our belief that we need to separate those functions and provide the opportunity for the structural engineer to do just that, just engineer, just work on these projects and not do day-to-day stuff.
Thank you, sir. Council, does that answer your question? Yes. All right, Council Foster, we're going to go to you first. We're going to go to Council Calhoun.
Didn't I still have the floor?
Yielded it, but then you lost
Everybody
it.
yielded it from me for their, sorry, go ahead, Council.
I just a couple things. I supported the creation of this department in previous budgets because of the presentation that was made at that time. I think that, I think there is a need. We're on an unprecedented path of infrastructure repair and creation. The opportunities that the state has given us to fund a majority of new school projects, the Quincy High, the Central, and soon to be the Sterling, that I trust, as I would expect this mayor will look to the next school that we need done after that. But so we're spending large sums of public dollars on infrastructure, on buildings, on the very building we sit in now. And that's one of the reasons why I supported the creation of this department, is because, I mean, this building alone, as an example, you use this as an example, it was in such utter disrepair that we were probably 10 to 15 years beyond it's needing to be fully replaced. And I think part of that is because in years past, there wasn't the proper upkeep of these buildings. So I support the intent here. Obviously, it's a difficult issue, difficult debate anytime we're talking about the growth of government. As I said earlier to one of the previous presenters, is, every time we grow government, it's never going to recede. You feed it and it grows. It's like a toddler, I suppose, in that sense. It's never going to shrink down again. So when you're voting to grow government, when you're voting to add positions, from my perspective, you have to be very careful that those positions are needed, both in the short term and the long term, and that they're what I think Councilor Crowe was referring to. What's the bang for the buck? Are we utilizing taxpayer dollars appropriately? Is this something we need or something we want? And so I'm trying to tie this all back to a point, which I think goes to something that we've been discussing this entire budget process and in the last meeting as well as tonight, that it's a fundamental policy difference that I have, a procedural difference that I have with the administration about the creation of new positions. If we're talking about reorganizing government, which we're going to talk about a little bit later tonight, beyond just adding a single position, reorganizing the government, there needs to be a greater discussion that's outside of the budget context. I don't see the budget as the place that you put in new positions and you call that position ratified or ordained by the council. I think they should be coming in as straight ordinances, and I think that the budget is about funding positions that are already agreed upon rather than creating new positions. Now, that being said, I think that I'm thoroughly confused about what we're talking about in terms of cutting. So I understand the first motion by Councilor Finn was to cut $118,473 from this budget. I don't know that you can, you're cutting essentially 192, that bottom line number, the 5.5 million. You're cutting $118,000 out of that. What the mayor does with that, this is my impression. I'm not trying to educate anyone. I'm just kind of saying what I think. The effect that I think that has is telling the mayor, we don't want to fund that position, right? We don't want to fund that position. We don't want to fund the creation of a new position. However, I think the way in which the administration is going about these new positions, I disagree. I think the administration would take that as, okay, then the position doesn't get filled, it doesn't get created. But technically, I don't think that's the procedure, because we can't cut a position. We can't cut an actual job title out of the budget. We can only cut the corresponding payment amount. What the mayor does with that, the mayor does with that. So my feeling here is once you put a position in the budget book, and this is going based on what you guys have argued, once you put a position in the budget book, it's then ratified by the council. That line item exists. It can be funded at a later date. It can be funded during the course of the year with other monies. You could cut 2 other positions, fund that. So that's why I think it's really confusing the way in which we're going about adding positions and reorganizing government. It would be a lot cleaner if these things came in as a discussion and a debate on their own merits. And thank you, by the way, to the administration for providing the job descriptions. That's very helpful. Appreciate that. But I do think that that's a separate discussion that we need to have. So the first motion was to cut $118,000. What the mayor does with that is up to the mayor. We approve a bottom line number, essentially. We can't cut a position. The second motion reminded...
Point of order, just to be clear. Again, that's misrepresenting what we can do. We can cut the personal service line. We are not cutting the total public buildings alone. We do have the discretion to cut from personal service. You're right in the sense that if the mayor wanted to rebalance and fund that position by cutting the 3 janitors and fund it through that, you could do that. However, in the past, I see I don't want to embarrass a former colleague, but we've been through this battle before. And what we would do, there'd be orders that describe those specific positions. Clearly, the mayor understands the budget is in order in some way proposing these. So again, we could make a motion to cut the 118, and I do believe we can make a motion to cut this specific position itself. And then if the mayor wants to come back in at some point with orders to talk about this reorganization and why, and some, to take, and again, at the risk of, I think I've stated the difference, but the bottom line is you can cut that personal service line.
And I don't disagree with
I
that.
think the mayor is a person of, hopefully of such good faith, and he'd understand what our intent was. But further, I do believe we can cut the position as well.
Well, I appreciate your point of order, procedure,
If this is an order.
information. Yeah. But I don't know that I 100% agree with that. But I do, for what it's worth. So the first motion is to cut $118,000, $118,473,000. I said it wrong again. $118,473. Then there's another motion subsequent to that we would have to vote on, which is to cut by half. So you have to, right, you can only vote on one motion at a time. You have to vote on the subsequent motion first, which is Councilor DeBona's motion. Because essentially Councilor DeBona's motion is a hostile amendment to Councilor Finn's motion. So you have to vote on Councilor DeBona's motion and then Councilor Finn's motion as amended by Councilor DeBona's motion, is my understanding. So either way, I don't think we can achieve what we need to achieve, which is to not grow government through the budget itself with positions and create new positions. But I respect Councilor Finn, who's obviously has more experience than I do in these matters. But yeah, I just wanted to add that to the debate. So
Thank you, Council.
thank you.
And for what, I'm going to go right to you, Councilor Forrest. I just verified with the auditor that all cuts in the first example of $118,000 and change come off the personal services line item. If Councilor DeBona put forth a motion of $59,000, that would all be subtracted out of the personal services line item. So we're not talking about the aggregate of public buildings, we're talking about the personal service line item.
Gotcha.
Everything gets backed out of that.
The 3.1, not the 5.4.
Correct. Yep. Excuse me, Councilor Forrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I agree with Councilor Palmucci on the procedure relative to the positions in the council were coming in, but be it as it may, it's before us now. So it's a little, chicken or the egg, which way you bring it first, you bring it in budget time, and that's what the mayor has opted to do. Mr. Conniff, I think one of the things for me is with public buildings, is unfortunate that we have had a lot of deferred maintenance within your department. And I know that in this particular building, it was the city of Quincy violated every code we had enforced, right? We had antiquated utilities. We had had a lot of issues with a historic building. I see in the audience our representatives of our...
Councilor, I'm just sticking to the motion. We can come back to this on the actual 118.
So I haven't had comments on the budget.
You're going to bring it back to the 118, because we're going to go back to the department after this. But there's a motion on the floor, cut by 118.
Okay, well, it is, it'll come back. I guess that's where I was going relative to, kind of where the department's going is where the need is. So I guess I didn't want to hear my comments before the vote. So, Mr. Conniff, as I'm looking in the back and I see representatives of Quincy Fire here, particular IT's Chief Barron, that I'm going to have Jay Duca write a blighted ticket for the conditions of the rear driveway and entrances. And it's one of these projects that we all are well aware it needs to be funded. It's been identified and being made the photo slide for the capital improvement plan. But it's just one of those that, as you're allocating resources, they're insufficient. As I'm looking to fund this position at the 118 and give your department the resources it needs because there is so much responsibility, I'm interested to see, I think this is going to be about the workload in this capital improvement plan relative to public buildings. And finally getting to the maintenance of a lot of our buildings that we're responsible for that haven't had the attention it's deserved. So do you want to talk about, we as a council have not vetted the capital improvement plan. We've seen a preview by the mayor. I'm not sure if we even have it scheduled for our full in-depth review. So I guess for me, as I'm looking at this, I am anticipating, just because of the buildings in my district, the police station, both fire stations that I represent. I've seen the schools getting a lot of grant funding and a lot of projects going away. The House of Maritime Science, Walter McDonald's involved in as well. Tell me why with the growth of the workload, I think it's really important to reflect upon what you see coming down the pipeline in this next fiscal year relative to the capital improvement plan and your staffing needs in the department.
Sure, I'd be glad to. As I say, we've been working on the capital improvement plan for more than a year, and we took sort of our knowledge base of buildings based on, we talked with a number of the maintenance guys, met with, we take a risk management type approach. In other words, each project gets evaluated on, how likely is this component or part of the building or the building to fail, and then what would be the consequences of that failure. In other words, if a fan goes out in some classroom and it's very likely, the likelihood is high, but the consequences are very low. Whereas I look at, say a heating system, to take an extreme example. If a heating system went out because a boiler burst in one of the schools, the likelihood might be relatively high. The consequences are also very high. I mean, that would shut down, in the wintertime, it would likely happen, that would shut down, the entire school for, a week anyway, to do the repairs. So when we put this program together, we told to sort of prioritize it. We came up with a total, I think, of, I didn't bring the list with me, about 68 projects to be accomplished, over the next 3 to 5 years. We have hard estimates on some of the jobs, based on our background and experience in construction. We estimated it's around $12 million worth of work.
Each year?
No, that would be the total for going forward. So I don't propose to know anything about how we, borrow that money and whatnot. But in terms of, having $12 million worth of work to supervise, and each, because there were 68 projects, it's not like a school building, more money than that, but sort of concentrated in your contacts and your efforts. With 68 different projects, there's a lot of, a mix of engineers, architects, consultants, in addition to going forward when the project actually breaks ground with the contractors. So we look at that in our department as, a significant amount of work. As I say, far beyond what our, our budget for building maintenance is. So that, I think, precipitated the need for additional professional help.
Have you, and I know we haven't vetted into this, and Mayor hasn't appropriated how many projects, but can you give me an idea of this particular fiscal year, what you're looking to be bringing on in this additional workload in projects? I know, the needs are substantial, and the list is long, but if you're comparing projects that you've identified, do you have a project number that you're looking for, a goal for?
A dollar value? I don't know.
Not even a dollar value, just a project number.
Well, we're starting to engage a couple of consultants and hope to do some work on the Southern Tide Mill, which is, funded CPC money. We have the money available. We're starting to engage the consultants. We are, like I said, about to award in the next day or so the contract for re-roofing Marymount School. We're doing the design review for Beechwood Knoll. We will be undertaking, I think, two of the smaller, two of the fire station repairs. I'd like to accomplish the work at Engine 8 down in Germantown and the floor at Engine 6 in House Neck. We've had the engineering plans for at least 2 years, maybe more. We're ready to move ahead.
And into the chief of department's credit and the audience, that's been a project that's been long waiting on that, right? It's been one that's been well identified, funds haven't been there, funds haven't been there. I appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I appreciate you particularly referencing projects in my ward. I know that Ward 1 is getting our resources out of your department, and I'm grateful for the work that you do with your staff day in and day out, and the improvements that we're able to make. It's been a long time coming, but it's time to give your department the resources that it needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Getting back to this motion, I'd like to withdraw my amendment to the motion to clarify for Councilor Palmucci of the $59,000 and just leave it on Councilor Finley's $118,473 motion.
Thank you, Counsel. So the motion on the floor, folks, is to cut $118,473. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Council King.
No.
Council DeBona.
No.
Council Finn.
Yes.
Council Harris.
No.
Council Hughes. Council LaFors. No. Council Leeang.
Yes.
Council Calhoun.
Yes.
Council Chairman Cole.
Yes.
4, 5.
Passes in favor of 5 to 4.
Fails.
Fails.
Fails 5.
Fails.
Fails, excuse me, fails. Fails. Okay. Any further questions, Ms. Cunningham? Council Hughes puts a motion on the floor to approve the budget. Any discussion on the motion?
Request a roll call, please.
Council King.
Present. Oh, yeah, present. Yeah.
Council DeBona.
Yes.
Council Finn.
No.
Council Harris.
Yes.
Council Hughes.
Yes.
Council LaFors.
Yes.
Council Leeang.
No.
Council Calhoun.
Yes.
Chairman Cole.
Yes.
Council 2.
Okay, pass. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you for attention. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham, for your service.
All right, folks, next item on the agenda is the Quincy Fire Department. Welcome, Chief Barron, and obviously the handouts are organized in front of you there. So.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. What I've passed out is a yearly report of activity with the Quincy Fire Department. And I'll just go through it briefly. I know we have a heavy agenda and hopefully I won't tie you up too long. In 2015, the Fire Department responded to 10,597 letters. That's up almost 9,000 from the year prior. And then in 2013, we were up 1,000 as well. So we're experiencing pretty much a 10%, 2 years in a row of an increase in calls. These, I'll go down to the third bullet. In 2015, there were 803 fires in Quincy, and that's up 83 fires from the year prior, which again reflects that 10% increase in activity. The total reported dollar loss for fires in 2015 was $4,577,670. From the prior year, that number has doubled. In 2015, there was one civilian death, a very unfortunate fire on Brent Terrace. We had
an occupant of that building succumbed to injuries sometime after the fire. In 2015, rescue and medical calls, the total was 6,306. Again, up about 10%, 600 runs from the year prior. And the hazardous material runs were up 250 runs from the year prior, which this year was 744 runs for hazardous conditions. The other numbers are pretty much self-explanatory. I'll go to one of the last bullet point is the number of false alarm calls. 1,377. That was up about 85 calls from last year, which, excuse me, that was up 10 from last year, which left that pretty much steady. The year prior, we saw a reduction of 6%, and I think that was largely due to the ordinance that was put in place by this council to levy a charge or a penalty for excessive false alarms. So it's leveled off a bit, but we did see some reduction, and that was the goal of that ordinance. We had three major fires last year. Those are fires with a dollar value loss of over $200,000. We had 4 of those fires that were over $500,000. The fire on Newport Ave was estimated to be $1 million in loss. I usually try to do a bit of an overview of the cause of fires in this city. I think it's important. Last year we saw a spike in fires caused by cigarette smoking. That's down a bit this year, but we still had 2 fires that were attributed to cigarettes. And pretty much the other fires sort of fall into areas of cooking, heat malfunction, equipment malfunctions, electrical malfunctions, and are pretty much in line with statistics that we see throughout the country. I do have some changes this year in my budget. When you have that, I'm sure, in front of you, there's an increase in overtime, the sort of the highlights, increase in overtime of $300,000. It's my hope, and I believe the mayor's hope, that we certainly will not see any brownouts of engines or ladder companies. And it is my hope that once we get these new firefighters trained and ready to serve on the apparatus, that, excuse me, we have 4 new positions for firefighters. So coupled with the overtime and the 4 new firefighters, I expect to see the rescue truck in service more, and I know that's been a goal of the city council. I do have a new position being added, that of financial manager. As new councilors who have been on the city council for a while may remember, back in '09, when we hit the recession and had serious cutbacks, I was forced to lay off some firefighters. At that time, I had a financial position, and I did lay off that position. In retrospect, though I think at the time the decision was valid, I think if I had been more experienced in the role of chief, I probably wouldn't have cut that position. I made up for it by sort of splitting up the financial function with 3 different positions, 2 of them being firefighter positions. They did come up to the task, but it's really not the skill set of a firefighter. So I've been after the mayor for a number of years to give us this position back so that these firefighters could go back to being strictly firefighters. So he was kind enough to put it in this budget, if it's approved by this body, it will allow me to take one of my staff positions and put them back on the truck. So we'd be trading a firefighter from staff that's, costs about $100,000 and putting him on the trucks and replacing that position with a financial manager at $70,000. So I think it's a better plan, and I hope that the council will consider supporting it. At this point, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to see if I can answer them all.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to point out that alongside you here this evening, the man from Local 792 and attending, so thank you for coming in this evening, gentlemen. Questions for the Chief, councilors? Councilor Forrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chief. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. Earlier about your budget positions, I always have a concern representing the peninsulas when we do talk around here that the funds are in the budget, which you have to be strong. It seems that that's behind us. One of the things we had talked about earlier, you heard the public buildings presentations, is some of the work being done in your firehouses and the capital improvement plan. And I know Council Calhoun and I always, when we talk budget, want to talk capital projects and what your long-term needs are. So I know this year that came in separate, and we'll be looking at that. But if you wanted to talk a bit, just for a minute, about your capital projects, that, I think the way we're talking about apparatus, we're putting them in the budget, and this is something we go back and forth about. If there are any major capital needs aside from the buildings side that we should be anticipating moving on. So capital improvement for the department. Any capital improvements for the department?
Well, I believe you mentioned the apparatus, the 2 engines and the ladder. And I know that in talking with Gary Cunoff, we're going to get overhauls on all this, on just about every station.
Every station.
Major concern are the floors at Engine 6 and Howes Neck. Certainly, we have some of the same issues in Germantown. Headquarters, all of these buildings were built around the same time, with the exception of Engine 2 in North Quincy and perhaps Squamish. So they all seem to suffer from the same ailments. And the trucks are getting bigger. The additional weight is impacted the buildings. So, the systems within them are requiring a great deal of work. And I believe the managed capital improvement plan is addressing that.
So I appreciate that. I think, we haven't done this function 24/7, 365, and wear and tear on them. I appreciate the improvements to the apron on front of Engine 6. I know that was a long time coming. So it's great to finally be tackling them. Your men in your department deserve to be working out of buildings that are reflective of the hard work that they commit to our community, keeping our people safe every day. I see that you're adding, we're able to add 4 new firefighter positions. I know that you've been successful with some, I think it was the SAFER grant a few years in a row. Is this that they were initially funded and they're coming offline into the budget, or do you still have any firefighters funded solely through the grant? Or, right, wasn't it that the deal with the grant is it was initially funded and you had to commit to them in your budget?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing. I don't know if it's my new hearing aids or...
Okay, so you had been successful with it. I believe it was the SAFER grant, right, that provided additional firefighter positions a couple years ago. And when we received the funds from the grant, the city made a commitment, once that grant expired, to fund those positions through our budget. I see you're adding 4 new firefighter positions. I believe it was 4 grant-funded positions. Is that grant expired, and is that why we now have 4 budgeted positions of new firefighters?
Yes, that grant has expired. It expired over a year ago, and so that these are entirely new positions, these 4. We were at 197. This will bring us up to 2001 uniform positions.
So those that grant expired. We met our commitment in keeping those positions funded. These are 4 additional new positions, and it's your belief with these 4 new positions we're going to be able to keep the rescue in service
It will keep the rescuing service more, that along with the 300,000 additional in the overtime budget. I would fall short of saying that it will be in 24/7. We're certainly in a better place than we have been with these additional monies and firefighters. It will remain to be seen. This council approved extra funding so that we keep the rescue truck evenings throughout the rest of the fiscal year. It will take me, on approval of this council for those 4 positions. I will meet with the mayor. We will set up a team to vet the candidates. I'm anticipating as many as 6 other positions opening up. Right now, I had a retirement last month. I have one this month. I have another in July. So that's 3 more, and I have at least 3 more that I'm anticipating going through the process that have been long-term injuries. So I'm anticipating potentially hiring, with the council and mayor's approval, those 4 plus 6, so 10 new firefighters.
So 10 new firefighters, there's a civil service list existing that would be hired from this fiscal year. For anyone at home viewer watching on the firefighter list, I guess that was it's an existing list that's out there that potentially up to 10 positions will be pulled from.
Yes, correct. I would anticipate that it would come off the existing list, which has, that list should be in effect till about September. But once you certify a list and call for those jobs, it freezes that list. So.
Thank you, Chief.
Council Palmucci?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chief. Thank you for the work that you and your department do, and there's some firefighters in the back row joining you tonight. I thank them for the work that they do. I didn't kiss and hug a firefighter today, so getting it out of the way at the top. It's interesting you say that your number of calls and your incidents have increased by 10%, over 10%. I mean, I think that's consistent with what we're hearing from other departments in terms of needs of their services. I mean, I think you were here when Jay Duca was talking about the vast number of permits issued over this time a year ago. I think one of the things when we're discussing development and growth of the city, of the downtown, all this development of apartments and townhouses and condos, these high-density buildings across the city. I think some of the things that really fall through the cracks is that we don't keep up with some of the public services that support that growth. And that's where I'm getting at with my questions to you. I think we have pressure of downtown growth, pressure of wanted or unwanted growth in residential neighborhoods, and I'm wondering how that affects the fire department and if we're not doing enough to keep up with that growth. I mean, if your calls are, your incident numbers are going up 10% year over year, and we're not, I guess what I'm asking you is, are we keeping pace with what we're asking your department to do with what we're budgeting you for? I mean, when I look at it, you know better than I do, okay? When I look at it, I don't see that we are, and that's a concern that I have, is that we're not keeping pace and giving the fire department, and we'll discuss this too when the police department comes up, but not giving the fire department enough resources to meet the demand that this expansion, this growth, this overdevelopment is having and taxing our current resources. So what do you think? What do you say to that? Are we keeping pace well enough?
Well, I look forward to the capital improvement plan, and we're going to have a study on locating a fire station. We all know the difficulty in getting around the city with all the extra growth. I think if we can strategically locate the station and kind of make some adjustments. One of the things I'm hoping for is financial manager position. If you look at the packet I gave you, it'll show you the amount of running for the various, the second page is incidents by station. You'll see engine 1 is to the top of the chart, 3,500 runs. If I can get some, if I have that financial manager position, I can take some of the other firefighter positions that I have, set up a committee, and try to redraw the map, redraw our response areas, so that our slower engines kind of pick up some of the slack. If we can pull them out of the peninsulas a little bit, and kind of make some adjustments that way. We haven't looked at the running cards in the city for probably 20 years, but we all know the traffic has changed. We can take advantage of, perhaps the cross-town connector in this study when we can start to look at locating firehouses. So, again, we are in a better place than we were, going through the recession. I would always like to have more firefighters, but I think a key piece of this is looking at where we locate a fire station. And maybe this is the first one. Down the line, I think we should probably be looking at others and looking at relocating. And I think, like I say, I really want to see the rescue in full-time. That's a goal. But incrementally, I think we're getting there.
Thank you. So I thought that the calls out of headquarters were backup. Is that not? I mean, I thought the reason why 33% of the runs were coming from headquarters is because they were backing up other engines, or that was the primary or the first, second call that goes out headquarters response. Is that not?
Well, that particular page gives you runs by station. So it is a pretty fair indication of activity out of that house.
So I guess what I'm asking is it because it's headquarters that the runs are so high, or is it because of its location? If headquarters was moved, say to West Quincy, would the headquarter numbers would the West Quincy numbers go up because now they have headquarters, or is it just literally engine one is getting more calls because of its location?
It's kind of hard to be hypothetical over what the future would be. I would hope to, engage a study that would reveal all those numbers.
No, but I mean, so we don't know, looking at this, 33% of the calls of the runs that are going out are coming from headquarters. Is that a function of where headquarters is located?
Yes.
Okay, it's not because it's a function of headquarters itself being at that location.
Well, this will include some of the backup runs. Medical calls are single-piece calls. We send usually the closest engine. That would be reflected here. If you go to the page that has runs by unit, which is second to the last page, gives you actually runs by apparatus. That may be a little more telling as to
the actual
geographic
calls.
areas.
Okay.
Perhaps the next time I do this, I should probably try to break it down a little bit further. But that gives you engine one 20% of the overall calls, and that's pretty accurate. In prior years, I think I've seen engine 5 be a little bit, to have a bigger piece of the pie. But you can pretty much see the peninsulas, they're less active, but because of the geographic location and response times, you have to have equipment being able to respond in those areas.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, that does answer my question. So obviously, I care about public safety throughout the city, but the folks who elect me come from Ward 4, and I specifically always look to the West Quincy station. I know in the mayor's presentation about his ideas for a capital improvement plan, repairing the slab floor, which is, I mean, I've been in council for 6 years, and I think my first week on the job, somebody took me in and gave me a tour of the fire station, and it was in disrepair then to some degree. It needs to be repaired. One of the concerns that I have is that that building in West Quincy can't support a ladder truck because it literally won't fit. It's an old building. A ladder truck wouldn't fit in that building. And I'm wondering, the ladder truck that's, one, do we need a ladder truck in West Quincy to service the calls coming out of that station?
If I had an open checkbook, sure, I'd go with that. It's, on the end of this, you can see where the ladder's set up. Ladder 1 responds to a wider area, so it is significantly busier than the other ladders. And part of that redesigning the running cards is, and I've spoken to the officers in these stations, that it is felt that the ladder in Wallaston could increase its running. And there are some areas of West Quincy that it would be more capable of getting there faster than ladder 1. So those are the things that we're going to look at in putting a committee together and determining how we can better deploy. And we really haven't taken a close look in probably 20 years. So,
and you think that can be achieved by hiring this financial manager? It'll free up other resources for you to look at things like that?
That's correct.
Well, I mean, that's an important fact, I think, when we're considering this. Now, so, as I'm going to continue to make the pitch for improvements to the West Quincy Fund, I don't know if you've seen this document that the planning department has out right now. It shows all the development across the city, everything permitted and everything coming online. There's 2,328 units of housing coming online or already permitted. Of that, 1,454 are in Ward 4. That's 62% of all of the development coming online is in the ward that I represent. So I think it's, when I'm talking about overdevelopment and increased development, taxing our infrastructure, taxing our resources, fire, police, our roadways, it hits home specifically in West Quincy. We are bearing the brunt of this development, to say the least. We're taking it on the chin, and I want to make sure that as a city, we're looking forward to keeping up with the things, when the zoning board, the planning board are permitting these projects, and any other body who's permitting these projects, that we're keeping in mind the impact that it has on services. The increase in runs that the fire department's doing, the number of calls that the police department's doing, the added costs and sidewalk repairs and street repavings. And I feel as though, we as a city are not keeping up with the current needs. Never mind, we're falling behind because we're not keeping up with the increased needs that this development is having on our infrastructure and on our services. So I see in this capital improvement plan, there's 2 engines, 1 ladder truck, and a transportation van. That ladder truck, is that a replacement or is that a new ladder truck?
That would be a replacement.
And the 2 engines, replacements or new?
Those would be replacements, and I think you'd be happy to hear one of them is going to go in West Quincy.
Good, as long as it fits in the station, right? The engines are all right because they're smaller.
That engine will fit. Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So again, I mean, the capital improvement plan, which is our wish list essentially, it doesn't have any numbers on it, but it's a wish list looking forward to the future, and we're not adding. We're treading water here. We're talking about maybe there's a need to add a ladder truck in West Quincy. There's certainly a need I think, to rebuild the station. At the very least, is to repair the concrete floor that's got cracks in it that a fire engine literally sits on top of, and the entire structure sits on top. But we should. I think my hope was when I had asked, and I think the council may have passed a resolution in support of, perhaps you, Mr. Walker, my intention was that I would like to see every department's capital needs list for the next couple of years. It wasn't to get a presentation of a wish list of everything across the city, but it's to actually talk about those things that the department heads envision needing over the next several years, like a new ladder truck, like a study. I don't see a study in the capital improvement plan. I mean, I don't see looking at where a new fire station is going to go. I don't see that in this plan that was presented on May 2nd, 2016.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think, Council, if you look at the space where it's the public safety headquarters is described, there may be a line in there that describes initial funding will be to study in engineer and design.
Initial funding request will be for study, design, and engineering.
Yeah, and my sense is, while that refers specifically to that building there, that would incorporate a wide range of issues relative to the future needs of the physical needs of the fire department.
Okay. I think, Chief, thank you. I guess I spoke more in soliloquy than I did in asking questions, but I think I made my point. Again, I thank you for the work you do. I know it's as we've seen from the numbers and everything that I was just saying, with the development, your job, I think, gets harder and harder every year. And the last time you were up here asking for the money to fund the overtime breakage line, in years past, I've said, how is it that every year we have this unexpected issue where the overtime is overspent by like double every year and we don't budget it? So I'm glad to see. I think it's a financial prudent thing to budget it as what it's been over the past couple of years. So it's not, we know it's not going to be a surprise, so let's budget it. Same with, I think it's very similar to the policy that the mayor's taken with, snow and ice. Let's budget realistic numbers rather than, hopeful numbers and then, spend into deficit. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, making the request for the financial manager to help manage some of those things and to free up staff to look at, run sheets and how we can make things better, improve, or at the very least maintain a good response rate across the city to make sure that these very necessary services are delivered. So thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you. If I could, I'd like to ask my colleagues, well, before I ask my colleagues this, I want to point out that once again, the budget is being used as a way of, again, reshaping policy in ways. But I think it's very important to point out the impacts of people who participate in that, as well as raises certain questions as to the wisdom behind doing that. And so there's no mystery. One of the things that the chief's budget represents, and what I'd like to see put on hold until we resolve the other new entity that's being brought into creation, but it removes the fire alarm department out from under the fire chief and the fire department. And in doing this also, I think it needs to be pointed out, particularly for those who are concerned around labor issues and the like, that it's been done, once again, and for consistency. I did this under a previous mayor, the same thing, but no impact bargaining whatsoever has occurred. So this change related to the positions in the fire alarm department, we'll move forward. There's been no impact bargaining whatsoever. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not even certain if they were consulted as to it. But the chief and I have spoken about it earlier, and I have grave concerns, Chief, and again, I don't think this is prudent or a wise choice. And part of my reasons for that is that the Code of Mass Regulations regarding fire prevention regulations, 527 Code of Mass Regulations, Chapter 1, it clearly states that the fire department is the authority having jurisdiction related to these specific issues. Now, everyone up here has been talking about this evening the whole, the growth in buildings and construction and different things that are planned to occur within the city. And just at that particular point, we have a movement being made to take this particular route, which it seems to me provides you some of the technical skills and abilities that you need, to rule on these various permits and different things that come before you, and basically shifting that jurisdiction to a different department. And again, and it's all zeroed out in your budget. I call it a fait accompli, because there's been no discussion here. It wasn't brought before this body at all until we had the budget process. And I, again, as I pointed out, is that if you cannot manage this and this important function that they play in all of this within your own department, how are you going to manage it when it's under someone else's department? I'm very concerned about that.
Well, the fire alarm maintenance division does perform a vital function, and they've seen a loss of personnel over the past few years. They've been reduced for a number of years before the mayor took over. The positions weren't replaced. And we've made some changes to adjust to that. And I know that the mayor's intention is to try to bring these similar disciplines together, meaning the wiring divisions. I had a conversation with retired Chief Tom Roman a couple of weeks ago. He told me in the 50s that there was a separate division with traffic and fire alarm maintenance, very early 50s. And they were separated then, fire alarm maintenance to the fire and traffic to the police.
Was that prior to the existence of the fire prevention regulations that have been developed recently?
It's a good question. That wasn't, in talking to Tom, that wasn't the impetus for the change in our discussions. It was more of a management issue.
But to stay on that point, Chief, it seems to me, and I won't have a cursory reading of it, but as you go through it, all of these things specifically to the various things that need to come from your department, it's clearly stated that that falls within your jurisdiction. So what value is there in taking this and putting this to a department outside and out under your control? I don't get that.
No, I think the physical aspect of working within the community, the ability to work on line work, on poles, gun bucket trucks, having the knowledge and license of an electrician, a lot of those things are similar.
But let's stop, Chief, because again, this is where, how similar are they? If we were to have someone from the fire alarm here to compare those, first off, as far as I know, they're very different even in terms of the compensation levels that they receive. They're different in terms of the certification and skill sets that they bring specifically to their jobs. It's not just simply the case of let's throw a bunch of electricians together and do this, but it seems to be signaling. In fact, I hadn't even thought about this, but this new department, has anybody done any impact bargaining on the other side? For now, people are bringing all of this personnel, union people together into this new formation, which it seems, from as far as I can tell, that's a significant impact on working conditions for everybody involved. And I guess, so why has there been any impact bargaining at this point? And why would we be approving a budget as a fait accompli before any impact bargaining and the impact that this has on those particular positions is even taking place? Why would we be asked to even do that? I mean, it just, to me, it's beyond comprehension. But those are not similar skill sets.
You bring up some valid points, but I don't typically handle the bargaining with either the firefighters union or fire alarm maintenance. I do put a wish list together, but I'm not present at the table. And as far as the CMRs go, that's still under my purview. And I own the authority on the jurisdiction for these fire alarm systems as they go into buildings. And I still expect to be able to work with the person who is the superintendent of fire alarm in approving all of these things. I do have a fire, in fact, Deputy Chief Jackson is with us this evening. He handles the interface of the firefighters with the buildings. He determines largely where the fire alarm panels go, where the fire alarm connections, the sprinkler connections are on the front of the buildings that we use to supplement the water flow if a sprinkler is tripped. The deputy chief also handles fire apparatus access to the building. So that's not going to change. I still expect to consult in the plan review process, and I don't expect that to change.
Right.
I sort of liken it to one of the biggest assets to the fire department is the hydrant system. But I don't oversee that division. That's separate, and it's under the Department of Public Works. If I have an issue, they're very responsible. Representatives of the water department typically respond to every second alarm fire, and they're a great asset in guiding me in where I draw water supplies from. And they've recently taken over inspections and testing of hydrants, and that's done quite effectively. I know it's a drastic change.
So again, you're not contesting anything wrong. The concept of the impact bargaining is except to say that we don't participate in marketing. And to the best of your knowledge, it hasn't taken place.
I'm sorry,
to the best of your knowledge, it had impact bargaining related to this issue is not taking place in terms of cutting and moving this particular group of employees over to this other new creation.
I know that those employees have expressed concerns. I believe that the mayor's office is trying to address them. The council, as usual, bring up down points. I just am not able to speak to all of them.
All right, well, let's move on then. But again, I would like to just simply hold, we don't have to hold long, obviously, because we are going to be dealing with the new creation, so to speak, where this is being merged into, and we can deal with it at that particular point in time. But let's move on. One other thing is, I'm just curious, is that I've noticed that if you look into the historic data that we have going back until about fiscal year 13, if you look under the contracted component, the actuals for FY13 were $4,000. The FY14, $4,000. FY15 was $6,000. And now we get into FY16 this year, and it's already at $23,000. What's that about? What's gone on with that? Why is that up so high? And now that you're proposing $39,700 after 4 years of being in roughly.
Those are largely due to improvements to the flow vent system. It handles the exhaust, diesel exhaust for the fire apparatus. Some of those systems need to be changed or provided. Right now, we have a facility in the shipyard for the mechanics. They actually made their own exhaust system. And this, I believe it's $12,000 of that goes, I don't have the exact breakdown, but I believe $12,000 of that goes to providing a proper exhaust system for the mechanics facility that is in the shipyard.
And the new increase this year?
I'm sorry?
And the increase proposed this year up to $39,000, what's that?
That $12,000 to actually build out that system is in there. We also have a hazardous materials truck in West Quincy, and a large part of that increase is for that system to be created. And then the system itself is aging and requiring more repairs in every station. I don't have the exact breakdown, but we received $7,000 already this year.
Yeah, I saw that, as I said, about $16,000. And you're saying that has to do with the exhaust, but that's not this year, that's next year.
I'm sorry, are you looking at the current year?
I'm looking at your current year budget for 2016, with the proposed budget of $7,000. The actuals were $23,174,000 for expenditures to date. And the original question was, what was it above that 7,000? And it sounds like this is 12 of it's related to this exhaust component or not?
Okay, so the current year to date is, what is that thing, Council? I haven't looked at it, I don't have it.
Well, I don't know through you, Mr. Chairman, to the auditor, it might have changed at this point, but the most recent when this was produced was 23,174. Is that the same?
That's correct, Council. That has been expended through today, 23,174.
A large portion of that figure was used to relocate the thermal vent system in House Net. We finally have the thresholds to that station. There's two apparatus bays that face C Street. They were under repair, so we couldn't run out of those doors. There's a back door in the rear of the station that exits onto Manor Street. We had to have the thermal vent system moved to that location so that while the repair was being made, they could effectively use that system to exhaust through diesel fuels. So that was done to accommodate that repair.
If we could then, moving on in relation to this, but again, the 39.7, do you have proposed things? Is that it? It's bringing up from jumping from 7,000 to 39,000. Do you have some things in the pipeline or plan in relation to that that are making you put that specific budget item in there?
I'm not sure that
You're requesting in 2017, you're requesting 39,700. That's over 7,000 from the previous year. That's from 7,000 last year, so if you want to talk about it, close to 32,000 increase in that specific line item.
most of that 32 is due to the new systems that have to be put in those other buildings. And it was actually in response to agreements from the firefighters local that we do that. And really, they didn't need agreements, it was the right thing to do. I apologize for not having all of those figures in front of me, but that increase is based on those needed repairs, adding the systems in the shipyard, and adding them to engine 3. And then it's basically what we were seeing, the needed repairs on the existing home events throughout the city. I would anticipate that if everything stayed the same within the buildings, at FY18, you would see that number reduced significantly.
Okay, thank you. Now, my very first term, we had an issue. It was interesting, and that was the National Fire Protection talking about equipment, personnel on equipment, and suggesting certain numbers. And to the best of my knowledge, despite adding things, we're still not within those standards, are we, at this point? In terms of the recommended manning requirements for apparatus, are we at that point yet?
There's a number of ways of figuring that NFPA standard. And I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's 16 members responding on a first alarm within 6 minutes. We comply with that standard.
All right, well, again, I would appreciate that because at the time, we never reached that. And I know you've been adding personnel, and I've always supported personnel. But a couple of questions then in relation to that, though, is when you look at things within the fire budget, when you're talking about hazardous duty, EMT, shift differentials, those are all negotiated through collective bargaining, are they not? With the union? Is that part of their contracts?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Different things like, aside from just salaries, when we talk about things like shift differential, EMT, hazardous duty, all of those particular things, those are part of the contract, right?
Part of the 792 contract.
Right,
Yes.
collectively bargained.
Yes.
Chief, if we go up and we look at this line item, you know, in the FY 2015 budget, you were at 160, and in the 2017 budget, you're at 166.15. I guess the question I have is, does the city presently have a contract with you at this time?
No, the contract that I had expired a number of years ago.
don't recall when.
I really don't. I've been chief for 8 years. I probably had the contract after my first year. It was a 3-year contract. I'm going to guess that it's expired for at least 3 years.
So the question that I have, like the contract that I'm aware of goes back to June of 2010. So that contract is pretty fine. You're right, it was a 3-year contract. So what you're telling me is you presently don't have a contract in place. And you remain because you are civil service in that particular position. And so those things that are defined in that contract are no longer applicable. But when we look at this in terms of the 160, it seems as though you're not getting any increase whatsoever. And yet, generally, your original contract suggested that you should get the percentages that any other department head would get. Is this essentially what your salary is? Is that 160?
Actually, no, it's not. I do get the stipends that other firefighters get.
What are those?
They are the lines that you see that hazardous duty pay. I get the shift differential. And I am an EMT, I get some of that.
Okay. Thank you for putting that forward. But this, again, to my colleagues, raises the issue in my own mind of doing certain things solely specifically through a budget process. Because I've been here long enough, I do remember related to the contract and when that came about. And at that particular time, the late Steve McGrath, who was the Human Resources Director at the time, was quoted in an article in the Patriot Ledger and said the big change is that the chief is no longer qualified to pay against it. Said Stephen McGrath, Quincy's Human Resources Director. And the thing is the mayor, in talking about what a great thing this contract was to have in place, and I want to be perfectly clear, Chief, I'm not saying anything that you're not deserving of the compensation. But what the mayor says, this lays everything out. That's what you get paid, and that's what it is. And the contract essentially says that this is the sole source of that compensation is contained in the contract. Now, the reason I wonder about this is that you aren't really part of the union any longer by being a fire chief, correct? You're outside the union in the contract. So you don't participate in the collective bargaining process, and yet you're collecting off of something that's actually a product of that collective bargaining process. I guess the question I ask is that really a good way of compensating you? Because first off, I don't know how you can do that. But I'm just concerned about that in terms of the larger picture of things, in terms of how we move forward with these positions.
You again bring up good points. I've been a firefighter for this city all my 39th year. I was a member of Local 92 for at least 32 of those years. In this discussion, if it was left the way it had been, I would make less than my senior officers. And we're not talking about overtime. And I don't think anybody steps into a leadership position such as the chief of any department to take a cut in pay from their primary.
Chief, I'm not denying any of that. And again, I'm not bringing it up any other way other than to suggest that there had been put forward one way of doing things. That was articulated by the administration, is that was how they were going to specifically do it. But here we are, now it's 2016 after 2013, but that's no longer the case. That's not how it is.
And again, I agree with you. I have no problem compensating you to the extent that, you should be as a professional. But again, it's the how that this has happened. And again, in terms of our budget process and trying to make policy decisions, if I have this budget in front of me, it looks like you haven't gotten a raise in 3 years. That's the way it looks. And yet, you had a contract at one time that said you were entitled to the raise any department had received. So I don't know how that decision was made. This is the way to compensate for that. But to me, it doesn't seem the most appropriate way, given the fact that, once again, this is tied to union negotiations and the like. And you are really technically outside of that. It's just a point, but I think one that needs to be raised, because it's particularly newer people are sitting here, they don't have necessarily some of that history or whatever, that a policy decision was made, and apparently in 2013, for whatever reason, that was decided not to do it that way. And again, I don't want to belabor the point any further, but let's go finally back to the whole issue of the financial manager. When was that position cut for that you had alluded to earlier?
It was cut in 2009 when we hit the recession.
Paid for that position at that specific point in time?
I think it was around 44,000, something like that.
It was 42,000, a little over 42,000. Now, the question is, was that position beneficial to you at the time in terms of developing your financial responsibilities, in terms of preparing budgets, et cetera, tracking account, managing the budget, different things like that? Was that a useful position?
I think we're looking for someone that is a little more advanced as a financial manager.
What would that entail?
The position we had before was more of a bookkeeper. And I think I personally am looking for somebody that can assist me in forecasting, coming up with a matrix of expectations, help me navigate the unit system better than I'm currently able to, maybe look at trends and areas that we could explore, have the capability of writing grants and exploring those areas that are, I would think have more opportunities. Really more than someone that just, counts things as they exist. So that was discussions. I'm hoping that person will have software abilities that we haven't seen in the past. We have difficulty mining information out of the existing computer applications that we currently have. So I think, it is a position that exists in other city departments. I've got nearly a $23 million budget. I'm looking for guidance.
Well, again, the perception of it is obviously the bottom line in terms of the fiscal management of the department rests in your hands. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have the tools necessary, but again, another look at this is, if we're looking at it, is you're talking about 7 years ago the position got cut, and it's 7 years later, and we haven't had any difficulty in terms of, from my perspective, in terms of certainly moving things up here in terms of your budget and different things. I do know there's one, clearly I know overtime has been a significant issue because it seems to continually increase. And in increasing that isn't always reflective of the actual equipment, particularly with Rescue 1 and all of those issues. But here we are again, and I think some of the perception is you're adding a $70,000 position to something that many may feel, again, that why, at this point. And so I'm trying to be reasonable in relation to this. And I understand cut that position. And I do think you could use, some assistance in that regard. But I haven't proposed cutting the 70,000 by 20,000 and make the motion that we cut the personal service by 20,000. That would give you roughly, over $80,000 more for the position that you had back in fiscal 9. So that's my proposal for that motion to
Okay. There is a motion on the floor to cut personal services by $20,000. Councilman, do you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Finn asked all of the questions that I had. The only one I want to elaborate on is the difference with shift differential pay and overtime pay, and I just would like to know, would it be possible to get some clarification as to how that system works within the fire department?
Excuse me, is the question, how does the overtime work?
In accordance with the shift differential pay that we have.
In reference to that fact?
No, sorry, this is a separate question. I understand that we have shift differential pay as well as overtime, as well as just, your regular pay for firefighters. And I would just like to know, in the fire department, how the shift differential pay works with respect to overtime. I was trying to find some information as to how shift differential pay works and how it affects overtime. And from what I'm finding, it's up to the department essentially to determine how the overtime works, if that's based on your regular pay or if it's based on the average of shift differential pay and regular pay. So I would just like some clarification as to how we structure that in the fire department.
Firefighters work, I'm hoping I'm getting your question. Firefighters work 10-hour days, 14-hour nights. We don't have impact shifts. So that when we hire for a full shift. Part of what impacts the overtime is contractual, in that when I got on the department, we used to bid on vacations by blocks. If you had a summer vacation, depending on seniority, you might have 2 weeks off, you might have 3 weeks off. So you bid that position, bid that overtime. It forced you to use overtime in week blocks. Contract shortly after I got on the job, I got on in 1978, sometime into the 80s, it was bargained that firefighters and I believe the police the same could take vacation by days. And when you think about how people live, what their discretionary income is, if the average firefighter can afford to go on vacation for 2 weeks, he's doing pretty good. But when you reach your full vacation allotment, you're getting 20 days. A firefighter's week is a 4-day week. So of those 20 days, you're perhaps using 8 of them, which leaves you 12. So then, like everybody else, they have family parties on weekends, you have weddings, you have holidays, all kinds of things fall on weekends. And that's when I see a huge bump in overtime. So that's sort of what has changed over the years, and it's what's made funding overtime somewhat unpredictable. We can look at trends. We know certain holidays Memorial Day is a peak holiday week and weekend, and doing the modeling that the municipal finance did, and anticipating out the rest of the year. We look at those peak weeks, overtime can be $60,000 on those weeks, but a regular week might be 30. And then when you get into the summer, of course, every week is a peak week. So that's pretty much how the overtime runs. We try to keep everything in service. If the rescue truck is not in service, it takes 36 men to man every fire station, 26 firefighters and 10 officers. When I put the rescue truck in service, I add another officer and I add 2 more firefighters. It brings the count up to 39. So, kind of hard to figure. And in addition, additionally with impacts overtime, within the contract, there's 4 personal days that each firefighter gets. And then, you know, other things impact it, jury duty, bereavement days, and then injury and sick time. So,
Thank you for clarifying.
All set, council? Okay, the motion on the floor is to cut personal services by 20,000. Madam Clerk, before you call the roll, Chief, just a quick question for a point of clarity for me anyways. I know you said you have some firefighters right now that are essentially doing this financial management type of work, right?
that's correct.
So the thought is you bring in a new individual that's dedicated exclusively to executing these types of roles, which will include payroll, and in a perfect world, be able to manage some software and do some sort of forecasting, right?
Right.
So, and I thought I heard this, but this is where I'm looking for some clarity. So those individuals that are part of their job function right now is doing this administrative type of work, I'm assuming that they'll be rerouted and they'll be back on equipment?
I would be able to put one uniformed firefighter back on the trucks. And so we'd be trading a position of 100,000 on staff, putting in excess of 100,000 back to firefighting, which is more of their skill set. And then we would bring somebody in, as it's written in this request, at $70,000 to fulfill those roles.
So essentially, you're saying that by implementing a financial manager, you'll be able to take a firefighter who's covering that role right now and put that person back full-time on a piece of equipment. Am I hearing that correctly?
That's correct, Council.
Quite honestly, what are the skill sets of that particular person that you're hiring now, or that's doing that work? What are they? An accountant, or is that their background, firefighter?
That's a fire lieutenant.
Is there any? Did you contract something this year to bring somebody back actually to work the budget? To contracted anybody outside current firefighters that are presently in duty? Did you contract anyone outside for assistance?
Council, yes, I did.
Okay.
I brought.
I don't have that expense reflected. Would that be counted within that contract line item? Is that where that's reflected there? In terms of the outside. So in other words, you're saying firefighters are going to put back on equipment to do this, but it sounds like you actually brought somebody who's no longer active in that did that work.
I did bring someone back to help train, and add some clarity to it. But it's a very difficult budget.
Right, well, it was made more difficult by some of the proposed reorganization as far as I'm concerned. But again, I think it's cut of 20 is, in my mind, is generous under the circumstances in relation to this. And certainly, I don't know what it costs for the contractor to get a little bit of assistance, but the idea of creating a new position with a base salary of $70,000 for this is the part that I question, and I also question what impact it's actually going to have in terms of manning equipment. But that's...
Can I just finish my thought? I know I yielded to you. So, Chief, just to finish my thought, the proposed cut is $20,000, which would essentially bring this financial man down to 50. Can you hire somebody at $50,000 to execute what you believe this job should be?
I'm afraid that's out of my, answering that question is out of my skill set. I think that, you know, for someone that, looking at the HR, the job description that was put forward, somebody with a bachelor's degree in accounting or financial management, to have all of these skills that we're looking for, I think that, with all due respect to Councilor Fenn, I think that 70,000 is probably the reality.
And do you not think, I know you're not HR personnel, but essentially you are the one that put this in front of us, so that's why I direct my questions to you. Based on the job description as you anticipate it to be, is it not reasonable, and I consider myself a fairly reasonable guy, is it not reasonable to think that you take on this task at 50,000. Under the premise of, you know, doing an evaluation, you know, and fast forward a year from now, I feel the position is warranted more of a pay increase. Is that not something that they're open to? And I say that because Councilman, at the point, you know, you had a position that got cut back before us, you know, at a different pay grade. I'm just trying to brainstorm.
Maybe Mr. Walker's in a better position.
I could jump in, Council.
We're on the motion, too.
If I could, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the salary reflected in the job description here reflects an identical position in the police department, the financial manager, which is existing. That number is $70,269. I believe that was the basis for that number.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Council Harris on the motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief. That person comes back to work, right? Overtime goes down, doesn't it? When you think about it, the body is being replaced. So, and as what just was pointed out, for us to go and find somebody to do, this city is growing at a proportion, and I'll ask a question after this, but this is on the motion. This $50,000, someone coming out of college, no disrespect, someone coming out of college is a person we need for the city. We need somebody. We have growth that's going on. I walk through parts of downtown Quincy to see the structures. We need people who are experienced. We need people who are qualified. $70,000 seems to be appropriate. And being in the private sector, or semi-private. Thank you.
Any further, Councilman Yang?
Right, just on the motion, I just want to say that I support it, and the reason being because when it was cut in 2009, you had mentioned that we were looking at a salary of about $42,000. That with the annual 2% increase brings us to $50,000 where we are today. You know, I think that being said, you know, we're not looking at who's going to fill the position or what the work is going to be. You know, we have anticipation for what we're looking for this person to do. But again, you know, going back to what we are looking at with the increases, that's the 2% annual increase for an employee's salaries, it would again bring us to $50,000. And I think once we bring this person on, you know, from next year we can evaluate the work that was done and determine then whether or not the $50,000 was enough to support the position, or if, you know, we're looking at more. So just, you know, seconding the council consideration, $20,000.
Council Hughes.
All right, thank you. With all due respect to Council Manning, it's actually not our job to evaluate the person doing the job. That's actually the chief's job. And he hires and or fires them as according to how they're doing the job. And I totally understand actually where Councilor Ben is coming from on this particular cut. I do understand where the concern is, but I get very worried as we start to talk about some of these personnel decisions that in some respects, and I understand the money aspect of it, and the principle and the symbol, the symbolic meaning, I believe, I don't want to mischaracterize Councilor Finn's intentions. I do understand that, but I understand why he's doing that, and his point behind a cut, proposing a cut, and the reason we brought it back to 2009. I don't know whether $50,000 is appropriate. I don't know that $70,000 is. I have the chief telling me that he believes that the person, that he is going to oversee and manage in this job should be earning X amount of dollars with the experience that he believes he requires to do the job. I think as a department head, he deserves some deference in terms of his rationale for putting it in at that salary or not putting it in at that salary. That being said, I understand the comments of my colleagues, and I understand that it is not our role. I don't believe that we should evaluate the person doing the job over the next year and come back to, it's just it's about not necessarily the personality doing the job, but that's my take. I know Councilor Finn wants to
Well,
respond.
I've had a personal preference.
Of course.
Again, and I love people who kind of can take a slam and then take it back in some regards, but, you know, I've been up here a long time in terms of various budgets that have come before us. And there's always this logic that when cuts, which I think are reasonable cuts, are ever proposed, suddenly they become symbolic. And again, although I'm not here, I don't even know who this person is. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a person. In fact, with a lot of these positions, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a person in line being queued up for these various positions. It's just the reality. I understand that, I get that. But what it is our job, and I think you understand this particularly from your day job and president, is to be accountable and responsible to the taxpayers of our city. And it is our job when we believe that something is unreasonable, again, not for us to evaluate the personnel, you're absolutely right, that's their job, but it is ours to evaluate the reasonableness of that budget. And if we keep talking every time people suggest a cut in any specific area, it's very easy, it's a technique I've seen it employed many times, to reduce that to a symbolic issue as opposed to a substantial issue. This, in my mind, is we have a budget, but this has gone way beyond symbolism. We've had the wholesale creation of new positions. Some may be justified, I don't know. But the bottom line is not just small new laborers, although there's some of that which is good, or new firefighters, that's good, but high-paying management positions that are infused throughout this budget. And so, you know, I think it's perfectly reasonable. The chief chose to cut something back in 2009. He feels that that's missing. That's great. But now suddenly it's moving now it's into a fiscal manager position. And while I have this moment, again, the same privilege, but since Mr. Walker's been involved in this discussion, let me, through you, Mr. Chairman, let me ask, has the mayor recanted his statements from back in the budget, or the contract that he had with the chief in 2010? Or is it aware that the mode of compensation that you have in place for our chief presently, is that acceptable from the mayor's perspective, as opposed to what seemed to be the policy in 2010 to have that encapsulated within a contract?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the council, I don't have the advantage of having had discussions directly with the mayor about this, council, since you brought it up. My sense is that, as we do in government, sometimes we try things differently from time to time. There's never been a contract for any of our department heads, specifically our public safety department heads. The mayor at that time thought it was an appropriate avenue to pursue.
Does it provide some consistency in terms of budget?
That may have been the rationale at the time, council. When that contract expired, the continuing thought at that time was that perhaps we just go back to the way things were and the way things always have been. Perhaps it didn't provide the advantages that all of us perhaps thought it would have at the time. So whatever the rationale was, essentially the thinking was, we're just going to go back to the way it's being done. It's been done. And that, honestly, is the best I can answer for him right now on that.
That's interesting.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
So motion on the floor to cut personal services by $20,000. Any further discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Kane.
No.
Councilor DeBona.
No.
Councilor Finn.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
No.
Councilor Hughes.
No.
Councilor Forrest. No. Councilor Yang.
Yes.
Councilor Palmucci. Councilor Chairman Paul.
No. Okay, motion fails 2-6. All right, Chief, you going to walk us through emergency management? Oh, excuse me, that's right, yeah, I was still. Any further questions?
Motion approved.
Counselor?
And I've asked that you can hold until we've taken the next item again, though I probably guess there's a foregone conclusion here, so to speak, but as a courtesy, I think it would be most appropriate that we deal with the next department prior to vote to approve this budget.
Okay, so you anticipate having the chief stay out in the audience and then bring them back?
Fine, I mean, I think the chief's made clear his, I don't know, his position in relation to it, but certainly going to make some motions that we make certain that goes on the record, obviously, in terms of where everybody stands in relation to this movement of cutting out this particular department without engaging in the impact argument on it.
Okay.
And us being asked to approve the budget before any of that has occurred. So maybe plan.
Let's transition over to emergency management.
I think it's fine to go through those, yeah, obviously. But
Chief, do you understand the sequence, Council Finn?
No, sorry.
Okay, so essentially what he's looking to do is speak to Mr. Coffey's presentation regarding traffic and parking division, and then we'll bring your budget for the fire back before the close of the session here this evening.
This evening?
Correct. So if you want to transition to emergency management, I would certainly love you to do so.
Okay, so we're not going to hear emergency management right now? That's a separate thing?
Yeah.
We are. Right. We're on emergency management.
Okay.
Yep.
Emergency management is pretty much unchanged.
Make a motion to approve. It is virtually unchanged. Make a motion to approve.
All right, motion on the floor to approve the emergency management budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Yes, Chief, we'll transition you back to the end of the session. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, at this point in time, we welcome Mr. Coffey, who's going to speak to us about traffic. Welcome.
Chairman, I do have some documents I prepared. Can I hand these up?
Oh, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I do have three documents that I handed out. The first one is an overview of the traffic parking alarm, the proposed traffic parking alarm department. The second is a spreadsheet that I put together that shows the sources of funds, where they came from, be it fire alarm or traffic parking group. And the third document is a spreadsheet on parking and ticket revenues that I think is of interest to several of us. I'll start, if I may, with the presentation on traffic parking alarm and lighting. I prepared a mission statement. I'll go through this quickly, so stop me or push me forward, whatever you want. Put some goals and objectives, some functions and responsibilities, and some organizational consolidation benefits that come here. Traffic parking lighting really enhances the safety of Quincy's children, residents, visitors, guests, drivers, commuters, and employees of local businesses through effective and efficient management of traffic, parking, alarm, and lighting resources and assets. Goals and objectives of in the traffic arena of this group. Number one is to develop a traffic flow and pedestrian safety improvement plan citywide. We do that by initiating a citywide traffic flow study, incorporate pedestrian safety issues into that study as well, and implement a new traffic signaling management system as well. And we are asking for funding in the CIP for all three of those initiatives. More to come on those. Rehabilitate and improve traffic signaling lights at 4 large intersections and 6 smaller intersections. That's also incorporated in the CIP plan. Given the development that Council Palmucci referenced earlier, this is becoming a growing concern across the city that the mayor wants us to address. Next item is really to enable the traffic engineer to focus more on traffic engineering challenges across the city instead of getting bogged down in some of that administrivia that was described earlier by some other department heads, from processing purchase orders and tracking overtime and answering calls, moving signs and so forth, but really to get this person focused on traffic engineering challenges that the entire city faces. Replace and upgrade the flashing lights at the city schools. They're outdated. Many of them are in disrepair right now, and that is also in the CIP program. And improve the visibility and quality of street markings and traffic signage across the city. Functions and responsibilities on a daily basis of the traffic department. Maintain and repair all traffic lights and signals, stop signs, parking signs, school flashing lights. Implement traffic flow improvement initiatives. Correct traffic flow impediments when they come to our attention when we find them. Paint crosswalks at 550 down this year. 1 million feet of lawn lines were painted, 600 turn arrows. Maintain all those traffic loops that trigger the signal change when you come to an intersection. Deploy traffic cones for parades and events and so forth. And very important to a 7x24 response to all police and fire requests, which happen several times each week. Goals and objectives from the parking arena. Number one is to implement and manage a transitional Quincy Center parking plan, given the fact that it's coming down, I think scheduled now for June 6th, give or take a day or so. Also to identify and assign alternate parking for the monthly customers, which I think we're just about through right now. The next step is to care for those daily cash customers. Another goal and objective is to minimize pocket revenue hits during this Quincy Center redevelopment. There's going to be a lot of moving pieces. As the garage goes down, we'll move people in one direction. We'll want to move them back when we get an open lot where the garage was. We want to kind of minimize the revenue loss if we can, and hopefully have no revenue loss or no revenue hits. Many of the folks, by the way, will be redirected to the Hancock lot during the day. There's ample space there, as well as a few other miscellaneous slots in the Messina property. Re-energize the parking ticketing operation. We've looked at that, and I think some others have as well. We'll discuss it in more detail when we get that spreadsheet. But when we look at that, we want to do a few things. First, I'll focus that group on public safety issues, people parking on corners, blocking hydrants. When they do corner parking is where you get pedestrian accidents, and we want to prevent that at all costs. Focus on traffic flow impediments. Once you get double parking, roadways blocked, you can't get by because of a truck or something like that. And then focus on some on neighborhood parking issues, which I suspect you folks hear about quite a bit, and we probably haven't done enough in that area. A lot of it relative to MBTA commuter parking. And once again, we want to minimize the ticket revenue hits during the Quincy Center redevelopment. That has been an issue in the whole ticketing world, and the ticket revenues, number of tickets given out. When we've taken 120 or 150 spaces along both sides of Hancock Street, those are non-ticketing opportunities. You don't have the offenders there, but you also lose that ticket revenue, and it's just a fact of life with construction going on in the city. And as with the traffic engineer, what we really want to do too is enable the operations manager to focus more on directing, controlling daily operations. Fred Souza, who is our operations manager, is inundated with everyone else on counting the money, on depositing the money, on ordering equipment, on doing the budget issues and so forth. And we've talked about the value of being able to get out there and work with the parking control officers, the folks giving them the tickets. Makes improve productivity and refocus the folks as well. Functions, responsibilities of parking. I don't have to go through all this. I think a lot of it's self-explanatory. We do have 4 folks, though, doing ticketing, and we have 6 doing parking, although we had some illnesses. Goals and objectives for the alarm in the alarm arena. First of all would be to review the fire alarm connection rates. We do bill about $185,000 a year to commercial and council connections to the city central fire alarm system. We'll continue to do that. There's been folks that have said to us that we're low by comparison to other communities, and maybe we should be bumping that rate from I think the rate is $300 per year right now to a higher rate. That's still reasonable. There may be some revenue opportunities there. We do want to address the wired network double pole issue. I know you folks are very familiar with that with the Verizon and National Grid poles. You have National Grid at the top with their wires, you have Verizon second, you have Comcast cable, and then on many poles you have our own fire alarm network down below. I don't know how big an issue it is, but it's, we don't want to be, the ones to blame when a pole doesn't come down. And we want to maximize that return on that wired network, that fire alarm network we have out there. I don't think many people would build a wired copper network in this day and age, but we have one, and I think there is some value to that, certainly for those commercial accounts. And there may be more value that we explore in the future as well. And we want to continue to maintain and improve the central fire alarm system. The fire alarm folks are responsible for that, and they'll continue to be responsible for that. Identify any fire alarm pole box maintenance issues. The pole boxes have been there since the early 50s. They're not really used a lot, but we still want to maintain them and see how much of a maintenance issue is really there. Review the alarm and sprinkler plan review policies and responsibilities. Probably the single most important function performed in this group, and they'll continue to do that. Ensure proper maintenance and testing of all public buildings and school alarm systems as they do today. We'll continue to do that. And investigate best-in-class community alarm and lighting systems. This is an issue, what to do with fire alarm and traffic and parking lighting. Do you bring them together? Do you keep them in the fire department? All the other communities are wrestling with this as well. It's a technology that is still out there, yet no one will be deploying it today, and they're wondering how they should organize it. And I think we are too, and we'll be exploring what some of the other communities are doing. Functions, responsibilities of alarm, many of the same ones I just referenced. Commercial account activation, testing, connection billing, the maintenance of that wired network, public building and school building, alarm maintenance. They do the alarms within our public buildings and our schools. And once again, 7x24 central alarm system maintenance and repair within the fire headquarters. Goals and objectives in the lighting arena. Number one is to develop and implement an LED street light upgrade plan. And I'll talk about this a little bit in the next page. It's a great plan. We've gone out to bid. You've seen the bids that have come in. We're very excited about it. We should improve pedestrian visibility substantially, traffic safety, neighborhood safety. We can really tailor the brightness of the light to the location of that light as well, and we intend to do that. Reduce street light power usage by greater than 60%. Some of the vendors are telling us closer to 70-75%. And we'll also be receiving some substantial National Grid energy rebates to help pay for this. We have to implement a temporary operations and maintenance plan. We do own the streetlights right now. We bought 6,600 from National Grid about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years. And we are responsible for knockdowns and repairs and storm damage and whatnot to those poles and lights. As we move forward with this new LED program, I think one thing we owe the council, and we will give you, is a financial cost benefits tracking mechanism of some sort. If we're going to invest X amount of dollars, we should see what our return is going to be. And we should track that return as well. And we have to identify and correct some National Grid billing issues that are outstanding right now relative to the purchase of these lights. There's really three components of the National Grid system, or the street lighting system. It's the power component, the actual power. We get our power from TransCanada now. We don't get it from National Grid. Another component is distribution. How does that power get to the actual street light? Is that systems of wires and electrical equipment that allows that power to come to a street light? And then there's the actual fixture itself with the bulb and the light and so forth. When we bought our lights, we went to TransCanada for the power. The distribution charge from National Grid should continue to be sent to the city every single month. And the fixture charge, which is a tariff charge, should stop. They told us that when we went in this direction, that it would take a while to get that straight. They have to discontinue all the old bills and create new bills and do some computer work and so forth. And the bottom line, however, is that they continued to bill us for all of the fixtures up until several months ago, or maybe late January. And we squawked enough, Captain McCall from the DPW and the mayor's office squawked enough that they stopped billing the fixtures, but they also stopped billing the distribution charges to us. They sent us no bill at all. So we're at the point right now with National Grid where we have to figure out how much we owe them, and then they have to figure out how much they owe us. TransCanada's bill for power is also triggered by the National Grid bill, so that bill is off right now. So it is a big issue we have to address. And Joe Cardinale from National Grid has been in touch, and he's agreed to come out, I think, the first week of June. So I think we're going to resolve that whole issue fairly quickly. Functions and responsibilities for lighting. I do want to touch on the LED system here. We are replacing the intent is to replace 6,600 existing street lights with LED lights. Request for proposal we received from 3 vendors already. I participated maybe in 3 or 4 meetings to review those proposals. They're extensive, they're technical, and they're comprehensive. The project approach that we've asked these vendors to follow, and they've all agreed to, is the following. We review the bids, we select the vendor. We'll probably have the vendor in first to give us some information. We review with you folks here in City Council. We seek funding approval. There's different methods of funding. One is the energy management services type of contract where they take all of the risk and they basically rent out space and they give us a partial return on the energy savings. And second, we do bond somehow and pay that or we can finance up to a vendor. Vendors, first step really is to perform a GIS audit. That is basically they go out and they investigate all of our inventory, what wattage we have, or what lamps and everything else. They come back with a design, and that design is provided to us in a report, an audit report. And that audit report has the design and the associated costs and benefits associated with that approach. At that point, we make a go, no-go decision within the city. If the benefits are not suitable or ample enough for us, we decide to no-go. We pay them a fee for doing the audit, and then we go our separate ways. I don't think that'll happen. It looks pretty exciting at this point, but that's an option, and a good option for the city as well. If we give them a go, then the product orders are placed. Installation begins a month or 2 later. After we finish it, we apply for National Grid rebates, as I suggested before, which could be fairly substantial. And then we do a post-implementation review. And once again, a financial review will be part of the whole thing as well for a cost-benefit analysis. As part of this, we would have to develop an interim O&M plan, which we're doing right now, to take us through this installation. We anticipate that when this is done, it will be a 10-year product and labor warranty on these lights. So we just be responsible for knockdowns and install damage and so forth. Last page is traffic parking, alarm and lighting consolidation, rationale, and benefits. Many similar functions between the alarm division and traffic and parking and lighting. A lot of the work is conducted on traffic poles, on telephone poles, and electrical poles. They utilize bucket trucks and heavy-duty lifts to lift this equipment. They perform electrical work. They require licensed electricians. They utilize similar tools and equipment. They have similar training requirements, although not exact, they're similar. Same safety issues and challenges, which clearly is a big issue. They all have a 7x24 emergency response requirement. And we're hoping at some point, it's not going to come within 6 months or a year or maybe even 2 years, that we get improved coverage by pooling these resources. As well as maybe be able to look at some new technologies down there too for managing this as one group. There may be some labor issues. I do know that there was a labor agreement signed in 2013 between the fire alarm group in the city that did allow them to work on street lights and signals and so forth. I'm not sure where that agreement stands today, or if there's additional agreement, additional labor work required, but there was an agreement signed. And that is it on that presentation. I could take questions, or we can hold them.
Councilor Forrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My great presentation, a lot of good detail. I think as a ward council, traffic and parking is something that we interact with a lot. We get a lot of requests for review, but the requests spend a lot of time on the carousel. Request floats out there, get me over the finish line, get me over the finish line. So I like where you're going with this. Administratively, I think we had a long time vacancy. We've got a traffic engineer. The traffic engineer comes on board with a huge backlog. So I'm really looking into this for the efficiencies. I know this was always Councilor Gattros quip was that the city council should be in the parking control business. We shouldn't be voting every single time a stop sign is needed, every time a handicap parking sign. Maybe as a policy, there's a way we can do better. Or for example, well, it's summertime and the council's not in session, you need a handicap parking sign installed, wait till September, right? And I think that the departments tend to work a little bit offline with them, but just as far as integrated, when you're talking in reference about capital improvement plan, and I know there's a lot of mention of study, and I'm kind of all about action items in this department. Are we looking to get the council out of the traffic signage business through this capital improvement plan? Through the mayor's representative.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's something absolutely we'd be happy to have a discussion about, council. We certainly wouldn't do anything immediately upon this department being implemented, but that would be sort of a process that we'd be happy to work through if that would be the will of the council.
So, I appreciate that. When we recodified the zoning ordinances, parking was one of them that was just such a bear. We left it on the table to not hold up the entire zoning recodification. And it's just something I want to get back to because I feel like there's a lot of need out there. We're hearing it from the residents, we're hearing it in the business districts. And so I see this as a step in the right direction, maybe to be able to tackle that where it was like, oh, parking, and push aside because you just didn't have the resources.
The mayor, as part of the capital plan, as part of his inaugural, he talked about implementing a citywide parking study and the traffic study that incorporates pedestrians, that incorporates, as Councilor Kane has mentioned, pedestrians, that incorporates traffic, and incorporates parking. It's a heavy discussion, as everyone in this body knows, that part of those parking issues, there's no easy solution, and those solutions aren't going to make some people happy if they come, but it's something that we're willing to expend the resources to see what new ideas we can come up with.
I think that's terrific. On the conversion to LEDs, my Boy Scout Troop 6, when I had conversations with them in the Q&A, they were peppering me. They wanted to know where this project stands. So it's really great. I can report back. The bids are in and we're ready to move forward. A power reduction of 60 to 70% is terrific as far as the city doing our effort and reducing our carbon footprint. The other thing that I know is the point of contention for myself and Council Palmucci always is this utility management, right? Long, important double poles we have throughout. The city's going to feel like that'll help us in the efficiencies as far as who's interacting with the utilities. So I really liked that particular angle on it. The one thing I think that surprises me the most is the antiquated technology in the traffic and parking department. So I happen to be a history buff. I visited Deb's office, I remember when she first came in to meet her, and I see this traffic signal outside her door, and I just thought, well, it's kind of the anti-traffic signal, and you're the traffic engineer, and that's cool for your office. Except she informed me as I was questioning her about the signalization at the Granite Street Bergen Parkway intersection that, thank you, Jeff Miller, you saved that for spare parts, and how it's kind of a push-button insert to change the signalization timing. I know in my district, changing signalization timing, particularly interacting with state roads and city roads, it's just been one of those things that's on the carousel, you can't get it done. And it's surprising to learn, when I met, one of the times I met with Deb, that she's not making these changes from a desk utilizing software that some of the modern signalization allows, that we had the unfortunate loss of a long-standing city employee who had so much knowledge ingrained that we don't have the, it's not, here's the spreadsheet. I mean, GIS has to listen to signalization, but we're not able to make those remote controls remotely. We don't have that technology, so we have a long way to go to get our technology for our traffic infrastructure upgraded. So that is in particular for me a reason I support this. And then talk to me about, this is something that I've been asking about. I really feel access, internet access, and getting some public Wi-Fi spots should be a priority in ours as a community, whether it's the library lawn or out in the neighborhoods, or in particular for me, Germantown area, that would really benefit. Otherwise, affordable for people. What do you envision when you talk about new technologies and Wi-Fi hotspots? What can we capitalize on our infrastructure to provide that as a public service?
Well, there is an option on I think all three bid responses to do some Wi-Fi spots associated with the streetlights. My first impression was it would be expensive to do it that way, but I agree with your assessment, Counselor. That's something we may be able to look at the wired network for, I'm not sure, or, do something on the lights. But once we own that infrastructure, then I think we can figure that out. And certainly, Wi-Fi hotspots in the business districts and some other areas could be very, very attractive to our business.
As someone who's spent some time as a stay-at-home, work from home mom, it'd be great if kids are on the playground, get to bring a laptop, get some things done, multitasking. I just look at that as an opportunity to move our city forward is upgrading this infrastructure. So I think this is terrific. I think that some of the work you did with the technology of the water department was top-notch. Commissioner Ramadi, and really looking forward to see what happens here in the traffic department with this merger.
And, in fact, that's, all radio controlled as well, too, so these networks, being wired or radio or cellular, they're really moving together, and we should figure out a way to best use those resources and assets.
The administration's moving forward with the C Street signalization can be a state project, and that would be a big project to support my district in the next year. So thank you for your presentation tonight. You have my support.
Thank you, Council. We're going to transition to Council DeBon. Michael, I just have one comment. I know that you not only work for the city, you're a resident. I work for the city, resident, city council, I represent quite a few people. And one of the challenges I had, it's not unique to Ward 2, it's really throughout the city, and I know it was elaborated on here this evening. Maybe it is a technology solution to a parking issue, but I can tell you, my deliverable with the traffic department in certain areas has left a lot to be desired. So my question to you is, should this go forward, how is Ward 2 going to benefit from that? I'll give you an example. A simple stop sign took us 6 months to get in the ground. Now, is that an acceptable time frame? I don't think so, but...
Oh, it wouldn't be to me.
Right, so it's, just kind of probably rhetorical to you, but walk through the example. I know Ms. Kelly sends me an email, we're going back and forth with the traffic, and it's like, it's a yes and no thing. And maybe I'm too black and white, either yes, it can be done, and if not, here's why. Right? So the expectation from the Ward Council perspective, as I see it, is people just want to know, this is something that can be done. Penn's Hill, and I get it, the evolution of automobiles and home ownership, particularly multi-dwelling, it's not, one family has one car, one family has 2, 3, 4 cars, I understand that. But these are real life issues that we face in our neighborhood on a daily basis. Speaking for this board, I have maybe my expectations are out of whack, but I have an expectation of service. So I guess what I'm wondering is,
Well, one quick thought on that is we have 4 ticket offices, 2 in Quincy Center and 1 in North Quincy and 1 in Wollaston. And the operations manager and I discussed this as well. Well, how do we get out in the neighborhoods? And the answer is, well, with some difficulty. So that's one of the things we want is because I think there are parking issues in the neighborhoods that don't get the same attention that the business districts get. And they probably cause you more issues in those neighborhoods than the business districts.
it's not an issue for me, that's a job I signed up for.
Right.
So I'm glad to take the phone calls, but my job in taking the phone calls to hopefully come up with a amenable solution.
Right.
And sometimes I understand, like, okay, Brad, there's nothing that can be done in this particular situation. I just want to know why. And I think that's like fundamental, basic blocking and tackling. If somebody asks you a question, you get back to them in a reasonable amount of time. I think that's common business sense. So silence in that particular cases.
Well, I
It's
can
not
let you,
acceptable.
I will give you an answer, either yea or nay, and we'll give it to you as quickly as we can.
So am I assuming, and I don't assume being up there now for, 5 years, so I'll ask the question, but I would assume that if we're dealing with an issue in a particular neighborhood, we're going through you, and then you're going to disseminate the services through the professional.
Correct.
Is that relatively accurate?
Yes, it is an engineering support, direction and guidance I get from the traffic engineer to get the actual, work done, the hole in the ground. I get it from our operations side and moving forward. And you'll get an answer. In a timely manner.
Thank you for letting me embellish Councilor Bono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two of the biggest complaints I get is traffic. Always number one, taxes number two. That's why we're here tonight, really. The biggest issue that I have in the city as well as traffic is these cut-through streets. And it's happening on my street as well. Off of C Street on Chickatawga Road, people are going down to do not enter between 6 and 9 in the morning. There was an issue on Fernsbrook Parkway as well on Samonset. And you can go down Quincy Shore Drive, and Newport Ave, and Hancock Street. We can go down all these different streets. A lot of these people getting out of work don't live in this city. But they use these roadways, and it becomes a gridlock. And this is a big issue for me. It's basically safety and a lot of children, especially in the morning when these kids are going to school and after school. It's a main issue. And when we have projects like right outside the schoolway that get tied up with funding and they get pushed out, it becomes a disaster out there. It's a free-for-all, to be honest with you. And this is an area that is the number one concern in Quincy, Massachusetts, in my personal viewpoint, because the traffic relates to the public safety of everyone, whether it be a senior, families, children, all across the board, just a pedestrian. My question to you is, what are we doing to mitigate these main streets with the cut-throughs? Is there anything going on that you guys are aware of? And I know you have to work hand in hand with the Quincy Police. You have to work with other departments. But this is a main issue that I have.
I think two things, Councilor. The citywide traffic flow and pedestrian safety plan should address some of these bottlenecks that cause these neighborhood deaths. Second thing is if there's some of these intersections, the one I'll give an example of is the one by North Quincy High School, which is a horrible intersection. I forget what the grade was by the state, but it wasn't good at all. And I don't want to say it's a pleasure to drive through there now, but it's dramatic improvement. And everybody I've talked to said, the paint looks like hell, but everything else looks very, very good. It works very, very well down there. And I think it's impacts like that we can make that will prevent people from leaving those main drags and going into the neighborhoods. So I think the long answer to your question is if we fix the main drags, then that should take some of the pressure off some of those things.
That leads me into my second question. Being on the school committee prior to this, my main issue was talking to Quincy Police and the other people that are involved in this is the crosswalks for these schools. Now, I had proposed that we put in some type of fluorescent, a lime green, a yellow, anything that's going to pop out in front of these schools for some type of crosswalk paint. Now, this is under your department, is that correct, Ms. Painter? This is a main thing, especially like off the top of my head, Lincoln Hancock, Harper School on Billings, North Quincy High School that you just talked about. The main schools on the main streets are issues. I see people bombing through there that don't live in the city again, are coming through here, and they don't care. You see a lot of taxis, Ubers, the whole 9 yards. They just don't care. Come into the city, use it, pass through, do about 50, and there's a problem. I think a lot of my colleagues feel the same way. Can we afford that? Have we looked into the fluorescent lighting for the crosswalks?
Well, in fact, Commissioner Raimondi just this year started implementing a new paint process with epoxy paint that has much greater visibility at night and lasts, I think, 3 or 4 times longer than the current paint we're using. So I think you're going to see an improvement. fill it through, I think, maybe a third of the crosswalk so far.
Sure.
The visibility at night is dramatic.
I have seen that, I appreciate that. I just, to let you guys be aware, because this is a new department, is that correct?
Yes.
See, Val, this, traffic parking.
Council, the other issue, we'd be more than happy to go to the police to the target
Sure.
area where we do have some, chronic speeding, if there's some signage we could do, or flashing lights or something.
Well, like this is the law of physics. You have to work with the police department, with the public works, traffic. I mean, it's all kind of going hand in hand if everybody's on the same page. It's a very important factor for all of us to get things done, like this signage. There's also an area for me is the kids in certain, I guess you could call it high volume of kids. I mean, just a sign that says slow kids or something of that nature. I know Sam had said the residents have put up their own signs. And that has kind of deterred people because you see like 5 or 6 of them right in a row. All these, somebody that's not from the area goes through, they goes, oh, there's some type of patrolling going on here. Maybe I shouldn't come through this residential neighborhood doing my cut-throughs. But anyways, the reason why I bring all these points is we're going into a new realm, we're going into a new department, reconfiguring. This is the time to really, hey listen, this is what is the most important that needs to be addressed throughout the city. And how do we do that? How can I help you? How can you help us? And having that communication there between each other and every department kind of being on the same page.
Well, Council, I'm all ears. Any ideas or thoughts you want to discuss? Or with the neighbor meetings as well. We have some issues, some thoughts and ideas, how we can address them. So, we're more than open to that.
Thank you. I'm going to let my councilors, I may come back for some more answers. Thank you very much, Mr. Fabio.
Councilor B-Pal and T-Pal.
Thank you. So Mike, who's going to lead this department? The job be posted and the mayor accept applications?
I don't know if you post an appointee's job.
Okay. So just a couple of things here. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you and the work you do. So I have no difficulty envisioning you leading a department successfully. Couple things though. How many new line items are there in this budget? Do you know? I try to follow back and forth. Things that were cut out of the DPW. We didn't have.
Councilor, if you go to...
Yeah, we didn't have that previously, so that was very helpful to look at tonight.
You did not have that previously.
Right, we didn't. And so I was trying to, earlier tonight, I was trying to follow back and forth. But, so I see that in what you presented, and I momentarily misplaced mine, but it didn't look like there were any new line items. Right, I mean, there should be...
Yeah, there are not. There's some increases.
Right,
but
we're changing the amount, but no new...
Well, the director's position is a new line item, and the administrative assistant is a new line item. Those are the only two.
So, again, I'll harken back to that point about reorganization in government. I don't think it should be done through budget. It deserves its own discussion, especially something as important as this. It deserves its own discussion, but it's presented to us in the form that it is, and we'll have to take some action on it tonight or thereafter. But so I think that's worth knowing. Is that there's no new, other than making an admin and a leader of the department. You're not. Yeah, it's not inflating a bunch of other positions and creating new things. But I will tell you what my biggest concern is I've been up here long enough to have already experimented with reorganizing the traffic department once. And the result, in my opinion, is a disaster. It was a disaster. One of the things in your presentation indicated that it's going to decrease the administrative burdens on the traffic engineer, to enable the traffic engineer to focus on the traffic engineering challenges. And you indicated it would provide administrative relief. I've heard that argument before, and that's why the traffic department stopped being its own department with the traffic engineer as the head of the department to ease the administrative burden on the traffic engineer. And I voted in support of that in a previous budget. I said, okay, hey, that makes sense. Yeah, we should be doing a better job at managing traffic, and the traffic engineer should be engineering traffic and not dealing with personnel issues. I don't know what the problem is now, but the response from the traffic department is horrible. I don't know if it's one individual, if it's one person, if it's lack of oversight, if it's administrative burdening. I don't know what the problem is, but it is 1,000 times worse than it was before we reorganized it. So, one, I guess it goes both ways. I'm glad we're doing something about it because, in my opinion, right now it's a train wreck. Trying to get around the city is a train wreck. Trying to get, as a ward council, trying to get the traffic department to do something is like pulling teeth. I feel like I'm begging to get things done that the residents are calling us about, that are repeated problems that are just not being addressed. So kudos that we're addressing that issue, and that the mayor is saying, okay, something needs to change when it comes to traffic because whatever it is, it's not working right now. But then on the other hand, I also weigh, well, we tried it once before. Maybe if we had left well enough alone and left the traffic department as its own entity, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now, where we have a spike in development in the city, and we're not effectively managing not only the new growth, but the previous issues that we had. We're not maintaining the status quo. I think you've been here for most of the night, as I was saying to the fire chief. I mean, it's one thing to tread water and provide a level of service, and that's fine. We should be trying to grow that, but at the very least, we should be maintaining a level of service. When it comes to traffic, I think we have fallen so woefully behind in addressing current issues that there's no place else to go but up. And I worry, I think about whether or not my support of reorganizing that traffic department a couple of years ago, whenever it was, didn't play a part in it because we didn't have those problems before. And again, I don't know the reason. I'm not in the building 24 hours, during the day. I don't see what people are working on. I don't know. And I trust, I guess what I need is some, whether or not you can provide it, I don't know, but some assurances that we're not just reconfiguring things for the sake of reconfiguring things, that we're going to get some actual relief. Like I said, the thing that stuck out to me when you said, enable the traffic engineer to focus on traffic engineering challenges. Somebody told me that before, and I supported a reorganization of the traffic department, and it only made things worse. It only got worse. So,
Well, Council, that's directly on me too, because I plan to offload a lot of that administrative work that she's burdened with right now. So I think I can make that happen.
and again, I'm not singling out the traffic engineer. I don't know if it's a skill issue, an administrative issue, an oversight issue. I don't know well enough. All I know is, apples to apples, we're not responding as quickly as we were before, and it's harder to get things done than it was before. So that's why that is. I don't know. I'm not, I can't diagnose what the illness is. I can only say, hey, there's an illness here. And I mean, listen, a couple of weeks ago, my phone rings off the hook because signs were put up in a neighborhood in West Quincy where both ends of the street, only way to access the street is at the top of the street. No side streets coming off the street. Side street. Both ends of the street had do not enters between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. put up. On both ends. I had a resident call me and ask me if the city was going to be providing helicopter rides. So, I mean, how is that? I don't even understand how that happens, how it gets through the various levels of where that will go through for that to happen. It baffles me. We clearly have a problem.
That baffles me too.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're going to get into it. We're going to discuss it moving forward, and I let the neighbors know that the signs are taken down and rectified, so it's not like there was any harm. But I mean, we want people to have confidence in government that we know what we're doing. We're spending their money wisely. If I had to say this, if I had to quantify the biggest issue that I get calls about, or the concern that folks express to me the most, it's all traffic related. It's overdevelopment is the overarching kind of theme. It's how many more apartments are we going to put in? What are we doing in the city? Is this the direction we want to go in? And then as a result of that, as well, our streets need repaving. There's more cars on them. They're being ripped apart more. And then it's the traffic. It's the side streets. I don't know of a neighborhood that's, hey, we're good on traffic. I can get to my house easily. I can, I'm not worried about my kid when they go out to ride their bike because there's no cars zipping up and down the street. I don't know of a single street that's immune to this in my ward. I can't speak for the whole city, but I suggest, I guess it's probably the same. So I'm all for making things better. I guess the position I'm in right now is I'm a little leery that, we could run the risk of reorganizing government again and making the traffic department even worse. And I do not know how we would function if we made it worse. We get signalizations that are out routinely. We have lights that aren't timed right. Speaking to Councilor LaForest's point about technology, we have remote access to, I think, 19 intersections in the city. I could be wrong about the number. But there are intersections in the city that you can remote access. It's a dial. It's like a modem. You dial in, and you can get the data from a desk. You dial in, you can get the data, and you can find out how the timing's working, the number of cars going through the intersection. I don't know that that's currently being utilized. I mean, I understand that this new intersection out here, the wire got cut when they did the work. The wire got cut to that remote box. Were you aware of that? Do you know that? Okay. So I mean, we're going backwards instead of forward. So I don't know what I'm going to do on this, to be honest with you, on this budget. Obviously, these people are already here. I mean, I'm not going to not vote to fund positions, but the reorganization, I have strong concerns about. I agree we need to do something because it's not working as currently situated. I suppose for lack of myself having a better idea, that maybe I'll support this because this is something has got to change there. We have thousands of new units of housing, mostly high density, going up across the city. Which brings me to another point where you're talking about the capital plan. I don't know why we can't do a citywide traffic assessment without it having to cost being included in a plan that's likely to cost, I should just start calling it a $100 million plan until you put a price tag on it, because everything under the sun is in here. But until we have some, multi-tens of millions of dollar capital plan, I would like to do this. This is things that I feel like we should be doing as a city, just based on our function as feeding a city that's growing. I mean, it's good that it's growing. We have to grow right, but we're not growing smartly if we're not addressing these things. And I don't necessarily agree that it has to be in the capital plan. Another just quick point is, for the past couple of years, I thought the job we were doing on painting crosswalks was great. And I appreciate Councilor DeMona's suggestion about the different paint and whatnot. But, that was a new approach that obviously came into the DPW, and, much to the Commissioner's credit, I think that's something that he was able to, just like he did with the sidewalk restoration. It was something I think he was able to refine how we do it, change the way we do it, and make improvements on it. And I think, from my perspective anyways, going out there right at the end of the summer, hitting all those crosswalks where kids with this bus stop at the schools, it's great because you drive around, you're like, oh wow, they painted here, oh they painted here. And across the city, it happens in a matter of a couple of weeks, and it's terrific. I wouldn't want to, again, reorganize government and then see progress that we've made, improvements that have been implemented, fall away. Now, and I can't ask you this, well, I'm not going to ask you, well, is it going to be better or worse? Because that's not a fair question. You're going to say, I'm going to work my hardest to make it better. And I trust that you will. I have a lot of confidence in your capabilities. I know you're a capable person, and you take your job seriously. So I just, I get off my soapbox now about the traffic department. But it all boils down to this is a quality of life issue. I think every single one of the counselors up here hear it. I mean, you live in the city, you drive around, I don't have to preach to you. You know it's a quality of life issue. It affects every single one of us. And I think there's more that we can do. If you take over this department, I hope that you'll lead it with that in mind, and then you'll work with the council and on behalf of the mayor and the residents of the city to really fix the many, many things that are broken and related to the way we address traffic in the city, both infrastructure-wise and how we manage traffic. So I had other questions, but I got so worked out. I can't find my notes, so I'll yield my time back to the chair and announcement.
Thank you, Council. Council Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to piggyback on Council Palmucci and the board had mentioned. We talked about the new programs that are so good, that are much better at North Quincy High School. In my ward, I'm concerned, we have possible development with the T, a new hotel, CMOD. Are we able to, is that person, one of those positions, going to, as yourself, going to be seeking out money from these projects to redo these, because
Yes.
unfortunately that in front of North Quincy High School, with everything, especially with its field and everything going to be put in place in a matter of maybe 4 or 5 years, that'll be obsolete already, that lighting system. I mean, my constituents, that's all I've heard about for the last, since I've been running for office.
Well, Councilor, in that specific intersection of the East and West Squantum Street, Hancock Street intersection, I think is a dramatic improvement.
Yes.
But as you move down towards President's Golf Course, you get the next set of lights down there.
Yes.
It's not. And you know, there's backups down there continuously, and I sit in those every day as well, and say, wow, we've got to do a better job. And that could be one of those smaller intersections that we target either with mitigation dollars from development or out of the CIP plan as well. But I think there can be improvements, certainly better timing in those lights.
And during the time of this construction is a concern too.
Yes.
A major concern with the folks, especially with the Marina Bay project. I know Senator Keenan and Representative Ayers is trying to get a ferry, working with the DCR. They're working in a village with the mayor. But that's the number one thing I hear right now is traffic. I said it many times. I really hate sitting on that bridge going to work in the morning, even though I don't work in Quincy. But we obviously, I welcome new ideas. But if from the government, we have to go all out and really fix this problem.
I agree.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are many things that are broken. I want to quote my colleague, Councilor Palucci, in relation to this. And I am much more vehemently opposed, even than my colleague is, to affecting major reorganization and policy through a budget process. And it's interesting what's unfolded here this evening, because what we're talking about are these problems, and all the councils are giving to you today, Michael, their wish list and the different things and all of this. And yet, for the most part, they stand to trade their inheritance for a massive pottage, or a phrase from Scripture. In other words, everybody stands ready here now to approve this budget. I get that sense. And this is being presented in a way as though it's this great kind of consolidation with all kinds of new efficiencies and all these different things, a beautiful slideshow, I grant you that and everything. But not a single piece of data or real way of indicating to us what our real return on investment is going to be. And in fact, you mentioned that there's 2 new positions, and of course, the way this budget is structured, I can't even tell what impact, but you know, let's talk double poles. Well, yeah, if you're cutting the heck out of your fire alarm and the capacity of people to respond to that, we have a problem with double poles. There's nothing in this particular budget. The 2 new positions are your position, the director, and the second position is an administrative assistant. Those are the 2. So they're basically 2 management positions that are being added into this particular new, I guess we call it department. I guess.
I think the administrative assistant would be a supervisor's union position.
Well, that may, okay, all right, granted. Good. That's good to know. But nonetheless, there's nothing here that says the link that any of the concerns that are specifically raised here this evening are going to be addressed any differently in terms of resources whatsoever. And so despite appearances, what this really amounts to is the creation of a new department. It's not a consolidation by any stretch. It's simply going around to other departments, taking them out, and now you've created a management structure and a position, quite honestly, for that is not reducing costs in any way, shape, or form. It's not consolidating for greater efficiency. In fact, ultimately, in the long run, and you don't really have any evidence at this point to suggest otherwise, based solely on the budget, which is what we're supposed to be gauging and judging here in this process, this represents an increase, not a decrease in any stretch. There's nothing within here. Now, I've been sitting here, Trevor, first off, how many different bargaining units are involved in the creation of this new department?
I think we probably touch all of our bargaining units.
No, I'm asking how many of the various bargaining units, all of them, so what we're talking about?
Oh, it's a supervisory unit position.
What's that?
There's a supervisory unit position, the administrative assistant. The fire alarm division has their union. We have our own 1139 and
Labor position.
And QPDA as well.
Okay, now, with any of these bargaining units, has there been any attempt to have any type of impact bargaining with those entities?
I don't understand the phrase impact bargaining. I know there was a bargaining.
It means that when you have a major significant impact on the workplace by changes that you're promoting or suggest, that there's some obligation under your contract to be able to, again, meet with those locals and talk and discuss about that. But here's the position you put me in, and I don't appreciate, like what my colleagues may think, I don't appreciate being in that position. You're coming up here to ask me to approve this budget, looking out at our Commissioner of Public Works. I remember when he was a counselor, we didn't do it. If that impact bargaining didn't occur, that didn't go forward. And yet that's what you're asking us here to do this evening. And every one of you, when you vote to approve that, I want you to be acknowledged of that. That's what you're doing.
Councilor.
And there's, please, I didn't ask you any questions related to it yet. I want to be perfectly clear with what my objection is to this. Is that there has been, this is the first time any of you have heard this stuff. And it's being presented to you in a budget process. You go through, if you look through the actuals and the materials and the data that we have to make sound judgments on behalf of the taxpayers at Quincy, the way this hodgepodge is presented now, you don't even, it's almost impossible to, and I have to give the mayor credit on that, you know, when in doubt, reorganize. And again, it's something that is, it's not taking steps towards greater efficiencies or taking steps towards consolidating and thinking about better and more cost-effective ways of doing things. It's simply growing the city structure of government that we have. And growing it specifically, and this is interesting, in terms of high-paid management positions that didn't exist last year and now exist this year in terms of this budget process. And again, I've been sitting here thinking if there's a way that I can even make a motion, because I feel so strongly that the fire alarm component belongs back within the fire department. But I'm getting a clear sense that any type of motion I make to that effect is not going anywhere regardless. So I guess all I can do, this is at the point perhaps where, Madam President, you're absolutely right, it somewhat becomes symbolic, I guess. I don't even know how to put it in the form of a motion, but my motion would simply be that we cut this and ask the mayor to return with this broken back in their other positions. And then if he's serious about really a real reorganization, that he engage this body, elected by the constituents of Quincy, representing the various wards, representing the city at large, and engage us in that process. So as futile as this might be, I would, at this point in time, motion that we cut $2.619 million from the budget, and with the belief, obviously, that the mayor can simply come back. We can redistribute these positions to where they were, and then let's talk about what can really work. Because again, each of you, when I hear this in November, and everybody's getting all the phone calls about setting the tax rate and how concerned and different things, I have to remind you, it's the growth of this budget and the growth of that levy that's impacting that growth and on the burden on the taxpayers of the city of Quincy. Having said that, I'm not this anti-tax, let's cut everything, let's not have services. But I'm tired of being treated like I don't know any better. And I'm just very, very disappointed. So I mean, at any rate, I'm not gonna approve this or vote for this, and I certainly would like to have a roll call, but at a minimum, I believe that the fire alarm belongs back in that, and that we even have some question. Now, obviously, all of these positions, and the people who are funded for that are critical, but I don't know any other way to make the point except to say, cut the nonsense, let's cut this, bring it back, put it back, and let's talk if you're really serious about real reform. And you know what? Let's engage those bargaining units in that discussion as well. Because clearly they haven't been involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council, just one play, put that in form of a motion to cut $2,619,171.
With the recommendation that the mayor reintegrate those into those existing departments and, come forward with a real plan and engage this body in that discussion, and to also make certain that those bargaining units, their rights are respected.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Just a question, point of clarification. So would that mean that the mayor, if we did go to cut the department, would that mean the mayor would have to reintegrate that in the budget prior to its passage June 6th? That would mean that, correct?
Basically, everything will be restored to its natural state, X this newly created traffic parking, lighting.
We're already, okay.
So everything will go back to the way that it was prior to this implementation. It's my understanding.
It would go back to the way it was, like...
Right, last year, so as it exists now.
No, because we've already voted on other budgets, right? So we've already, well, we've already made recommendations and cut certain things. And we can't add. Right, but we can't add, oh, okay, so we can't add, we want the mayor to come add, is that right? Is that right?
Well, unfortunately, the way the mayor's chosen to deal with these changes in this way, effectively, I don't know what else to do at this point to make the point. I mean, we could certainly, I could propose that we cut and return the fire alarm back to the fire department, because I think from a policy perspective. So, again, it's just that the way this is crafted, that's very difficult to do, but I'm happy to put that in the formation of all the resources taken from the fire department. And I'll offer an alternative motion that those be cut from this specific budget with the recommendation that they be reintegrated back into the fire department as a, at least so that we have some say in terms of that issue generally.
So, just so I'm clear, your new motion is to essentially...
I'm happy to try that. I mean, again, I'm looking to your leadership, Mr. Chair. I think it's clear cut. I have a difficulty. I have a difficulty with the way that this is proceeding. I have a difficulty that you have all these bargaining units and not a single piece of impact bargaining has been done with any of those units. And to me, I think that's a loss, because that's not engaging the people who actually do this work in that process in terms of what some of those greater efficiencies are. And that's just not the world I come from in terms of how to move things forward. So, again, we can start with that. We can start with the first motion, because I doubt that's going to pass, but I'll do that. Let's motion that we cut it all and just simply return everything and that recommendation. Obviously, that would mean that this director's position
Goes back.
with, well, yeah, I mean, again, it's, with this position, I mean, don't forget, Mike is not without a job. Yes, he's funded in another position, which I'm sure is still funded, which means somebody new hire is going to be there. So again, this is the growth and how this growth goes without engaging this particular body. Because we're here putting all of this now at a budget process as opposed to bringing it in a more formal manner in terms of these job descriptions, the orders that classify these things, and all of this. And what we do, every time we allow that to happen, our relevancy keeps going down and down and down in terms of being a true representative voice for the taxpayers of Quincy, for the citizens of Quincy. So.
Okay, thank you, Council. We're going to start with, and Council can recognize in a moment, but we're going to start with the original motion, which was to create $2,619,171, cut basically across the department. Council, give another motion.
On the motion, through you to the mayor's representative, can you speak, that my colleague Council Quincy seems quite fixated on this removal, especially at the alarm division from the fire department. Can you speak to this impact bargaining that he so speaks?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. Councilor, is part of the last contract with the fire alarm union. The union did agree with the provision in that contract that opened up the possibility of this very scenario, that there would be the potential for them to do some different work. I want to make including the potential for members of that union to do traffic lights, to do some of this other electrical work. And I want to be clear that under no circumstances are, and I heard this mentioned once in a while, that we're cutting any of these departments or any of these functions and any of these positions. These positions are simply moving over into what's correct. There is not a consolidation here. This is a new department. He's 100% correct about that. But putting it into a new system that we believe is going to work better than it does now. And that's what we do in government. That's what we try to do. We're not always perfect about it, but this was discussed. There is a contract that exists, and this is a offshoot of those discussions, and we feel comfortable that this is the right way forward.
Thank you. Will there be any impact, say this does go through, what are the potential ramifications of this group and, any sort of retribution or
Right. Council, I have to be a little bit careful with that because you get into collective bargaining issues and council, but our understanding from council is that if there is impact bargaining, that will certainly be held. If there is something that changes dramatically in the condition of work, that is impact bargaining. Right now, in the system we have, all of the unions that are affected by this change, there is no change in work requirement. There is no change that would trigger potentially impact bargaining. Now, if it does, it does. And we're happy to have that discussion. We're happy to sit down at any time to work through those issues.
Continuing on this motion, I appreciate the history lessons that Council Finn consistently provides us on a given committee meeting or council meeting. I do know that coming into this, this department makes sense. These are complaints that I get on a regular basis, whether it's traffic, whether it's parking. This seems to be a presented solution aside from the bits and pieces that you're speaking of, to which we are seeking further details. While this is not a consolidation, this is one of the only groups, it's not even a group yet, that has put forth a plan. This is in front of me right now. So it makes sense to me. This is something that I've been very much focused on, from pedestrian safety to figuring out how to increase revenues in parking. This is part of our city growing up. We've got neighborhoods that need tending to. We need more people out there in the streets. I've got people sending me pictures day after day of cars being parked in places that they shouldn't be. And I can't get the police, I can't get parking to take care of it. So I want to see some improvements made. I yield my time back.
Council Finn.
Again, I really appreciate the sentiment that Councilor King is articulating. And I couldn't agree with him more. But this is where, I may get bruises from pounding my head against the wall. The reason these services and the reason these things aren't occurring is the lack of assets on the street. Councilor Kane puts it quite well. We need more people on the streets. The reformation that's being presented here doesn't do that. Doesn't do it at all. What it does is it builds the mythology of the manager. And so now I can create all these really nice, very well-paid positions that, and put all these other things, all these other assets into this one group, take some from here, some from there. And now we've got this nice new director position, and it's pretty nice. But that doesn't address your core issues. And so, if you cave into this, and you give into this, all those concerns that you're trying to leverage and you're trying to bargain for as a counselor for the people of your ward is gone. Because we have a new reorganization here again. And we're not getting down to the core issues in terms of the specific numbers of people actually delivering that service and why it's not taking place. And we just approved earlier a whole other thing. We got up and we heard, this is just, I'm still dealing with this. We heard this incredible presentation of this success, this success, this success. Oh, and by the way, we need this new department head and a six-figure salary, as opposed to taking that same resource and put that on the ground where those very concerns and issues that you have are actually going to be met. And I'm sorry, but I don't think people are buying it. And I'm not the Republican here. I'm one of those shady Democrats that we hear about, right? Quite honestly. But it betrays all reason for us to basically cave at a moment's instance instead of getting into the core of making certain. With all due respect to Councilor Kane, it's not a plan. It's a nice presentation. I'm not going to doubt that. But a plan for me in the world I deal in talks about the assets available and how those assets are tied to outcomes. There's nothing in there that defines outcomes in that plan. Nothing. And so, again, I grant you, I'm with you 100%. The same frustrations that we hear from Councilor Palmucci, all of those things exist. How do they get fixed? By going in and adding new high-cost managers. And again, this is the best of all, because this looks like this grand consolidation almost. But in reality, there's no real service available except that
set up here about this traffic situation, I'll be honest with you. It's mind-boggling. One of the main reasons why he ran. I mean, it's just, here's my biggest issue. You have 4 new councils up here, and I don't have a description on where all these items came from. I have to look and set this thing, and I just can't fathom why I can even vote, because I can't see where these departments came from. That's, it's a new department. It's all zeroed out from 2015 to 2016. There's 17 on there.
Council, I did try to address that on the spreadsheet, to show you exactly how much came from each department. And I'm sorry, I should have sent this up before the meeting, but I just couldn't.
I understand. I hate to say this. This goes back to the 2.75 from the teal field. We just get the information now. It just kind of gets to, you want us to vote on these big items that cost millions and millions of dollars at stake in the taxpayer that we're talking about, but the availability of this information is not there for the even council. It's frustrating for me, and I'm getting fired up here because you put big votes on us like this at a crucial time when the city is under siege, You expect us to come up here and make these decisions, but the information just comes upon us right here and then. Like, I agree with Councilor Finn. He's been here the longest. He's in his 15th year. Been through 2 administrations. He's been with other people that are part of the administration now that he's served with. So he's been through this whole thing here. It just...
Well, I apologize that my frustration with the same Jules. I was reviewing this budget today, trying to figure out how I explain it, what came where, and I couldn't do it myself, which is why I couldn't get this spreadsheet.
And you know, Mr. Koch,
I shut it down a few days ago.
to be honest with you, it's really not your fault. I think the information was not here really and described as well. It's not, it doesn't go in like order. You have to go back a different page every time, and you have to kind of dissect it, and it's like, okay, why did they make this so difficult for all of us? Can I reference to maybe Mr. Walker from the administration?
Sure. Council, if I can have a question.
Sure.
On page 58 of the budget book that was presented on May 3rd, there is a cost breakdown, and it's referenced in the narrative in front of the book that will be available. Mr. Coffey's numbers, there's a little bit of a discrepancy. There was some things that, this is an early version, but it is there, and it does give a fairly detailed breakdown of where the money was coming from and where the money was going to. That's page 58 of the budget book.
In this description, I don't see which department it's coming from.
That is true, Council, but it is there in terms of.
That's a
these are where the positions are coming from. These are what it was this year. This is what it's projected to be next year. I mean, Mr. Coffey tonight provided
an additional Coffey's fault by any means.
He provided an additional breakdown that separated it out even further that had the departments on it.
I just wish that it came from different. Okay, this comes from the fire department. This comes from this other department. This comes from, okay, and then you can look at it and go, okay, this is the new position. This is the other new position, and it makes it simple for us. But I'll tell you, I got a college degree, and I'll tell you, this is difficult to read. With that, on the parking receipt offset, can the auditor or anybody elaborate on the $600,000 that's minused out, please?
Yes, Councilor. The $600,000 offset that we're seeing in the budget, we receive revenues from the Ross Garage and the Hancock lot. So the revenue goes into a special revenue account, and at the end of each fiscal year, there will be a council order that will come before you, appropriating the money from that particular special revenue account into to offset that offset that's in the budget. I believe to date we have collected over $600,000, and I believe there's probably about $900,000 in the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, with this type of information, I don't know if it's appropriate to be even voting tonight. I mean, I know we got a motion on the floor here. I mean, from Council Finn, but it's just a lot of misinformation to make a vote tonight. I yield to the other councilors. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Hughes and Councilor Leeang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a thought I'd like to put a motion forward to put this on hold for this evening. Of course, Councilor Leeang can speak and say her piece. I don't mean to cut anybody off or stifle debate this evening, but in terms of voting, I wonder if we might be able to hold this until the next meeting. Clearly, I don't know if there's misinformation out there, but obviously some folks need some time to digest some things, and in my day job, we like to put things on hold if we can to discuss a little bit more. So maybe perhaps we could do that at my night job. Thanks.
Councilor Leeang.
I just, in going through this and finding items that we could compare to the other departments, I'm noticing, and I'm just going to point out a couple of items that I got the information we had before tonight, which didn't include the sheet that we were talking about earlier. The signal maintainer, the budget is going up 149%. We have repairs with maintenance, a combination of street lighting and public works department. It's going up, I believe, a combination of 17%. The street signage budget is going up 40%. We have public works supplies going up 48%. Contracted items under account information going up 25%. So that all being said, I'm going back to Councilor Keene's question, which I really appreciated, is, if we take these items and we're adding these increases to them and keeping them in the departments that are already in, are we going to be able to achieve and accomplish the same goals that we're trying to accomplish by putting these increases into a new department? And again, I don't know if you can answer that, or really when you asked the question,
Councilor, may I ask any questions from you?
Yes, I'm sorry?
Were you referencing this document?
No, the numbers that I got actually were without this document, because we didn't have this document before tonight. So we're just going through and trying to compare
Public
numbers.
Works supplies did not go up that state level.
Okay. Maybe I was looking at something else then. I think I got a public works number of $21,000 in the budget, and this year it's requested as $31,000 in this fund. So that's where I got my 48% at. But in any case, what I'm trying to say is that we do have some increases in some line items here that we can compare to. And going back to my question, if we take these increases in these line items and we keep them in the department that they're currently in, will we be able to achieve the same goals that we're trying to achieve by creating this new department?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's about $300,000 to $330,000 difference between what exists now and what's being proposed for next year. That difference is largely made up of the director's position, administrative position, there's an increase in the crosswalk, painting, and there's a couple other increases involved there. And the other increases beyond that are contractual for existing positions. Our position is that the new efficiencies that will be created to this department on its own, with the consolidation, with the combination, is a better word than consolidation, combination of the workforce that we have, the tools that we have, and the resources that we have, will make for a far better operation than we currently have today.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair.
Yep, we're going to recognize you in 1 second. Council Finn. Mr. Coffey, just as a suggestion here, obviously we're going to table this matter and figure out probably next hearing that we'll come back and kind of vet this a little more. Suggestion would be, speaking with the great honor that we have here, is the two of you connect offline outside of this meeting and maybe work through some additional mechanics so that you can deliver us some additional information. You amenable to that?
Yes.
Perfect. Council Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I think that there is always, I'm happy to withdraw the motion for the time being, because there has been a tradition when the council's requested put something on hold that we've always done that. Mr. Coffey, I just have one other question for you. And again, maybe secret about what my concern is, but can you speak at all? What has your experience been in relation to fire alarm systems, laws, standards, and codes? Have you had any tie into that and coming into this?
I worked for 29 years for Verizon and its predecessor companies. We installed fire alarm signaling networks for both commercial and government enterprises. I've got an operations and engineering background within telecommunications, as well as an extensive management background, and I have 8 years experience in the public sector.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My pleasure, Council. So, Ms. Coffey, you two will connect offline. Chief, I know these kind of like subsequently roll into one another. So unfortunately, with the continuance of Mr. Coffey, that needs continuance of the fire. Couldn't anticipate that, so we're looking at next Wednesday, 25th. Pick that up, because as you know, the dialogue, there was some overlap between the two departments. So,
Council, if I could, and this is not a question of a hold or not, I know that Mr. Coffey has a family commitment that was on the schedule that night. I guess my request is, if it's a feeling of the body that the questions that may be asked between now and then can be solved with Mr. Coffey as long as he's available, and then whatever comes here Monday, next week, if someone else might be able to handle those questions, if that would be okay with the body, or if there's another date that would be more appropriate. I just know that Mike can't physically be here next Wednesday.
I'm about efficiency, so if everyone else is okay with that, you guys will figure out all the back end work that you need leading up to the meeting. And if you had somebody speak in your absence, you'd be perfectly fine with that.
Good point of order of guessing was based on what Mr. Watkins said. I want to remind everybody that the most important conversation takes place here. This is the public conversation. That's where these questions need to be answered. I have no problem with anyone obviously speaking with different people, but the bottom line is that's a discussion, it's a public discussion. I don't think anyone should forget that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Hughes.
Yes, I want to make a motion. It is nearing the 11 o'clock hour. I want to make a motion to take a brief recess, actually, and also to waive rule 24, rule 24.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed?
No. Nay. It requires a 2/3 vote, I believe, to written. I heard a couple names, I don't know. I think it's a 2/3 vote. I guess
Is going to speak with us first on engineering. Dan, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to advocate on behalf of the Department of Public Works, a department that impacts the lives of every resident, employer, employee, and visitor to our city each and every day because of the services that we deliver. It is my hope that all of you agree with me that the quality of life for our community is directly related to the work that the Department of Public Works does. Engineering, road, sidewalk, trench repairs, waste management, quality drinking water, sewer services, stormwater management, graffiti removal, litter cleanup, vegetation control, education, and outreach are what make Quincy a great place to live and work. The strengths of the department, and four of our leaders are with us this evening. Deirdre Hall will present on grain. Sean Hardy, our city engineer, is here. Our 40-year city employee, Catherine McAuliffe, is here. She's the one that, for the most part, puts this budget together. And John Sullivan, you all know Sullivan, he's our waste manager and our communications person at the department. Mission statement: through the judicious use of personnel, materials, equipment, resources, and scheduling, to plan, construct, maintain, and facilitate through interdivisional cooperation, past, present, and future municipal infrastructure, wetlands, and open space, thereby providing the best possible environment for the city of Quincy. Engineering division, as I said, led by city engineer Sean Hardy and his staff of highly skilled, experienced, trained, certified, and licensed personnel, provides oversight for all of our roadway, trench, sidewalk, and water sewer drain construction projects. Now, it's clear to everyone how valuable these engineers are during the summer. They design, they go for bid, and they oversee millions and millions of taxpayer dollars on all of our various road, water main, sewer, and drain construction projects. Literally, the eyes and ears, the liaison between residential and business community with the contractor and the city as problem solvers, but obviously to make sure that the taxpayer dollars are being well spent. Well, when I took this job about 5 years ago, the activity in the winter needed to be upgraded a bit. So now what our engineers do in the wintertime is that they analyze every single sidewalk location that has come into the department for the prior year, even the ones that have not been completed. So we have a list of the most public safety-driven sidewalks. You rate them number 1. Number 2 is right below that, and number 3 are sidewalks that may not be aesthetically pleasing, but are not in need of repair. And every winter, our engineers go out and they reevaluate to make sure that the ones are still unrepaired and need to be repaired during the next season. They re-rate those number 2 sidewalks to see if they move up into a number 1 status, and they also review number 3. This past winter, we did something that I don't think was ever done in this city, and I'm not sure it's ever been done in many other communities. We sent these same engineers out into our neighborhoods to engineer, investigate every single trench that National Grid did over the past couple of years. And some of you have received that document, very complete, very professional, very well documented. As a result, we've had a number of meetings with National Grid. They have not only upgraded their services to our city by adding their own engineers. They were somewhat disappointed that things had gotten to the point that we had to send them a letter to make them do work that they should have been doing. They apologized, and they're on a road to repairing all of those trenches. And there were hundreds of them. What does that do? First of all, it makes our roads safer. Number 2, it saves the ratepayers and/or the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money. Because once that trench stays there for 5, 6, 7 years being unrepaired, then it's very, very difficult to get National Grid to come back and to do that. That's the work that these engineers do. They make recommendations to the building department, zoning board of appeals, planning department, city council, conservation, every municipal department. If there's an issue out there with respect to building that has any stormwater management issues, or whatever the issues may be that is under the jurisdiction of the engineering department, they work tremendously well with all department heads, giving various opinions as to how to make the project better and how to save the taxpayers money. Because if there's a development coming into a neighborhood that has issues that need to be resolved, then it's either the taxpayer needs to resolve those matters, whether it be water issues, or sewer issues, or sidewalk issues, or roadway construction. If they need to excavate the road, it's a lot better to have the entity that's causing the disruption to pay for that than have it on the back of the ratepayers or the taxpayers. We attend bi-weekly meetings, as you know, Mr. Chairman, relative to the Affordable Bridge. We provide hundreds of advisory opinions for folks coming at the counter. I know Council Forrest has numerous visits to the counter, as well as her constituents and others who represent water communities. FEMA, flood maps, the public service counter is something that we're very, very proud of. Provides project review for city departments, reviews and process about 700 street opening permits. Council Kane would be interested to note that that's pretty much the average of what National Grid does on a given year. We're hoping before you adjourn in the summer to have a highway ordinance come before you. As you know, we've done water, sewer, and drain. We may have some revisions of those as well. But incorporated into a highway ordinance would be an upgrade to our, in a sense, road opening permit application. You had to be mindful that the same cost to National Grid or Verizon would be the same cost that your constituents will pay. So and we need to talk, I need to talk to the mayor about this, but what we're hoping to do is to increase that $100 permit. It is outdated. That does not provide the department with sufficient funds in order to do its investigatory work, but we don't want to overburden the residential community and or the local business community. So we will incorporate in that increased permit fee with an abatement procedure for those folks, a senior at fixed income who may need to have a street opening to do something on her or his particular property. we may want to give them special consideration. But that could increase our revenue from approximately $70,000 a year to in excess of $200,000 a year. And with the passage of that ordinance, if that number is in there, then that will be realized during the fiscal budget that we're in. We continue to update our GIS layers by adding and modifying water distribution, drainage, sanitary sewer system, zoning, flood mapping. Deirdre will show you a slide, I think, of some catch basins in Howe's Neck. And we show you graphically what we're able to do with our tablets and integrating with our GIS system. We know pretty much where our catch basins are. We also can tell you with some degree of certainty when those catch basins were cleaned, and the last time they were cleaned, whether they were at or above what's going to be the new MS4 guideline of maintaining our catch basins at no more than 50% capacity. So that's the importance of our GIS layout. As you know, we maintain floodplain management activities as required by FEMA, and these activities allow the residential community to qualify for a 10% reduction in the flood insurance. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that's an overview of how this department functions, the great work that they do, both professionally in making sure that the city's interests are protected, but also personally to everyone who comes to the counter, providing services to those individuals. A positive vote will enable the department to continue the good work that it does.
Thank you, Commissioner. Council Finn?
I know it's the hour, but I want to be absolutely certain. Are we on the engineering?
That was an overall macro.
This is engineering. That was it.
Again, there's nothing that I can see that's really that significant in the actuals of things, and I think, again, I would just move forward. There's nothing in the engineering department that's been removed, or taken, or removed in any other department. This is really pretty much as is. Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, this is the kind of detail that back in my days as a work council, we just were not able to get. It shows the location of the property. So these are sidewalks that are actually being done. So over the winter, we formulate our plan. We can pretty much guarantee the folks that we could not do 4 or 5 years ago, that either the current construction season or no later than the next one, either by combination of private public combination we talked about on many other occasions. And this detail allows us to focus on the trip hazard that's there. So we identify the driveway apron, the sidewalk, the footage, the exact amount of asphalt that we need. So there's no waste, there's better production, there's more efficiency. Last year, we did in excess of 500 sidewalks. This year, we're planning on doing between 250 and 300. So the efficiency in the operation not only saves us time and resources, but allows us to do more work, and it's much to the credit of the engineer. And in particular, engineer Jones Ray for this good job.
Yeah, I was just going to note that I served with you as a council commissioner. I never recall any information you were ever capable of getting, quite honestly. But I know what you're saying in terms of your ability, the efforts to quantify that. That's fine. But again, this is pretty much what it is. Again, and I have no problem if you want to move or clearly move past.
Council Finn moves passage on the motion. Council Leeang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioner. I've had the opportunity to go to your office multiple times and take a look at the detailed work that you and your department does, and I commend that. Because one meeting I we sat through was a total of 3.5 hours, and it was to go through line by line, where we are on certain issues across the city, who's in charge of it, what we anticipate the completion date to be, and again, I want to commend you for being so detail-oriented. That being said, there are only 2 questions that I have on the engineering budget before us. It's the salary/wage temp line. It was 0 in the previous budget lines, and now it's $6,425. I was just hoping you can clarify what that is.
Where the city engineer is seeking to find an engineering student for a postgraduate individual. There are tremendous resources out there for summer employment opportunities for these types of sums. So if we can attract someone, fine. If not, some of the summer kids that you folks recommend to the mayor, and the mayor allows us to hire. We're looking for some folks that can help us with mapping all of our DPW infrastructure, working with our engineers to do that, and maybe even go out and do some troubleshooting on water main projects and road construction, things like that. So, in your packet, I had Ms. Manning send out, that's a list of the trench repairs that we know are going to be done this construction season. They're being designed as we speak. I also gave you one road per ward that has been authorized by the mayor to be constructed. That is not dispositive of that issue, as you know. The mayor and you folks are talking about bringing in a capital improvement plan that may have a significant amount of money towards additional roads that would get done. But you can be guaranteed that the roads before you, I wanted to get that to you so that you can start to talk to your own constituencies working with us. They're all being in the process of being designed and bid, so we don't have an actual plan yet. But when we do, we will engage the individual ward councils and do a plan with that.
That's great. And I think going back to that position, you're going to be working with an engineering student, and you can reinvest that into the community by working with students that we have right here in Quincy. That's a great opportunity for the residents that we have here. The second question that I had was the communication line item and the personal service. It was 150 in the previous two budget pages and 150, and so I'm just wondering what the big jump is.
We need to do a better job communicating with our constituents as great as we do. As you know, we have and John Sullivan will explain this as well, but we have in a sense, the service calendar that goes out to anyone who asks for it. It's also on a website for people to download it. We have our, what we call an info letter. And this past year, what we did, we added an insert in Asian. So our featured article was in Chinese. So we need to do more education, we need to do more outreach, and we need to recognize that we're a changing and a diverse city. So this is our first opportunity because we found additional monies to add this page to our feature article. And we wanted to do that because of the concerns that we felt that people were having over lead in water, drinking water, and the stories coming out of Flint, Michigan. So we've added a little bit of communication money in most of the Department of Public Works budgets to speak to the issue that we need to do a better job on outreach and communication.
No, that's great. I think education is key when it comes to civil services and what we have to offer. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Calhoun.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. And I just want to give you kudos for doing the trench inspections. I mean, in my wildest imagination, even having the opinion of National Grid that I do, I wouldn't have pegged that it would come back as bad as it was. So, I mean, that's really, talk about saving the taxpayer money and frustration. When, you've been here all night talking about trying to keep up with our infrastructure needs with a growing city. This is huge. Talk about paying dividends, having them go out and fixing those trenches. And that's, one of the new kind of bees in my bonnet up here has been road opening permits because of that issue. When we let them open up a road and they trench it, it's only a matter of time before folks start calling about that street saying, hey, this thing needs to get repaved. It's been cut into so many times. That's what creates depressions and, it really frustrates folks when they're driving down it. Causes us to have to replace and resurface the entire roadway. So, kudos for utilizing the engineering department in their, what would otherwise be their downtime. Really just, saving the taxpayers dollars in the long run and holding National Grid accountable. They're the ones who did it. They have an obligation to patch it up to a high standard. So I want to give you kudos for that. I know, you've been commissioner for 5 years or so. And off the top of my head, I can think of at least 3 things you've done on an annual basis that that have been innovative in the department. Was the way in which you approach sidewalks.
It's more than that.
Yeah, I know. I said off the top of my head. Yeah, listen, I'm trying to give you credit, I'm trying to give you credit. But yeah, 3 that I can think of. I won't focus on anything else, but no, so I just want to thank you. I think, you really have brought some innovation to that department and talk about, squeezing in a good sense value for the taxpayer out of the tools that you already have available to you. And I don't know that I had a conversation with you about the trenching report. I don't know if you have something more formal, perhaps the letter that you sent to National Grid, maybe distribute that to the council.
I didn't bring it with me, but I could, I know that.
Yeah, I mean after the fact, after the fact.
When as a resident and a ward councilor, the grabbing hold of the sidewalk issue, I think, was something that I really wanted to do, because it was so frustrating as a ward councilor when, at best, on a summer, maybe I could get 10 sidewalks done. Well, last year we did 539. And no one had to break my arm to get it done. We don't mind the politics in it, but I want the average resident to know, if they want to call you, fine, but they don't have to. Give us a call. Engineer goes out, no matter who calls. They're evaluated based on the same person's own biases, subjectivity, but he does it all the time. And he rates them by a public safety component. Is this a trip hazard? Is it ADA compliant? And if the answer is no, our policy is that no more than 1 construction season next, we'll fix it. And to date, we've done that.
And I think
So
you can tell.
we're in the process right now of having all of this year's work as of March in the back bay getting constructed. And we're building the list for next year. My goal is, at some point, maybe next year's budget by increasing the contractual a little bit, to maybe push that if somebody calls by May and June, it can get done that week. Then we're done. The other issue, when I got this job, I didn't realize how bad it was, but Ed Larry, the general foreman, said, Commissioner, great work on the sidewalks, but you know what? Trenches are just as bad. And he showed me this list that was almost as bad as the so-called sidewalk list. You know, that old list that people call, where are you? You're on the list. Well, there might have been a list, but it wasn't an active, engaged construction list. It didn't mean anything. Our sidewalk list today is an active construction list. If you're told you're on the list, it's going to get done. Same thing with trenches. We don't have a trench list anymore. We're done for this year. Next year, if and when you folks vote on the water sewer budget, there's trench money there. We have the Quincy contract money now, so our trenches are going to be built better at the time of the emergency, and we have the funds available now without a backlog to repair those trenches. And we've got National Grid cleaning up all their work. So beyond the fact that it looks better and you don't get the bump when you go over them, think of the concern, the difficulty, winter time. You drive over a trench, it's hidden by snow and ice, maybe a puddle, rain. You hit it, blow out your tire, get into an accident. So there is a public safety component to this work as well. There shouldn't be forgotten. Yes, it looks better. Yes, we're holding National Grid's feet to the fire. Yes, the ratepayers don't have to pay for it. Yes, the taxpayers aren't paying for it. But it's that human emotion feeling about protecting those who live here, that they can safely drive down our roads without fear of the rainstorm, that they can hit a pothole. We do the same thing with potholes. Historically, when I got here, we would do 2,000 to 2,500 potholes. Last year we did 10,500. 10,500. This year we're on target to do about 6,000. And what we're doing, again, we're combining what I do. We got the best of both worlds, the work of the public sector and the work of the private sector. So last year we sent our engineers up in the winter during all the snowstorms, when the roads cleared up. They went through wards 1 and 2. They identified 3,000 potholes that needed to be done. So it's that reactive versus proactive. So instead of waiting by the phone for someone from Ward 1 to call us, which they do, we sent the engineers out and they identified 300 potholes that needed to be repaired. So as the public folks were getting the phone calls and going out with our hot boxes and trucks and vehicles, we sent a private contractor to wipe out, repair 3,000 potholes proactively. That's ever been done in the city before. This year we followed up in wards 5 and 6. Same thing, identified 3,000 potholes. For the 2 years we came.
You're leaving out a ward.
You're coming next, if you vote for the budget. So for the past 2 years, we came back in the spring. We need money, it's not in the budget for a pothole repair, right? Well, thank the mayor, this year it's in the budget. We have $30,000. We asked for 34, we got 30, that's fine. And what that means is that we're now going to have a permanent cycle. Wards 1 and 2, 5 and 6, so 3 and 4 will be next year, because now we have the money incorporated in the budget. Those of you who may not know, I do incremental, so I don't come in looking for $5 million to do something. It's what I think you folks, without too much problems, for support. These are public necessities, the public can embrace it, and in time we can do better and better. So instead of doing 9,000 potholes 1 year, don't go back again, we should be on target to do about 6,000 a year. And the template of last year, after kind of an average snow, wasn't a bad winter, wasn't a great winter, it was okay. No reports of those potholes popping. No reports of a plow ripping them up. So the value of repairing 3,000 holes in our McCab on our roads not only does not widen those, becoming more of a hazard and further deteriorate the road. So the intended consequences of making our roads more longer lasting, less likely to need a repair, because that pothole gets bigger, 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 and bigger. So it's a whole combination of things, knowing that the 3 big issues that confronted us, sidewalks, trenches, potholes, those are 3 big numbers coming out of any winter that are more in control today than what they were 5 years ago.
Well, thank you. I wanted to give you kudos. I'll stop doing that now. But thank you. And perhaps it was previous years I didn't give you enough kudos that Ward 4 is at the back of the bottle. That's right now. Yes, so thank you, Commissioner. Keep up the good work in that regard.
Thank you, Council. Motion on the floor to approve the engineering budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. And Commissioner Ramondi, next item on the agenda is Public Works.
We talked about it a bit. I think I just want to emphasize.
As I'm reading it,
I'm sorry?
As I'm reading the Reader's Digest version in the column, I think it's assuming a decrease of $650,000, which assumes connectivity with TAPL proposed restructuring. So I'm not so sure we're going to be able to get through this tonight because everything is interconnected. But I'm sure you'd love the opportunity to come back before the body next Wednesday.
It's kind of interesting. I think a couple of years ago when traffic and parking came into the Department of Public Works, there was a big headline in the Ledger, DPW budget up like 20 positions. There was $0 traffic. So I said, fine, So this year, those positions went out. I didn't see the headline, DPW budget cut by.
Well, Scott's still there, maybe you can help.
We can cut your remaining budget by that.
So, Dan, we'll bring you back subsequently on that, if it's okay, next Wednesday on the Public Works. And we can move right on to snow and ice.
Did you want to do the snow and ice next?
Yes, please.
The mean, you're all familiar with the work of the department on snow and ice. The mission is to remove snow from streets, sidewalks, parking lots for all Quincy public school buildings, provide safe driving, walking area for residents, as well as school bus access. The initiatives over the past couple of years has been to expand our sidewalk removal program. We're becoming more of a walking city. We want to make sure that MBTA routes are properly cleared. Obviously, our walk-to-school routes are cleared. But there's more work than just on snow day. So it's the preparation for snow, the snow policy that we put out that informs our residents what we do and why we do it, how we do it, the repair of equipment, the training of men, the preparing for the storm, the utilization of our private contractors and our major contractors. The most significant thing that we've done with respect to snow is adding some equipment. We had some in Ward 1 this past year. We do a better job with supervising drivers. We're a salt-only community, which means that we use a product that works. Putting sand on the road doesn't do anything other than adds cost to our cleanup, and it goes into catch basins and all of that. So, as you know, historically, I think the past 5 years, the mayor has increased this budget by $250. This year, I think it's up by $150. That doesn't mean we're at the end, but obviously the goal still is to make sure that we don't have a structured deficit in snow and ice. I know a couple of years ago, this budget was $300,000. We have never ever spent that little amount of money on snow and ice. So every time the city council voted for snow and ice budget that was so woefully, you created a structural deficit that had to be made up at the end of the year. So gradually, we're inching our way incrementally towards a budget that would be sufficient for your average snow. What that is, I don't know yet. Based on last year, I think we have to use some different modeling to figure out. Sometimes it depends how much salt we used the year before and how much salt we have left in the shed to start. But this budget has some acquisition of equipment, which is some plows to accommodate some vehicles, some snow fighters that are going to be in the capital improvement plan. We've reduced the maintenance line because we fixed all our trucks over the past couple of years, and with the incorporation of 2 new vehicles, that money has been moved into contractor. So I think it's a good balance of monies, and it's up, as I said, the mayor wants to continue incrementally to get to the point that most of us can agree this is part of the state.
Councilor Forrest. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Calhoun.
On motion, Danny, I think you had said that you're not sure what the level this should be funded at. And I had spoken earlier. Do so again, I call the mayor for funding this at a realistic level. It makes more sense. Fund it at what we actually think we're going to spend, and not create that structural deficit every single year. Obviously, 2 winters ago, threw everything apart, but did you say that you're not quite sure where we should be at yet to adequately fund this on an average? I mean, we must be getting close, but I think we are still short by some amount.
Well, again, I think that determination does not need to be made this year or next year.
Right, no, I'll support the budget as presented.
So I think over the next 3 or 4 years, we'll be able to figure out over that period of time, because last year you pretty much throw that out. And again, a lot of it, salt is very expensive, and we're fortunate to have a salt shed, so we're able to purchase and store, because salt does not dissipate, and it's not outside anymore, so we're not wasting it every time it rains. But that's a big number. And if you have a full salt shed, then you're not going to spend as much during a season, no matter what it is. So I think over the next couple of cycles, we'll work with the mayor's office and the folks in operations with snow to come to a realization as to what the number should be as a plateau. Some of it is, we started this cycle with equipment that was old, a lot of mileage, a lot of disrepair. So we've cleaned that up. We're purchasing some new equipment. We've moved some drivers up So now we have more drivers that are able to plow for us. But we're still not at the point, this budget would still be underfunded. So next year, you're going to read a story from someone saying that Quincy has overspent. It's not overspending, we are still not at the right level. And I'm okay with that, because we can't get there all at once, and I understand. And
You know,
it's
I
one-
agree, but I don't believe for a second that you don't have an understanding of where that number needs to be. I know, right. You command of numbers, and I know, I'm not trying to bait you into something, I'm just wondering how many years off are we from getting the, see, you've been just saving your energy all night, it's like going down, it's like the
I got to tell you, I had to laugh when Chief Banner said that he was sworn in 1978.
No.
I voted for that young man when he became a fireman. That's how old I am.
Okay, so I'm not trying to bait you into telling me the number, but I mean, so I'll get there in my head, but you think, what, 2 or 3 years till we're adequately funding that line? To
I
the
think
point
with the
of
next
not
couple of
deficit?
years, with the salt only and the new equipment and the repairs that don't need to be made, I think we'll have a better sense. We've got a supervisory component that's pretty much set. We've added some equipment in Ward 1. It looks like it worked. The calls were down. Margaret had a great suggestion about having an online capability. So that adds a little bit to the cost, but it's just a QPDA employee who sits and monitors it either at home or at work. So I think it's a great addition, but it's just a little bit of a cost. So I think when we get all that in, and then over the next couple of years, if the calls are still moderating and it's still what we're doing is being successful, this is one area you get what you pay for. You want blocked roads, you want safe streets, you want your sidewalks plowed. There's a cost for that. Again, I remember going down roads with those craters and bouncing down the road because of the high-packed snow and all of that. And that's fine, some communities, and that's okay. They're okay with it. Our constituents seem to want more than that. And based on last year's election, they're okay with paying for it. Okay? So the election was
let me ask
on
you.
the issue of do you want safe sidewalks and streets during a snowstorm? And the answer was yes, not to the extent that happened, of course. But so I think there's a.
Do you get a lot of people who call and say, stop plowing my road, or I don't want safe sidewalks or roads?
No.
Are we doing anything to change the makeup of contractual plowing versus city plowing? I mean, you seem to suggest you're bumping up.
We're trying to get more drivers, training more people. It's a specialized skill. Yes. One of the issues that we need to address as a city, I'll let you folks in on it, how long should a driver drive?
Right.
How long should a driver drive?
I mean, I think 2 years ago that really brought that into.
Yeah. How long should a driver drive? Both on the private side, they recycle drivers. They protect the city's interest. Unfortunately, we don't have enough drivers to do that at this point. So we do the best. So we have a policy, but we'll be working on it. So the more drivers we have, the more equipment we have, the better apt we will be to recycle folks so that we have fresher drivers so that we don't run into those problems.
Sure. So in this budget, we're shifting at least marginally
away from repairs into contractual.
But onto the city rather than onto the contracted.
Yes, to the city.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate you responding to that.
Council DeBona.
Mr. Chairman.
You got me on, okay, thank you. Just to elaborate a little bit about the snow rule that we had the prior year, which I wasn't a counselor yet, I was on the school committee, worried about the snow days. But I wanted to ask you specifically with the snow removal concept of taking the snow away. We obviously spent $13.5 million total budget. It was to my understanding that we actually, to pay for those, you know, to move the snow away, we paid it on an hourly wage, is that correct?
We had snow farms, that the management of those snow farms were paid on an hourly basis, and the snow removal contractors were paid by the type of vehicle that we were using.
Was there any,
There's a certain rate for those vehicles.
was there any way of thinking down the road, just in case we come through this again, that instead of doing it that way, is to pay for it based on the project or based on the street? Hey, listen, X amount of dollars to do that street, whether you do it in 2 hours or whether you do it in 6 hours, you're getting paid this flat rate.
That was a unique winter. We didn't have a whole lot of time to sit around and
Sure.
figure it out. We were literally on the phone with any contractor that would pick up the phone. We were fortunate to get some big companies to come in and move the snow. So for those folks who wanted the snow moved, we moved it real well. We moved enough snow to fill out the invites.
I know, I thought. The only reason why I asked this question.
So this year, we sent up a lot of proposals for bid, and snow removal, I believe, was one of them. I don't believe we had to particularly use that. We didn't have that much snow this year, but that's one way of being more prepared. That was more for the downtown communities and all that. I thought, I was a councilor in the 1978, I didn't think I would see that again. You know, but 2 years ago it was worse. It was actually worse. We were better prepared for it. We managed it better. We plowed better. We removed snow better. 1978, the city was literally paralyzed for about a week. You couldn't get down the street. It was just packed with snow.
You're talking about a proactive approach. I'm just saying, we just had this happen last prior year. I just feel that maybe we could have saved a little bit. And I understand exactly we had to get it out. We're under pressure. But now we can kind of think of, hey, listen, this is how much it costs for this street. You know, let's get a flat rate. So if you can get it done within 2 hours instead of 6 hours, sitting on the job, collecting an hourly pay.
There's nobody sitting in the job. Nobody sitting in the job. There was literally a solid line to whatever snow dump we had available. Those folks who had the opportunity to watch the operation, it was pretty incredible. There was the only waiting was waiting, truck driver waiting in line to move up to get a pile of snow put in his vehicle. But there was those folks, both on the private side as well as the public side, they were doing the same thing. They got a lot of money, but it was tough.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Council. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to trash and recycling.
Mr. Sullivan will do trash.
Mr. Sullivan.
Equally entertaining.
Is Nunzio here?
Where's the robot?
Yeah, bring Nunzio up.
Good evening, John.
Good evening, Council.
Mr. Freeze.
I'm getting sleepy.
So that's 20.
Any questions?
Bottom line,
This is contractual, basically, correct? What's
The first street.
in terms of the trash component, right? That's
Disposal and collection.
Right, that's
Exactly.
contractual. It is pretty much what it is, right?
Exactly.
Right, but it's still part of the contract. So
Yeah.
with that, I would just simply motion approval. And it should be noted again, that there have been areas where you had significant cost reductions as well, in those negotiations we've had, correct?
Yes, we actually signed a contract for 10 years on collection, disposal, and recycling. One of the highlights of that being that our recycling will never go up. Most cities and towns are paying something for the recycling processing today. Some of our neighbors are paying $50 a ton. It's a very complicated formula, but the bottom line is we are guaranteed
never going to pay for our recycling processing as long as we stay with that company. We can get out of it in another 2 years. And then if we sign up for another 5, make it 10, at the end of the 10 years, we're guaranteed to have no balance. However, if things do change, we can make some money. When I first started here, we were actually making $150,000 a year for our recycling. So they're all trying to go at the same time, collection, disposal. All our trash is burned down the Cape to make electricity, and the electricity is sold, so it's considered a waste of energy. We did get points when I spearheaded the Green Communities application, that our trash was being used to create energy. I know we have a few new councilors, but I just wanted you all to know that our trash is weighed. I didn't know that when I first started. And the bill is paid according to the weight of the trash. And other very learned people have come out and said that we could recycle 50% of our trash. And right now, we're only paying $2 million. Only when I started, we were paying, closer to $3.5 million. But if we could just recycle 50% more, we would save another $1 million. That would come in handy for schools and police, fire, seniors. Any other questions on waste and
Councilor Forrest.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. John, I continue to get field complaints about, let me just clarify. So we pay for the per tonnage for trash disposal, but I thought we actually got paid, that we were paid. Has that changed with this new contract?
yes, they're a contract, our vendor in Avon,
Okay.
that recycles our recycling. And the market is such that many towns, surrounding towns, are actually paying for their recycling to be processed.
So we used to be paid per tonnage, right?
At one point, we made one year we made $125,000.
But that was pre-Sunrise Scavenger?
Oh, yeah, that was during the Beijing Olympics, actually.
So now it's a reduction in disposal costs compared to the tonnage of the waste?
Correct.
Okay. So the frustration that I hear from residents, and of course, what a proponent I am of recycling, is that they see, those who are home, see the same vehicle picking up at the same time their trash and their recycling, and feel that the board is on the criminal that's causing additional costs at the city. And what are we doing as far as quality control to ensure that doesn't happen? Because this can contribute substantial
I
expense.
haven't gotten a complaint about that for a long time, ever since we caught them on video.
Okay, and how did we do that? Walk me through that, because I just heard it again the other day from somebody.
Okay, well, first of all, it's totally unacceptable because recycling, we don't pay to process it. So if you throw it in with the trash, it's a double whammy.
Right.
You should be getting it free, and we're paying $7 a ton. So somebody in a condominium had called me and said that they witnessed it, that they backed in to empty the dumpster, and while they were there, they took the recycling. And I suggested, please get it on video. And the next week he did.
And what was the process? Would we be able to garner back from Sunrise Scavenger? How did that play out?
Well, yeah, we do have a list in our contract on how much we can charge them in fines. But the driver and the shaker actually were suspended for several days, which was really too bad. But if that put a stop to it, it was well worth it.
So this recent complaint just came in the other day down in House Neck. The homeowner had been seeing this, particularly separated their barrels, one side of the property to the other. Here's my trash, here's my recycling, well identified, as ward one has the large blue barrels. And sure enough, the next week, same thing is happening. So I'll talk to you offline about the specific locations that we were seeing this, but I've been hearing complaints speed up again.
People do get confused, and I'm not saying that that person was, but some people think that when they see the recycling going into the back loader truck instead of the recycling truck, that they're actually taking it into the trash truck, and that's not the case. But it still is. It's I think it's not only unacceptable, it's really it really angers me a lot to see that. Because a lot of people put a lot of time into recycling, and I've spent the last 8 years educating our residents about the trash, the fact that it gets weighed, the fact that we don't have to pay. So they know, and when they see something like that happen, I have to listen to it for half an hour on how much. And so it's a waste of my time, it's a waste of your time, it's a waste of a lot of people's time and money.
Well, I'm glad to hear that on your end that there is follow-up, because some residents have been complaining to me about this, and there's, what is it, what can you do? So I'm glad I could be able to back to them with an answer. And then my other question was with us wanting to reduce the waste. So a lot of the commercial buildings or the condominium buildings that don't offer recycling, but us wanting to be environmentally responsible, has there been any initiatives to offer recycling to the business community, the condo community, to the benefit of our
Well, we do pick
municipality?
up the trash in the condos and recycling in the condos, unlike many surrounding communities.
We changed that with this new contract, right? They had to
No, we
get
only
our
changed the way that
dumpsters.
we pick it up, that's all. We made everybody change to rear load containers.
The railroad containers. But I thought if it was more than so many units.
If someone lives in an apartment building with more than 8 units.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so.
Or a business.
Almost 100% of them don't recycle.
Right.
So we do offer it in the rear yard Monday through Friday all year. But they can come down and bring their recycling as long as they have a driver's license with the Quincy address.
Right, that's a little bit extra for the average person probably isn't going to make. And if
Well,
there was opportunity for recycling.
It's all about
curbside.
enforcement, and I mean, there's really nothing we can do. And apparently the state doesn't have the numbers to enforce stuff that they're banning, from the trash. I've heard of communities that go out of their way to enforce it, and they're wasting a lot of time and money of their own when it's really out of their jurisdiction. I mean, I've heard of towns doing it when it's really the states.
Well, I appreciate the public education outreach. It was just such a terrific day. Mr. Recycle Nunzio is a terrific tool for the department. And always, Deep Public Works Week has been a tremendous idea for a lot of effort into that program as well. And I think these bring great value to the department, to the community, to understand, what your department is and how it's impacting city services throughout the city. So thanks, John. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Council Forrest, Council Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you tonight, Sally. Just on the recyclable end of it, since we're on the subject now, I've over at the schools, they do the community service. Do we have anything available for recyclable at schools and parks? I don't see much out there.
Certainly we recycle at all our schools.
I don't see much, I guess, called blue bins at any of the parks or anything.
Yeah, parks. We tried it in a few parks when I first came on board about 8 years ago, but it's so contaminated with other stuff. It ends up being rejected. At the parks, especially with the dog walkers, etc. I was warned against it. Unless you can lock up the park, we still recycle at Adams Field. That works fine. But the parks that are open are very susceptible to high levels of contamination, which leads to loads being rejected at the recycling plant.
Like, for instance, today it was very windy outside. Now I have two blue big trash, for recyclables. They have no lids on them. So I street and I seen a whole bunch of them on the ground from the wind. And the recyclables were everywhere in the street. Have you considered, you know, the blue bins that have the lids on them? How much are those wholesale? Do you have an idea of how much those cost?
Well, I think we did the numbers, and it's not my strong suit, but off the top of my head, it would cost $3 million to provide every household in Quincy with one container.
That's just for the recyclables.
Correct.
How about the trash side? The trash?
Double that.
So double that. So basically it costs you $6 million to put in one for each person.
Correct. We do offer $10 coupons that they are expensive. They're $7 at Curry and Danny's Hardware. So we do offer a $10 coupon. We have a deal with Curry and Danny where if they show the coupon, they get $10 off the price. And then through my budget here, you take back $5.
Okay.
But it's a commercial grade. It will last 15 years even in this.
I think to get into the next realm of what's going on out there, we obviously have the rat and the animals in the trash, and we don't have a barrel ordinance here in the city of Quincy. Probably thinking that you said that we can save money on the recyclable sides. Don't you think it might be a situation where we might want to take the head forward and try this new program? Similar to no.
That's all a matter of political will.
You think
certainly if you limit trash by giving a person one barrel, then trash will go down.
Well, the way they do it in other towns is if the lid is open, they won't take it.
No, every town's different.
Yeah.
Many ways to skin that cat. Some towns still allow you to throw a mattress on top. They allow you to keep the lid open. They allow you to, if you need 2 barrels, you can buy another one for $100 in Branch.
Sure. You know, I know we're in the rat situation, but it's also the skunks and the raccoons and the other animals that are getting into this and tipping them over, and then the rats are getting into them. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of the wind. It's a combination of, you know, just getting stuff not dense areas. It's hard. I just think that maybe we should investigate this a little bit more on the mayor's side, which we've talked about with Mr. Walker, as well as you, as well as Commissioner Mondi, that maybe it's time to kind of say, hey, maybe the capital improvement plan, that maybe this might be something we can kind of tie together.
Yeah, well, I can say that me and the commissioner and the mayor have been looking at those options for several years now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Capone. Councilor Calmucci.
Thank you. If I may, first I just want to say, Councilor Capone, suck it up. There's $60. Just buy a good barrel for crying out loud. It's 10 minutes of my life will never get back. But no, I think it's the point he's raising is one that we had discussed with the health commissioner about potentially should we be mandating that everybody not use a specific kind of barrel, but that they use a style of barrel that has a lid to help with the rat infestation. I think Commissioner Shealy said that was going to be something he would discuss with the administration to see.
Yeah, I've spoken to him. He was called me.
Yeah.
And so it was a step in the right direction.
I mean, obviously, when it comes to the rats, we're going to do anything
we don't have any on pencil.
Yeah. The contract that we have with Sunrise, we have one contract, right? We can renew, we have an option to renew on that contract, right?
It's 10 years.
It's 10 years.
So we've got 7 more years guaranteed.
And that's we're operating off the same contract. Like literally the same document, right? Before I get into some of the details of that contract, I just want to, I'll note for the record, I have this conversation every year, usually with Commissioner Raimondi, but West Quincy's pickup is on a Friday, as you know. When people get home from work on Friday evening at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they see the trash hasn't been picked up, there's no one to call but me, because they don't answer the phone past 5 o'clock at Capitol. And there's very little to do. I've reached out to you about it before, and you've been good about having them come back or making sure it gets taken care of. But I think that's a flaw that you continue to perpetuate with, and again, by having only one contract, we can't add language to it, but it's something that should we renew or take an option, we should see if we can get them to do something where they have someone to answer the phone, you know, at least.
On Saturday.
Yeah, on Saturdays. I mean, you know the issue because I raise it with you guys when people call me because I don't know who else to call. I'm the only one who answers my phone. You know, I'm the only one answering the phone after 5 o'clock on a Friday who's relating to the trash removal. So it's a frustrating thing, and I feel like we always get the short end of the stick because anybody else, you know, they just get the trash picked up that next day because they can call the next morning. So
Something like, as far as even hiring and answering company.
right. And as it relates to the contract, do you know how they're doing in terms of compliance of their use of part-time and temporary labor? I remember we had the issue a couple of years ago with the registered sex offender riding on the truck, working for the temp agency.
Where it hasn't been an issue, have we done anything since then? No, but we are due for a little sit-down before the new fiscal year starts. I'll put it on the agenda.
So, I mean, I just think it's worth noting because it's kind of a loophole in that contract. I mean, only employees of Sunrise, it says they all have to be, you know, quarried. And when the fellow from Sunrise came up a couple of years ago, he said, no, the temp agency quarries them. Patriot Ledger called the temp agency and they said, no, we don't quarry anybody. You know, we hire anybody, which is how this one particular fellow slipped through the cracks. So I think it's important, you know, I think residents have an expectation that somebody knows who's on the back of these trucks. And
I'm pretty sure that had been addressed because Joe Lombardi, the owner, was under the impression that people at the temp agency were quarried. So the miscommunication there, I'm sure Joe has fixed that hole.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to, you know, stay on. I mean, and again, you know, I get the practical realities of running a trash hauling business. You know, it's comes along. It doesn't include picking up people's trash. It's probably something the employees jump at. So I get that, you know, there may be the need to hire temps on a regular basis, perhaps in this industry more than, you know, many others. But there is contractual language about how much and how many times a temporary employee can be hired before they're considered an employee of Sunrise under our contracts. I just like to know if that's being
I think we want to see an improvement in that too, because they changed a bit of the middle management last year, and it's been a lot smoother.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Second?
Yep. Thank you.
Council Harris.
I'll be real quick. Thank you for late hour hanging in there. What jumped out at me, you mentioned that 50% of we're throwing away 50%. So that means that the recycling company is actually losing money as well. When am I correct? Because they're making money off of our recycling. Is that right? So I'm trying to put in what I do during the day, and what we kind of do is barter. And I know Councilor DeBona took a hit for me the other night at our community meeting because when he just asked the numbers, he basically was talking about the city, a constituent asked in Ward 6 what the city provides, and Noel took the hit for me, and I didn't have to answer it. So the recycling company, if they were to provide it in Swan, most of the people have the small buckets. So you know, I know what's going on at that point. You do too. Whatever's when they're in there, it's in their house and come 4 days or 3 days before, just after a Christmas party. Those or Thanksgiving, that recycle thing is full. It goes out full, and the rest sometimes goes into the garbage. Would there be an opportunity where we could reach out to the company and say that this is in their best interest? Maybe they would, if it's in a long-term contract or somehow at some point, maybe reach out to them and ask them, at least if we got the blue large containers, they would be making more money and would be, as a city, would be paying less money for the recycling, for the weight of the garbage, correct?
Yeah, well, the collector wouldn't be making any more money by supplying a large container, because he's just collecting. And so you've got three different variables here. You've got a collector,
Sure.
a disposal, and then recycling. But we did do a pilot program in Ward 1 a couple of years ago with some federal money, and everybody got a blue barrel, and a scientific study was done by some very knowledgeable people, and recycling increased 27%, something like that, or just by giving people a larger recycling bin. So the numbers are there to support that.
Sure.
And I know that the contractor likes the wheeled barrels that can use the hydraulic lift, because it brings their exposure for workman's compensation down, because their shakers don't have to lift the barrels.
Thanks very much.
I believe, Councilman, you made a motion, it seems like a while. Okay, motion to pass Mr. Sullivan's budget, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, ayes have it, thank you very much, John. See you. You're back.
Mr. Chairman, before Dwayne comes up, I just want to alert you, thank you so much for the support so far. There are three ways to reduce the trash budget. And I think at some point in the future, we'll probably be having a discussion about all three. Because clearly what is now is not necessarily working for all of the stakeholders. Approximately 30,000 tons, Sally, is picked up. So we have 30,000 tons. No matter what study you look at, DEP, any other Commonwealth, any other state, it will probably tell you that approximately 50% of our trash is organic. So if there's a process to take organic out, if there's a better way to recycle, whether it's mandatory or just offering a barrel. I cite my own example. When I first started to recycle, I had the blue bin, and I'd fill it up. Once it was filled up, I had no place to go. Unfortunately, it went into the trash. I bought that big blue toter for $70, and I filled that up. So that's just one example of you fill what you had. So it does work. So the combination of more recycling, whether it be earlier, optional, or voluntary, having a process, and that's why in this budget that we just passed, there was some organic food initiative in there, and that's important. We have seed money that will not only allow us to better use our yard waste, so we don't have to haul that out at a cost. We can maybe recycle that, make a better material, we can market it. So it's a whole issue of managing our trash, managing our yard waste, recycling that. So if we take some of the organics out, if we increase our recycling either by education or some other program, and if we encourage textile recycling, don't throw a coat in the trash. It's heavy, and we pay $70 a ton for that. Put it in the recycle bin, the PPO group gets $100, and we don't pay the $70 for that trash. We do those three things, you could easily save $1 million off of your disposal contract. Easily. Tough decisions, right? They're tough. But these are things in the future that will may be coming back with you, especially on the organic side. If this project works, if it gets up to something that we can bring to the mayor and bring to you folks. But that may be one way of at least getting that huge amount. And that would reduce the rat level, because now there's not as much organic in your trash. So these are some of the things that keep some of us busy over the kids. Anyway, Dan will
Thank you, Commissioner. Without further ado, Ms. Hall, thank you so much. Given many PowerPoint presentations in my time, and never one passed for the night, so I certainly admire your tenacity, perseverance. Thank you. And so the floor is yours.
Excellent. So I'll be brief, and most of my slides are images. Kind of want to show you some of our technology that we've invested in that's going to help us with our NIPD's permit compliance, and so that you can see what some of this funding is on to. So let me make sure everybody can see the presentation, because I do have handouts. You guys all see?
Yeah, we can see them.
Great, okay. So the majority, everyone's heard about the NIPD's permit. We've been talking about it. Well, it's here. It came out in early April. It has an effective date of July 2017. Our last permit was issued in 2003. It was supposed to be a 5-year permit. It has been extended 8 times so far, and will be extended again this year for its 9th and final extension. Even though the permit is not effective until July 2017, there's a lot of planning that goes into it in order for us to be compliant at the date it starts. And we actually get credit for anything we do prior to that date for compliance issues. Okay, so the permit goals are to remove all the sanitary sewage from the MS4 system. There are communities that do have direct connections between their sewer and their drain. I don't think we're going to find much of that in Quincy, but what we do have is aging infrastructure, aging sanitary infrastructure. We've come in front of you for II money, obviously, and so what we need to do is make sure that we're investigating our drains in order to determine where our sewer problems are. In fact, just so you guys are aware, the American Society for Civil Engineers recently stated that to address the shortfall nationally to sanitary sewer, there is an $84 billion national shortfall for infrastructure upgrades. So even though problems in the sanitary sewer line and the drain line don't always present a service issue for people, it does present an environmental issue. So to accomplish the goal, the permit's going to require assessing and testing for pollution indicators at every outfall. What's involved in IDDE testing? We have to first find all our outfalls, we have to delineate our catchments, and then we have to use a prioritization schedule to assess which catchments we have to address first, and those are done using vulnerability factors, which are established in the permit. And for us, there's histories of sanitary sewer overflow would be a factor that would prioritize a catchment anywhere where the drain crosses the sewer, where the sewer is above the drain. Also, anytime where you have level of service indicators, backups, history of problems. Also, any areas of sewer defects, and any areas where the sanitary sewer is more than 40 years old, which is basically almost every pipe in the city. So we have, most of our outfalls are all going to be considered priority, most of our catchments, because they will have at least one of those factors that triggers them as being priority. The testing that's done at every outfall, we're testing for ammonia, surfactants, we're testing for bacteria and chlorine. Surfactants are soaps, so if that's where someone has their washing machine or something connected to the drain. So all our testing has to begin by July 2017. I'm getting tired. But so we have to sample in dry weather, we have to sample in wet weather. We also have to make visual inspections when we go out there, seeing indicators of potential pollution, toilet paper, things like that. And then if we do find a hit on the investigation or visually, we have to then go and inspect the different connectivity and the pipes and manholes within a catchment. So we have to actually narrow down where that illicit is coming from. And that can be complicated. Once we determine where the illicit is coming from, we then have to eliminate it. And we can do that by some of the legislation that was passed last year for our drain ordinance, which gives us a little teeth to get some of these IDDEs or illicit discharges removed and can get it flowing again. Within another year, we have to test that catchment again to show that the illicits have been removed, and if it hasn't, we have to do it again. So it's a long process. But before we can start testing outfalls, There is a lot of additional planning, as I talked about. And some of this we did last year with some of the MS4 funding. So, as I said, we passed new stormwater management ordinances and illicit discharge ordinances. We identified 156 outfalls. We have dealt with our catch basin, manhole, and pipe connectivity issues in GIS, and I'll show you a little bit of the GIS and what we've done. Our connectivity is about 80% complete. Our sewer layers, 100%. We have a stormwater advisory committee that meets. It's made up of different people from planning board, someone from Concom, someone from the Making Waves Coalition, so various stakeholders on the board. They come. We talk about different stormwater issues, and they give us some input, neighborhood input on for directions for us for policy. The permit requires us to do public education and awareness. We do a lot of outreach. We've had a lot of community meetings before projects to educate people on how the stormwater system works and what they can do to prevent stormwater pollution. We also have to do an illicit discharge detection and elimination plan, which is done. This is our plan. It's lengthy. And what it includes is a written document for how we inspect the outfalls, what we're inspecting them for, how the investigations proceed, and how we eliminate them. The document is one that was a living document because as we identify new priority catchments, and we'll have to update the document to show that. So last year we also were able to actually screen 20 outfalls, and of the 20 outfalls that we screened, based upon our prioritization, 5 of them were highlighted as problem catchments, so they had those higher hits. So those are ones we have to go back and actually now determine where the illicits are coming from and eliminate them. So here's some of the toys that we have. Okay, so this is an example of mapping. So these are our outfalls. This is just a certain, like a snapshot of a iPad, like a screenshot. But these show some tie gates and some outfalls in the city. And what you can do is you can click on a particular, I think this one is in House Neck at the end of Tower Street. I was actually down here the other day looking for other outfalls along the beach. So when you click on the outfall, it gives you some information about the outfall. So this one you can see is 10 inches in diameter. You can see the day that the data was entered. It goes further. You can see there's other links here. And the links go to some other information. So this is the outfall inspection data. I'm going to pass this iPad around if someone wants to take a look at it. It has the app that we use to collect information on the outfall inspection. So this is the raw data for that specific outfall. Just don't hit save or, please don't hit save or done, okay? Because then I'll have to go back and fix it later. Okay, so don't hit save or done. So this is the data, the raw data in regards to this outfall inspection. Shows the date it happened, that the outfall was located and marked by GPS coordinates, its diameter with that it is reinforced concrete pipe. There's no tide gate, there was no rain before the inspection, that there was no potential pollution indicators while the inspector was out there. And it also gives us some opportunity to put some O&M information in there. So this says that there were cracks at the end of the pipe, that no erosion was noticed coming out of the pipe, and that the suggestion is to remove debris from the pipe so that it can function properly. We also have a link to the drain plan. If you can see, there were a couple of hyperlinks there. So this is the original drain plan for that particular outfall. So if you were out there and you wanted to see how deep it is, what the topography was like, you can look that up. And we take a picture of it. You can see it needs to be dug out a little, right? Maybe a little rip-rap put around it so that it can function properly. So we have to do this for every single outfall. And so outfalls are hard to find. We contracted with one of our consultants to go out and find some outfalls. We located 156 outfalls, and the ones that are left are the ones that are really hard to find, which I found out last week. So that's me finding an outfall that's not on any plans that we have yet.
Is that you, Deidre?
That's me. That's me. So that's me.
I'm sorry, it's 12:22.
That's okay, that's me. I'm finding an outfall that's not on any plans, and the only way we would have found this is visually. We have nothing in our offices that say it's there, nothing on the GIS that says it's there. So I was able to map it, inspect it, put all the information in the GIS, and we got it. And that's also me in the marsh on, I think, Rock Island by Marine, looking for an outfall. All right, so tasks that remain. So what we're asking for, if you look at the budget, there's like a line item that just says MS4 compliance. When we went to do the budget, the permit was not out yet, so we didn't know exactly what we needed to do. Thank you. Oh, well. Okay, so this is what we have left to do. So we have to locate, and mapping, but I have some good public stuff in here. We have to do erosion sediment control plans, and we will need to amend the ordinances to make sure that they're consistent. One more thing, please. Integrated planning. Okay, I'm also dealing with the II stuff, and I just want to mention this one thing. One thing I'm trying to do is because for II and illicits, they're kind of hand in glove. So if you have infiltration, you have exfiltration. So what I was able to do was work with the, when we put the II contract together to overlap so that we're saving money. So that we're only in the sewer once, and we're able to use that information both for illicit discharge detection and for our sanitary sewer evaluation survey. So this is just another area in North Quincy showing a priority catchment plus the overlay of the sewer. All right? And I will say that, I'll skip through because you're tired, but these are the future tasks coming, just so you know, there's more coming, lots more coming.
Tonight?
No. Not tonight. But every public building is going to need a switch. We're going to have to start retrofitting some of our stormwater devices, catch basins and such on public property. There's going to need to be citywide stormwater management trainings. We're going to have to look at all of our building codes and make sure that we allow for stormwater reuse and re-roofs. That's our catch basin map, and Dan's going to be mad that I didn't show it, but when you click on it, you can zoom in and see all the catch basins that have been cleaned and all the ones that we're waiting to clean. And this is my public service announcement. Everybody contributes to stormwater pollution, and there are things that residents can do. Obviously, don't put anything in the storm drains, and watch your fertilizers. Don't change your oil in the catch basin. Don't litter. Use hazmat day. And that's it.
Move approval.
Move approval, Council Calhoun. Any discussion? Council
Just one thing, I just want to say, Deirdre does a great job. I know that this was a position that you've been in for a little while now. I want to applaud you. You do a phenomenal job, really, at communications. I know we're joking because it's late and all this stuff, but you really do. You put a lot of work into everything that you do. I know I've personally worked on a couple of things for CPC with you, and we're trying to start the friend group in the Wallaston area, and you have a lot of passion for what you do, and I know it's something that maybe you sort of came to in the last couple of years. So I applaud you. I applaud Commissioner Armandi for bringing you on, and I'm sure he's found a gem in you and feels very similarly. So thank you. I'm happy to support this budget. So thank you.
Thank you. And you did a phenomenal job in that presentation. Your energy level is...
She's sitting there.
There's something in the water to keep you
So, Council Calhoun.
I know nobody else has.
Move forward on the, moving on there, we're on the drain budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Sewer and water.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Can we do some more?
Yes.
Move approval.
We have a motion to move approval, Council Calhoun, any discussion? discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. And, that concludes this evening's segment. Finance.
Thanks, Jan, thank you.
Oh, yeah, there's
Dan
two
was
sep-
like, what?
Sorry, there are actually two separate votes, Commissioner.
Oh, okay, water.
So that was the water, the second is sewer.
Okay, motion approved.
Motion to approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much, DPW, for hanging in there. And I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, this next meeting,
So, yes.
is there time? Will we be at the end of the session?
Most likely.
Be here at midnight.
Okay, we declare this portion of the Finance Committee closed at 12:28 a.m.
Bring the donuts, Dan, bring the donuts.
I know, we had to do a rundown, so I think we're like, oh, we're doing 11. You're my hero. No idea. I did have a salad for lunch.
Someone's gonna take that.
I know, I was trying to.
No, I need a little fire, yeah.
No.
I think it is.